do with it, that's what's important.
The Apex Games are where the champions are crowned, but the arenas are where legends are made.
I said danger close. Weren't you listening?
The arenas are my games. They're not about fame or spectacle. They are about the fight.
Arcstar!
The rules are simple. It's just your squad and their squad.
Adios, champ.
Whoever survives wins. Now pay attention. This is how the game is played. Assemble your squad in the customary fashion. Before the fight begins, squads are enclosed in their spawn room and have access to the shop. Here you can purchase weapons, items, and abilities with crafting materials. I will grant you a set amount of materials at the start of each round. You may earn more through your performance. Materials can be used immediately or saved for superior equipment later in the match. No purchased gear follows between rounds.
Wait, where's all my stuff?
Materials can be used to upgrade weapons, making you an even greater threat. At the end of the buy phase, the shields drop and the fun begins. Both teams engage in combat until one side is wiped out. Downed teammates can still be revived. But in this game, there are no respawns.
Use the pressure. It's the only way to survive.
Supply bins containing consumables and material canisters are scattered throughout the arena. A single airdrop containing 3 weapons arrives in the middle of each round. The tier of the weapons in the drop pod increases from round to round. Use them to overpower your competition. It's high risk, high reward.
Maybe next time, you should try a different path.
The first team to score 3 victories with a 2-win margin will be declared the champion. If teams battle to a deadlock 4-4 tie, round 9 is my favorite part. Sudden death.
Tossing up some amped cover.
I'm opening the skies.
Knock down more than a few.
Each arena has its own personality and acts as an optimal combat testing ground. The phase runner on Olympus wasn't the first of its kind. A prototype long abandoned rests in a remote section of Talos. Luckily, it remains intact and functional, providing unique combat opportunities to those clever enough to seize them.
There's research afoot. And then, of course, utter mayhem.
Coma was simply another Outlands hotspot turned yesterday's news, until an ill-fated joyride gave it a new landmark.
You're welcome.
With my assistance, the city has been reignited with a new monument to incompetence.
Thank you for this. I feel much better about myself now.
I have also secured some viable locations throughout the Outlands to serve as arenas. And don't get too comfortable. The future promises to be a bit fiery.
I think someone's here.
Oh, yes. A new legend has joined the fight. This little one and I share a common legacy. Pilot blood runs through her veins. This is Valkyrie.
Sending down hellfire.
She is as fearless as she is reckless. Friend or foe, make sure you look up as she takes the fight to the skies.
Your journey ends here, legends. The skies belong to me now.
The arenas are the ultimate test of skill and resolve. So I have a gift. The Bowcheck Compound Bow. This precision weapon requires patience and pinpoint consistency. It is made even deadlier with its 2 hop-up slots. Legends can combine shattercaps, splitting the arrow tip into a shotgun pattern, and Deadeye's tempo, allowing a faster draw when firing at the optimal pace. Master all of this, and you will become a true assassin.
You gotta take risks to be champ.
The need to prove superiority is instinctive. Hopefully, You can impress me. I'll see you in the arenas.
Olympus Security Perimeter Alert. Multiple unknown ships entering secure space. All personnel, please secure docking stations and prepare for arrival. Security forces on full alert.
Strap in, Mutie. Things are about to get mighty interesting.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the first of 2 days of the Trovo Titans Apex Legends Arena Tournament. I'm Big Hungry Phil, and joining me is Man of Class. Man of Class, welcome to the broadcast. Why don't you tell the nice people what they've got to look forward to?
Well, like you said, 2 days of Arena, Phil, and it's super exciting. Honestly, I'm super looking forward to this because it's such a new game mode. We've seen so little, organized gameplay on it. We've seen some play tests, for, of course, people streaming it, but, an organized place for teams to actually go head-to-head in arena matches, it's pretty new, and I'm very excited for it.
It is certainly a lot to be learned about this as a format, so why don't we take a look at exactly what it is that we've got running today. So here's the breakdown of our game format, and a couple of things to go over here. So we're going to be using the arena map pool. There are, I believe, 5 maps in rotation. We'll be getting onto how those are selected in just a little while. There's, of course, the standard arena 3v3 game mode. Teams coming from across the EU, and it's going to be a single elimination best of 3. So that's it, one false move and you are out of the tournament. So those 3 maps are really going to come in handy here. So moving on, let's have a look. Man of Class, what have we got for our players for taking part today?
Look, just by qualifying through these first 2 qualifiers, they're already coming away with, a few bucks. 50 euros if you just play. You don't even have to win your first game, which are today. But if you get higher, you are going to get into the money. First place, 900 euros. Second, 400. Third and fourth place get 200 euros. Then 5th through 8th get 100 euros. But they don't only get euros, Phil. Like, this prize pool is a little bit more interesting. What do they also get? They get Titan points. Those are the numbers you see next to it: 90, 40, 20, 10, and 5. Now, what are Titan points, Phil? It's super simple. Titan points are a cumulative, I wouldn't say currency, but cumulative scoring that you can get throughout the year to get on the Trovo Titans leaderboard. And the higher you get on the Titans leaderboard, the more points you get, the more rewards you can potentially get from that as well, which also return to cash and other prizes. Now, we do have a wonderful bracket for you with 16 teams, as you can see right here, and we're going to go through all these first matches today, if luck is with us. So we're going to be starting all the way in the top left here: Fire Beavers versus STAE or Stay, and then we're going to move down that line: Punisher SSS, Fatuto Il Pad, Bombarders, No Way BFF, Two Pizzas, Devoshki is Anime.
Careful.
And then we go to the right side, which is LFR, No Way KRL, and then down that list between the other 6 teams.
I think we're starting off here with a really explosive start to the day's games, because, of course, Fire Beavers looking good to be potentially the team that takes this, given their recent performance in ALGS. So this is, at least to me, feels like this is their tournament to lose. If they don't put up the numbers, this whole thing is blown wide open for the rest of our teams.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely one of those, and because it's arena as well, like the whole, we drop somewhere and then we loot and then we do a rotation and we play with circle, all that's kind of gone. I mean, yeah, there is still a circle mechanic in this game mode. It eventually comes into play, but a lot of it revolves way more around combat tactics. Where do you go? What weapons do you choose? What abilities are important? What compositions do you set up? which is a very different dynamic in arenas as it has been in the main game. And that's something we're going to be seeing throughout the day and also throughout tomorrow, that you're not going to see those exact same legends that you usually see in LGS be paired up. They're going to be more situational. They're going to be more geared towards this specific game mode.
There's a specific mechanic in this. For those of you that have never played this kind of arena format game, it's much different to the standard Apex Legends method of dropping in, finding loot, scrambling around, opening crates, etc. You have points available at the start of each round to pick up the equipment that you think is best suited for that, which can then be supplemented by doing well in the following round. So if you're looking to think, oh, well, it's always good to have a Wraith because her tactical ability and her ultimates are so good for repositioning around the map, that's still true, but they're not just on a cooldown anymore. Now you've actually got to pay for them. You've got to be much more careful about how you deploy that, where you put your money, and what the best way forward through the rest of the round is. And so we're still learning really like what the meta is here. We have some ideas already, but I think this is much more open to adaptation into what your opponent is ready. And Classy, thinking about what you know of the arena's game mode, what are we expecting to see from our teams? Like, what's the best pick here? What's your take on what the meta's going to be?
So, two legends that immediately jumped out during playtests already, and like later on as well, were Lifeline and Loba. Very simply put, is because they provide you with extra loot. Especially, Loba with her black market, she can actually put that up and make sure you can get the loot that comes out of the care package that just drops in, and also after that you when we think about Lifeline, she drops her own care package, so you get extra meds, you get an extra weapon that you don't have to pay for, so you get an ability which you have to buy the ability, that's fair, but you still do get that extra little bit of oomph that the other team will not have, which costs you less overall. And there are some other legends that come in, but it really depends on which map you go to. If you have a lot of high ground, you might go for something like a Pathfinder, maybe a Horizon if you really want to. But like there are some more mobility-based heroes especially for height that can be helpful. And then the weapon meta also comes into like, do you have range? Do you not have range? Like, what does it come down to? So there's a lot of different things that will really depend on which map we're going to go to. And we've got a really fun idea here. Teams don't get to pick which map they're playing on. No, that's our decision. And it's not even our decision. No, it's actually RNG. And let's see what the first map is going to be. It's going to be Fire Beavers versus Stay. And what are they going to have to play on, Phil? That's the big question we're all waiting for.
Well, let's find out. Let's throw to our map machine and see where it is that we're going to be going. And this is as much of a revelation as it is to us. So Octane here, getting ready to pull the lever. Let's see on the map machine where it is that we're looking to go out first. Okay, spin the wheels.
Lever if you can just do it.
Okay, interesting. Wow. Phase Runner, Thermal Station, and Party Crasher. Quite the little tour here of the Outer Worlds. Looking forward to seeing how this is going to affect what our players are looking to pick and how the games shake out. So for those of you, again, that are not used to playing in the arena's game modes, some of these are custom built, some of these are from the ground up designed to provide new space to play, and others are subsections. So you may see some familiar faces, some familiar spaces as we move through the map pool from the wider maps, from World's Edge, from Kings Canyon, etc. So that's our map pool locked in. Now, Classy, coming back to talking about what we're expecting to see from our players and from our legends, I want your take on this. So, Rampart,
sure,
very unfortunate place for Rampart in the meta. She's just, her kit is too static for the main game mode here. But I think it's worth pointing out that Amped Cover, the tactical ability here for Rampart, is only 50 materials. It is one of the cheapest abilities in the game, and I think in an environment where actually having that sort of deployable cover, that sort of breaking of line of sight that you typically associate with the Gibraltar Dome, I think there's a chance we actually see a place here finally in the meta for Rampart. Yeah. Do you think we're likely to see that, or is this blue sky thinking from me?
It's a lot. It comes a lot down to like what teams prefer playstyle wise. Like some teams just love running at their opponents, and if you have a team that loves running at you, and you can set up a turtle strategy with a rampart, you just put the barrier up. Maybe you have a Gibraltar first, just put down a dome to give you time to do things like that. You can actually do it. It's possible. It's even viable, you might say. Put a lifeline next to it, you get some extra loot, and you're ready to bunker. But that doesn't mean it's going to work out necessarily. I mean, there's plenty of different games that have similar mechanics of like you either run at them or you stay there and you hold position. And a lot of the time you do notice that slowing down the game is a lot harder than you might think. And only teams that are very practiced at that, which is hard to do in a game mode like this because it's so new, might actually pull that off. I'm happy to be surprised. I'm happy to see a lot of different things, but there is always that one team that will try it. I always say there is. I think there is, but there's enough legends that you might say that for many.
Yeah, I think we should be expecting a little bit of variety, and I believe we are about ready to go in and see what our teams are going to be running here today. So already out of the gates here, and well, so far just the Wingman and the Mozambique here to start with. Not a lot of sign of anybody else. In fact, looking to be single shots, relatively low-cost weapons across the board. Wingman, of course, is a fantastic starter, and some shots already coming through from Sunset. That's Sunset on Fire Beavers. Needs to be a little bit careful. Looks like there may be two people in this, and of course, he's coming up against a Gibraltar with that dome in play and with the gun shield available as well, which for STAE to stay, this is a great defensive position to be in, and already a huge amount of damage coming out here, Manaclass.
Yeah, there's a ton of damage flying around, but you can already see that they get so many shield cells in the beginning that this is not necessarily a lost fight. It does seem like Stay is bunkering up a little bit more. It is definitely Fire Beavers that are choosing to take the off angles. Oh, jumping in straight up, and Taskmaster going in hard together with the rest of the squad. And they do get some downs, but it's an even fight as long as that doesn't happen. That's Fire Beavers taking it away.
Yeah, that was over really, really quick. We were expecting that to maybe develop a little bit more. Possibly we'd see some of the rings start to come in, but that was very, very quickly played. So that's the first of three of this first game done, and that's got the way of Fire Beavers here. On to the next buy phase. Let's see what comes out here.
Yeah, we do still see that Wingman Mozambique coming out from a lot of players, and it is a fairly, it's a cheap thing. So the more you can combine with that, the more you can keep going with that without having to spend. It's a pretty helpful strategy to go with, basically. We do see some more flatlines come out now, though. You want that range, especially in a map like this, where that range is more present. There's not as much short-range cover. So, yeah, the Wingman is nice, but these assault rifles are going to be able to poke a little bit more, drain their resources, and get something going.
Yeah, I guess one of the other benefits here is that you can't just stack up on medkits and shield batteries and shield cells. They cost money unless you find them across the map, and they are across the map in limited supply here. So the more you can do to poke down and burn out those resources, the better, really. But the fight already developing here. Both teams coming hot out of the gates of the translocator. You see the Gibraltar dome down already, and casually, one hand on the stim, one hand on the Mozambique. That's going to be kills aplenty coming on through here, and the second game over and done very quickly here.
Yeah, you do see that the same thing that happened kind of twice in a row now, where Fire Beavers are playing a fairly mobile team. If you have a Pathfinder as well as an Octane, yeah, that's just going to provide a lot of mobility. They put the jump pad in straight away, so Taskmaster can jump in as well, and they just shoot from range, put some pressure on the opponent, jump in, and finish it off with Mozambiques a lot of the time, because that's the reload that you don't have to do for that, and it just seems to be working. It's a very it's a very simple strategy, but as long as Stay is not pushing back, as long as they're not making moves of their own, it's going to probably keep working.
Yeah, and you've got to look at just the sheer amount of mobility that is here for Fire Beavers. Actually being relatively well mirrored here by Stay, but Fire Beavers are using this much more effectively. They're being very aggressive. Flatline and Mozambique yet again here. Mozambique very cheap, relatively easy to upgrade. A lot of punch at short range if you're into that fight. Probably worth putting in the money compared to stacking up something like an Everate or a Mastiff. In a good position here. But now we're slowing things down a little bit. Stay happy to stay back a little ways. A lot of damage comes through there from Hayes. There's going to be Sunset that's knocked down first, and PV Thunder getting the opening pick. Good aggression here coming through from Stay. Closing in, haven't found the knock yet. Shield dancing for all their worth here from Dar. And they've already got a player down. Hayes not able to survive through that, but they will make that work. Stay able to get a point on the board.
Yeah, it was a very chaotic finish, of course, in the end again. But this time they managed to finally use that Gibraltar bubble effectively. I mean, that's like been the problem that they've been having so far, is that Gibraltar bubble doesn't quite find the timing to come out. And if you can't use the Gibraltar bubble to shield dance, to use as cover, to basically, turtle up, as we calling it before, it's going to be a hard time making the Gibraltar work as a whole. Like, it's really that bubble what it comes down to, and the usage was finally appropriate, as we call it. Now we are going to see some more longer range weapons, if my eyes are not deceiving me, from at least from Thunder. Let's see if they're able to do that. It's all about slowing down that approach, and I think that last time around they did that well, and hopefully they can, well, for them at least, they can sustain that.
Yeah, I guess almost thinking about it as like a dive. You want to bait them in, drop the shield, and then use the shield to your advantage so that you've got your cooldowns and abilities, and they don't. You control the high ground. You see the flatline upgraded quite a lot there. Moving back over to Taskmaster. Flatline and Eva 8 this time rather than the Mozambique. Barima, I believe that is, looking at the kanji there. R99 of the Mozambique. And straight through the shield, so that red tinged damage coming through means that someone's going to step back, pop the shield. Dar's managed to close the distance. Again, some unblocked damage here. And now that we've got the Gibraltar Dome out, a little second here just to pause, reset, wait for that to come back in. But of course, this is not going to last forever. They don't have infinite time here just to stop and wait for that to come back. And we are going to see Fire Beavers looking to reposition. And it's the spray and pray. One knocked already. Hayes down as well. The swap to the shotgun. And Fire Beavers, they're going to come out of that 3-1. They've got the 2-point lead they need to win. Round 1 here. Of course, this is far from the end of it. We'll potentially have 2 more games coming through for the best of 3. So it's now down to Stay to try and make this work in their favor.
And going over to Thermal Station next, but it did keep going that same direction. It is constantly Fire Beavers that are taking the initiatives. They are the ones making, a move, and it's the constant reaction that comes out from Stay. That doesn't mean that Stay cannot do that. Like we saw them do it in one round, but it's still 1 out of 3, or 1 out of 4, technically, if you want to talk about it. So 25% win rate with that strategy. They might want to make a bit of a swap. Of course, we are going to Thermal Station next. It's a very different environment. There's some more environmental hazards in the first place. But there also is a little bit more opportunity to make use of different high grounds to actually take a position and make the other team come at you that way. So whereas that wasn't really the case in the past map, maybe Stay can actually use that to their advantage and maybe, more effectively bunker up, build a nest for themselves maybe, or they could just choose to go with something different, use their long range weapons more effectively. There's a lot of different options for them, and it just depends on what they prefer to do.
I suppose one of the subtleties that we missed here in discussing how the arena game mode works is that for that initial exchange, that first of 3 within each of our games, you are locked into those legends. Once you've made your selection, you've got to play all of those rounds. You can only swap when we move on to the next game in the series. So having seen the relative lack of success of the comp that Stay were running here, you're right, I think we should see some sort of adaptation coming through for them. But I think there is still some merit to the bunker comp, as you described, particularly with the high ground that we've got in play. But I don't know if Gibraltar is really what you want here. I wonder if they maybe want to look into something like getting the gas traps from Caustic. Let's get some pylons out from the Watson. Maybe even, and fingers crossed here, for a Rampart possibly in the mix, if they can take the advantage and get to that high ground, those defensive positions first. But of course, we've seen Fire Beavers be pretty quick off the mark and pretty aggressive here. So Stay really need to figure out how to bunker up and how to bunker up quickly if that's the approach they're going to take.
Yeah, totally. It's always a question. Like, we really never really know until we get into the game. But if you are thinking about these players, they are competitive players. They think about the game a lot. They do want to make these adaptations. I don't think Fire Beavers are, because like we said, they really don't need to. But Stay, I think they're going to be talking to each other right now. They have a few minutes, make sure they get a little bit of time to talk about these things, and to also figure out, well, thermal station. We've played on this map before. Are we going to change anything compared to our previous map or not?
And of course, Thermal Station being one of those maps that is taken from the wider map pool, a subsection of the World's Edge map. And looking at the icons on the side, it seems like we've already got some fire exchanged here. It's going to be R99 of Mozambique for Hayes, and a bit of a swap here of initial equipment, making sure everybody is kitted out with the ability to get back into the fight if they take a bit of initial damage. Long-range poke comes through. Hayes takes a lot of damage onto the shield. Now we'll have to wait, and Fire Beavers now know exactly where Stay are.
Yeah, I mean, both teams kind of know where the other team is at this stage, but it is definitely Stay that are, again, just taking a position. It's up to Fire Beavers to move in. It's going to be a bit harder to move in. They can't really do it as linearly. They really need some abilities or take some damage like they're doing right here. So at least this is a little bit more slowly. It drains their resources somewhat. And Stay could potentially abuse this, but they are just in this room right now. And they have Mozambiques and R99s, which are pretty good for the close range fight. It doesn't really mean you're not going to be overwhelmed regardless. No grenades on either side. Maybe that's a silver lining.
And of course, they will have the Gibraltar here, but we were talking about this in the inter-round break. There's no real bunker-up capacity here. They don't have any of those defensive abilities. All they've got is that Gibraltar shield to allow them to get a bit of space as they move past that shield. But of course, that's a benefit for both Stay and for Fire Beavers here. And I think Fire Beavers are fairly happy just to wait out the clock on this one. We'll see the ping come through there from Barrymer. Well, like they didn't know where they were already. Now they're definitely sure they know where they are. It's the adaptation from Barrymer picking up the Bloodhound here, and they are more than happy to wait. There's no pressure here for Fire Beavers. They're just going to wait for the ring to come in or for Stay to get itchy feet and start to move out. A bit of a juke there from Stay. Need to be careful because those doors are destructible, and once those are down, they get a lot more vulnerable.
A charged up Peacekeeper as well coming out there. Like, they're just waiting with these shotguns, and I think like they've sort of realized this is just where we're going at this stage. Every single time it's going to use the Bloodhound scan, just be ready to pounce on you whenever you're just sitting in a room. They've also got the circle with them. Like, Stay has to move out here. They have to make a move, and they really don't want to, but they're going to have to.
So there is one benefit here from this sort of waiting tactic that Stay have taken, is that Barrymer no longer has any charges left on the Eye of the Allfather. And so they do now have something of an option to get out of trouble. And they're going to start to make this rotation and come out the back door, rotate round the legs of the thermal station. And that's going to be a very early dome here. But they're going to need that for Hayes to actually get some shielding back in, even if they have the shield available. So they've made the rotation. I don't think they're in any better position. And the ring comes in. It forces them out of the shield. The reposition comes in from Dar. And Dar is down. And Fire Beavers, patient as you like, wait to Stay to make the steps. And that is it. 1 point on the board on game 2 for Fire Beavers.
That was, simply put, the wrong play. And if you want to make your opponent come to you, that's fair. Like, you're completely fine to make a play. You're completely fine to say, okay, we're going to sit here and make them come to us. But if you were on the edge of the zone, you're going to be outside of the circle before your enemy team. They're never going to come to you because they can just wait until you have to leave that building, wait until you have to leave that bunker. So you cannot always rely on the RNG to be with you in that situation. And Stay, yeah, it's just too passive. They need to make a move here, and it feels like they just are not. I'm not saying not willing, but it's like they don't dare to do anything. It's a really strange dynamic that's going on right now, where Fire Beavers are just going for target practice almost.
You've got to be pretty worried if you'll Stay here, because Fire Beavers, again, with that second place of the ALGS, you know they've got the mechanics to make this work with pretty much whatever composition they would like to run here. We'll see. Thunder actually land a few shots there, looking to burn down some resources. Sonar very helpfully showing exactly where the enemy Bloodhound is, as if there was any doubt about that in an arena this small. Ooh, look at that, like a laser from Taskmaster. Found a lot of damage, and Fire Beavers are actually making the rotation in and through this central position. The Gibraltar Dome is down. Taskmaster runs in to flush them out. Takes a lot of damage here, has to use the Gibraltar Dome themselves, but finds the rotation, gets the click in, and that's going to be another very quick round here for Fire Beavers.
Yeah, this is another one, and at this stage, I'm not really surprised anymore. And I want to see Stay just try and find a solution, because even if you don't win anymore, there's nothing really much left to lose at this stage, right?
No.
Like you're in a spot where you're 1 map down, you're 2 rounds down. Every single round, if you lose a round now, it's just over. So you might as well play like you've got nothing to lose, which is almost the case. And I just want to see something crazy like that, like a really weird who's going to run at you, like a weird, maybe a very aggressive nade strat. Maybe they pick up something really cool, like weapon-wise. You can already see the Spitfire here on Thunder. Like, those are things you want to see.
That's not a great start. You've definitely got to be playing like you've got the thickest neck in the lobby, but man, Fire Beavers just absolutely takes Day to task, and that is them going to be securing Game 2. That puts them 2-0 in the first of 2 series, and that's going to be them moving forward in the bracket. Very quick.
Yeah, almost a perfect run. I mean, they lost that 1 round on the previous map, but other than that, it really didn't look like a whole sweat for the Fire Beavers. So, I would say it's normal that they do that well in Thermal Station. It is in the name. They do work with that heat a little bit, quite well, but it's also sort of expected, right? Like you said, they have those mechanics. They have that work as a team. They're one of the I wouldn't say they're one of the few teams that comes in like as a unit, but they're definitely a team that has been together for a while, that has performed, that has gotten results as a team. A lot of these other teams are either less known, less accomplished, have been together for not as long, or are just made up of a few different players from all walks of life, so to speak. And that is just an advantage that's hard to deal with.
I think if we were looking at this lineup of what we've got currently playing in the bracket, maybe a month, 2 months ago, we'd be looking at Game of Drones as potentially a competitor here, because they're a team that have been playing together for a while, but unfortunately they've had a bit of a rebuild. They recently lost Hide the Pain Harold, HTP Harold, and so they've rebuilt around Jules. 2 new players who I'm confident to be playing with Jules must have a relatively good pedigree, but they just don't have the same amount of hours in the game that we see from Fire Beavers here, and it's always going to be difficult to make that work, unfortunately. And I think taking a second to talk about the way that Stay approached that, do you think that with this approach of we just run at the opponent, look to reposition, look to outposition them, and just get the fight over and done with quickly, do we think that's going to be a repetition across the bracket today?
I think there's always going to be one team that takes more initiative than the other. Whether it is the same team every round, that's a different story, right? Like, you're always going to have the one team that has more aggression out of it, because they're going to put that pressure on the enemy team. And one of the teams will always take the extra load of damage first, which means they have to recover, try and get some batteries off, etc. They have to slow down the pace of the game. So that's a dynamic that will naturally happen. But I do hope that it's not going to be as consistently a one-sided affair as we had with Fire Beavers, where the other team just from the get-go decides that they're not going to take initiative. Because while that is a strategy, which we discussed before as well, it doesn't feel conducive to the way that Apex Legends as a whole is played. Waiting for your opponent to come to you isn't really how this game plays out a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think from looking at ALGS, you do occasionally see teams that use a technological legend to establish where the next ring is going to be, move ahead and take up a good position, try and snipe people on the way through, burn through them resources. Or you tend to see teams that play just at the edge of the ring and take almost the opposite approach of gathering resources on their way through. Neither of those is really an option here. There's no big rotations across the map as the circle comes in. The circle itself is relatively small. The arena itself is obviously relatively small. And there's just nowhere to hide in a game mode like this. So, yeah, I think we are going to see a lot more of this sort of high initiative, high tempo play coming through over the next rounds. We do have our next 2 teams locked in as we move down the bracket. We're going to be seeing Punisher SSS against Fatuto Il Pad, and I'm afraid my Italian not quite good enough to pick out a translation of that on the fly, Classy.
No,
I just hope
same
it's
for
something
me.
we should be
I
saying.
can go it in. I was gonna say I can throw it into the Google Translate really quickly, but I don't think we're gonna get much out of that. It feels like this is one of those colloquialisms that doesn't really translate well, and even if it does, you can't find the translation properly online. Maybe we'll find out. If they win, we can maybe ask them after and be like, well, we want to give you proper credit for the name, but they first got to get through, of course, Punishers, and after that they would have to play against Fire Beavers. So there is definitely some more games for them to play. But let's start with their game today. Punishers, and then SS, or Punisher Triple S. I don't know, whatever you want to call
Again,
them.
another name that we've got to get cleared up after the game, I think.
Right. And then we have Fatuto Ilpad on the other side. I'm looking forward to this. And but of course, like, this is not the only thing we're doing here. This is Trovo Titans, not Trovo Apex Legends. So Trovo Titans is a little bit wider than that. Of course, right now we are doing this arena finals. Tomorrow is day 2, same starting time, 5 CEST. But this weekend, we're also starting with the €2,500 Brawl Stars 3v3 tournament. And Brawl Stars, fascinating game, Phil. It's so fun to watch, like, because it looks so cartoony, but the gameplay you get out of it is really fun to watch. It's very dynamic. And of course, if you think you have what it takes on Brawl Stars, make sure you find the info on the trovotitans.live channel.
And of course, there's more than just that. We do, of course, have the Trovo Titans referral code for joining the referral program. If you're a referred streamer, you can level up gems. You can earn gems as you level up. And what do gems earn you? Classy, that's right. Gems earn you cold hard cash in your account. So starting at level 1 referred streamer here, that's 1,000 gems, all the way up to 20,000 gems, with 100 gems roughly equaling $1 here. That's through use of the referral code Trovo Titans. So of course, you're getting more than just high octane esports here today. You will of course have that opportunity to go and make use of this referral code and start your own journey through the Trovo live platform. Coming back, looks like we I want to talk like the way this bracket is split into 4. Like, I think we're looking at this as we are currently in the quadrant of death here for Fire Beavers. So Punishers, SSS, Fatuta Ilpad. Obviously, we don't know a huge amount about these teams. The players themselves are not players that we are used to seeing either in ALGS or any of the other tier 2 tournaments below ALGS, and so we don't really have a lot to say about what we expect this match would be until the rubber really meets the road and we start to see these teams coming out and actually showing us what they're made of. But what we do know is that coming up after that, it's going to be a very difficult road, because we have to see them go up against Fire Beavers, who very handily took stay in a 2-0, only dropping 1 round here. So it's going to be a difficult task for anybody in this particular quadrant. And looking down the list, I think the next team that we're really going to be looking out for is, again, Game of Drones, just based on the legacy of that team and, of course, the history of Jules still being on the roster as the rosters have changed around them. And it looks like, man of class, we are ready to call on Octane one more time here to give that map machine a bit of a kicking and see where we're headed next. I was fully expecting him to pull the lever here, but no, it's going to be a little more violent than that. Straight in, and let's see where we're headed to. First, hopefully we get to see a little more of the maps coming through, and we are going to be starting on the Phased Runner yet again here, then onto Golden Gardens, and finally onto Artillery. So, Phased Runner the same way that we started our previous round, and from there, we get to see a little bit more of the world of Apex Legends.
I do really like Phase Runner as a map. I do think it's very conducive to the way this game mode is played. On the other hand, it also really provides you with a lot of opportunity to go for the longer range game modes, gameplay. It's not... You can't really run at the opponent as easily. Of course, Fire Beavers did prove us wrong, but I do expect that to be a little bit harder in the coming maps. But especially, Golden Garden and Artillery, those are maps I'm really looking forward to. They have a lot more... They actually have legitimate places where you can go up and down high ground. And they also have like a legitimate way to play around those. Artillery, you rarely see teams actually not be on those 2 big buildings. It's basically standard. Go over to the gallery on the left or the right, depending on where you start. But Golden Gardens, it has a lot more dynamic to that high ground, where it actually is more layered. You can go into like the first building, the second building, etc. Like, it's actually floors to it. So those are going to be different environments to fight in. But we're going to start on Phase Runner again. Like you said, maybe we get map 3, but we're going to at least go to that Golden Garden stage after. And it's fascinating to me seeing what these teams will do, both in terms of legend choices, but also weapon choices, because it might matter. If you have a longer range to play with, might be seeing some longbows come out.
Yeah, finally. Of course, the longbow itself, I believe, a relatively expensive weapon in the overall economy here. In fact, I think that's 600 to start with. There's only one weapon more expensive than that, and that's the charge rifle. So probably not viable on the first round. And if you want to upgrade that, requires a big performance in your opening rounds to get that working. So maybe we don't see teams invest into that quite so early on, unless of course they are really feeling themselves and they've really got some sort of high-profile sniper on the roster. But it is looking like it is time to get ready to go into our first round here. And of course, we'll be starting on the Phase Runner map. Let's see what we get coming out of the gates here for our two teams, Fatuto Ilpad and Punisher SSS. Looking to be an aggressive start, and it's
noting as well. Ooh, love it. I love this aggressive start, like you're saying, really coming out of it.
Okay, we've got a Wraith in the mix here from Matva.
Yeah, they tried to go aggro, but they really pushed back here. It's a good job from the other team. They're collecting their resources as much as they can to make sure they have enough to buy some cool weapons and utility in the next round. You can already see the scout being pulled out. Very different from the...
Interesting that we've got sort of a much more slower pace style holding the corners here, particularly from Crook's Ale there. People being relatively patient here compared to what we saw from Fire Beavers in the previous round. It's really a case of just getting resources out of the way before that push comes through. We'll have one Gibraltar Dome left here for Punisher, for Juhani GG on Punisher's SS. That's Team 1. Fatuta Ilpad are going to be momentarily listed as Team 2. We'll, of course, have one Wraith Portal here available for Matva. Has a nice angle here, knows exactly where the opponent is, pops the reload, goes around the strut, lands a lot in, has to go for the reload and gets knocked down here. I believe that was a 1-for-1. Matva and Zig is both down here. Good use there of the knockdown shield. Unfortunately, damage coming around just to that final pixel, and it's down to Daikar here. Daikar, the only one left for Punisher SSS. For Ilpad can push here and maybe get themselves in a pretty good position to get an early game. A lot of damage comes through. Daikar in a good position now. Reloads the R99, closes the distance up on the high ground, spots them coming through, finds the first, finds the second, gets the knock, and that's going to be round one going the way of Fatuta Ilpad.
Nice, nicely played. And like you started to talk about a little bit, the more longer range poke. You do see the weapons that help with that as well, right? In the first round, we saw Mozambiques, we saw Wingman, some R99s. Like it's harder to really fight that longer range poke with it. The Wingman kind of does it, but this round we saw the scouts come out. We saw a little bit more of the wish to fight on range. A little bit more so, I would say, from Fatuto Ilpad than it was from Punishers, but Punishers definitely tried to come. I think the Punishers were the one that were aggressing. We could see the more hold on the other side, especially from Microx.
Well, more of the same here. R99 and Mozambique, and I like this from Matva with the particular skill set that the Wraith has as a pick. Allows them to really get in and close the distance and get some spray and get some punches in with the Mozambique. And we are going to pop that tactical early, but it looked like it wasn't to aggress. It looked like it was maybe to get a bit of a wraparound here and take a wider approach. We'll see that come through, and Matva takes a lot of damage here. We'll have to stop and pop the shield battery, but that's already a lot of resources flushed out. That's going to be unfortunate. Connection there with the Arc Star, and Zigger's in a bit of trouble here. Actually picks up the Horizon. We've not seen Horizon come through yet today, and we're not going to be seeing an awful lot more of that. Now Crooksail down, and as quick as I can call it, the round is over.
Yeah, Punisher's going for that double round straight away, and they are the aggressors. It once again proves that the team that takes that initiative, that makes those moves, that isn't waiting for the other one, are the ones that are coming out on top so far. And as much as I was hoping to see some more long-range fire come out, it eventually still keeps coming down to who gets closest to start that spray initially. Because whoever makes that move first seems to be the winner. And Punishers, I mean, one more round and they'll have won the first map.
Yeah, there's not a lot to do. These rounds have been over relatively quickly, that second round in particular, and if Punisher can keep up this pace, it's going to be a very quick second game here in the bracket as they move forward into Firebeaver. So due to Ilpad, they've really got to step things up now. So we're on to the purple armor here. And we've got the longbow coming in here for iCrooks. Not on the high ground, so not a huge amount of angles for them to take with this. So let's see how that works for them. Ooh, works pretty well. 95
nice
with one bullet.
That's why you pick it up. You know, it's the longbow. You hit a few good shots at that range, and they cannot continue their approach. As soon as you hit that one shot, they have to stop. They have to take those heals, because otherwise they'll never make it to the rest of your team. And I like this strategy. We saw them try it with the scout earlier, but this might be a better strat. Now that they get close, though, oh, Icrux, under so much pressure, cannot retreat in time. The mobility is too high in the side of Punishers. It looks like this is going to be a short affair.
Wow. Punisher SS and Matfer 9 particularly there is kind of the tip of the spear, running interference and buying space for the rest of the team to get more long, slow damage in over the top. Just absolutely overwhelmed Fatuta Ilpad there. That's a 3-0. Nothing on the board there for Fatuta Ilpad. Punisher now technically match point, as this is best of 3. One more of those rounds goes their way, and that's it. They're over and done. Very quick. Obviously, we didn't know a lot about these teams coming into it, but on the basis of that first map set, Punisher SSS looking like the stronger team here.
Yeah, so far they are, and stronger. I think again, I don't think it's necessarily true to call them the stronger team, but they are just the decisive and initiative-taking team, right? So if that keeps being true in the following map and potentially the map after, it's going to be very hard to fight back from Fatutulpad. But you did see that a map like this that has a relatively flat surface where there isn't a lot of high ground to run away up to set camp on with a sniper like that, you are not really able to pull off the strategy that you wanted to with that longbow, with that scout. And the next two maps might provide a lot more opportunity for it, especially if there's nothing that can really vertically transport Punishers. Then Fatutu Ilpad might have a better chance to, especially with Icrux, pull off those sniper plays.
Yeah, I think you've got to be really thinking about how you adapt not only into that map, but to what Punishers were doing. And what I noticed from Punisher was they were running Matver as not a distraction, because Matver was getting a lot of damage in. A distraction doesn't do that. A distraction is just like, look at me, shoot at me, ignore the guys do the damage. But it doesn't give you time. When you've got Matver in your face, and when you know that Matver has a way out with the tactical ability, you don't have the brain capacity, you don't have the space to stop and think about what the damage is coming in from other players on the team. And how you start to mitigate that if you're Fatuta Ilpad, I think is a question that we don't really have an answer for, other than trying to mirror this and put their top fragger in a position where they can do exactly the same role here and be more of a distraction for Punishers to deal with. For me, that seems the most likely way to counter that. I think there isn't really there's not a specific legend pick that stops or that improves your chances of surviving that. And so I think they just need to up the tempo of their gameplay here, Classy.
Yeah, they definitely do. And, tempo is something you can control, like you said, and that tempo does come down to, you have to push them back or start pushing yourself. And I do actually think that if the rest of Fatutu Ilpad is able to make that space for Icrux to do more of the sniping, instead of kind of being on the flank and waiting for the rest of the enemy to come at you, that might be more helpful. Making space for your sniper is a very normal tactic, because that way you can push them out of cover. You can push them into a line of sight for your sniper. It's exactly what you want. Plus, your sniper is less likely to get jumped because you're pushing them away instead of the other way around.
Moving on to Golden Gardens now. A couple of swaps coming through. Fatuta Ilpad and Punishers now both running the Bloodhound here, so a lot of information on display. And it's immediately the high ground pick here for Zigis with the alternator. Yeah. Finds at least some suppressing fire, if no significant damage through on that one. And,
the octane pick on the other side is also very normal. I mean, the Wraith doesn't provide the ability to jump on these high grounds. The octane with the jump pad, it just gives them the ability to engage if they want to, even with from a longer range. They can take that jump pad and engage that way. But you do see Punishers are fighting an uphill battle, quite literally. And this is exactly what Fatutu Ilpad is liking. I think this map is going to be working out way more in their favor. And it's going to be up to the Punishers to try and find a flank route, try and find a way to engage on this.
They need to be careful to move as a unit here. They can't quite invest the same resources into sending Matver forward and just allowing them to be a distraction, because they're looking to move here with the Gibraltar. And to get value out of that Gibraltar Dome, you need all three of your team together. because it's not got a huge range. And speaking of huge range, Fatuto Ilpad, Investigatore there with the scout, actually gets all the way through the shield. And this is certainly looking a lot more competent from Fatuto Ilpad, although Investigatore has taken a lot of damage on the way through. Out comes the ping from the Bloodhound. The distance is closed. The stim runs out now, and it's the Mozambique with the shield dance there, but it's Investigatore on their own. Looking a lot more proactive here from Fatuto Ilpad, but Punisher just meets that aggression, locks hands, and pushes them back the way they came.
It was the move, right? They took a lot of damage on the side of Punisher SS, and Fatuto Ilpad, especially Investigatore, thought, okay, we got to move on this, but the distance to move on it, as well as the Gibraltar bubble, just denied them to actually doing it. And that was very unfortunate, because that could have been a great play, could have been a very nice aggression play. Unfortunately, a Gibraltar bubble, as well as just seeing you coming for that long of a time, is it's going to be to your detriment. Now, of course, they're going to be able to take a high ground again. They're going to definitely try to do that. Investigatore already running as fast as they can to get it. A little bit of resources out of that. Oh, missed it. Go back. And already being shot at. I think the high ground might be denied here.
I think it may well be. They need to be a little bit quicker off the mark onto the high ground, because we've seen Ikrux already out of shields. We're seeing Exigis down on the low ground. Punishers already have the high ground here. It's going to be very difficult for the Fatuto Ilpad to actually close the distance and get this done, because this is wide open space all around this house. So without some sort of big, heavy movement ability, or without the Gibraltar Dome from Fatuto Ilpad to allow them to close that gap, it's a shooting gallery here for Punishers, and they can just take their time and wear Fatuto Ilpad down as they look to come in.
Definitely should be able to, but it's not always as easy. But there's going to be an aggressive move here from Matfa, as we are used to. The Octane is out. Nice shots with the wingman. A few more shots will do it.
Man,
round two most likely going to them.
So casual and almost disrespectful about the way that Matfa was able to do that. One hand on the gun, one hand on the stimmy, and that was it. No pressure, no sweat at all here. And this is right at the thin of the wedge here for Fatuto Ilpad. If they can't get this next round to go their way, that is it. They are out of the bracket, and it's forward for Punisher SSS.
They're looking a lot better on this map, but it does seem like they're so reliant on high ground, and they're kind of waiting for an opening all the time that it's almost impossible to find it. Like, they need to meet their perfect conditions in order to be able to pull off what they're trying to do here, and they just haven't found them yet. Like, that timing, the ability to do damage at the right range, it's all decision making, and it's all timing, and that's a tough one to pull off for them at the moment. You see Matfa, Giovanni, and Big Daikar already moving in, but their high ground is now more controlled for Fatuto Ilpad at least.
But they've already taken a lot of damage here. Investigatore, again, kind of the tip of the spear here. Luckily, that health will come back automatically due to the passive there. Zigis, sadly, not such a lucky position. That is now down to using resource to try and get that healed up. Matfa did take a bit of a beating there as well, but Purple Shield's now back up to full, means that there is a lot of survivability. And it seems like Matfa has an idea that there's somebody up here. Carefully checking corners. Didn't check them quite carefully enough. Up on the highest of high grounds there. Took a bit of damage on the way through. Still, Punisher's looking relatively healthy here. And Fatuto Ilpad, not really pushing them to the extent that they may like. Not quite able to mantle up that corner there for Daiko. It's a difficult one to make. We'll eventually get it. And that's where you see the passive ability for the Bloodhound really start to pay dividends. It means they know exactly where they need to go to climb the hill and start to find a way up. But they are now down Daikar. With the duck and the dodge, has that tactical bubble up on the top, has the gun shield, and just casually face tanks that damage and gets the knock. Ooh. The Matfa's still alive here for Punishers. And it's down to, is this the 1v1 or is this the 2v1? Okay, we're gonna knock that down. We're going in here with the knockdown shield. That's gonna allow. Oh, it is the 1v1. Ziggy's looking maybe a little bit healthier here. Matfa in a great position, though. Gets the drop down, rounds the corner. There's interference being run here by the knockdown shields. There's the crack. Matfa gets the final pick, and that is it. A quick 6-0 here. The Punisher SS versus Fatuto Ilpad.
that was a lot of opportunity there to potentially get that win. Matfa was missing a lot of shots with that wingman, and if there's one thing that the wingman is very easily punished for, is if you miss too many shots. Like, the hit rate there kind of should have gone in the other way, but I guess that just shows that there is that definitive gap between Punisher SSS, Fatuto Ilpad. It was a 3-0 blowout in 2 maps, which means that Fatuto Ilpad, unfortunately, only gets away with the $50 and I think 5 Titan points as well. It's still something. They're still on the leaderboard somewhere, but unfortunately, they cannot really raise that amount anymore. That's already for the first 2 games down of the day, Phil.
That's right. We are 2 games down. Of course, we've got a lot more action coming your way. We're going to give our team's chance to stretch their legs, get some water, and get ready for the next round of matches. We're going to do the same, so we'll be back after a short break.
might be better strat. Now that they get close, though. Oh, I crushed it.
Well, what a way to re-enter the next half of this, being headbutted by a man with a mustache. And we had two men with beards here to bring you the next round of the Apex Legends Arena. So we did just see El Fatuto Il Pad fall down to Punisher SSS. Let's have a look and see what that means for the rest of the bracket going forwards. Well,
yeah,
of course,
only had 2 games
Beavers
today.
and Punisher SSS coming up next in the next round. But next game that we get to see is Bombarders versus No Way BFF.
It sure is, because of course tomorrow is when those quarterfinals, semifinals, and grand finals will actually be played. Today, we're only doing the first round of everything. Bombarders and No Way BFF is up next, and then afterwards 2 pizzas and Deboshki Izanime. And I'm looking forward to those. I mean, it's still, we keep talking about these teams that we don't really know, or players that we don't really know on these teams. And the more we get of those, the more we get to know them. And in this new game mode, I think that playing field is so much more equalized than if we just be playing regular rounds of Apex Legends. There's a lot of teamwork involved, a lot of communication, but because there's a lot of these new mechanics, these new dynamics, different legends that are more viable, you do get other players and other teams that find more success there than they otherwise might.
Mm-hmm. Quite right, and I think you're right to highlight the fact that we actually get to learn a little bit more about these players as time goes on. Of course, in the standard Battle Royale mode, if you've got a chance to observe one team for more than about 30 seconds at a time, well, that's a very, very slow game of Apex Legends. So, Bombarders versus No Way BFF. Let's have a look. Let's check in with Octane and see where we're going to be going for our first map. And that kick coming through. Looks like we've got a momentary hitch in the machine. Don't worry, we've got our best engineers on it. We'll give that another kick so that it's ready for Octane to give that a kick as well. We have seen the phase relay come up first a couple of times in a row now, Maniclass. Would like to see something a little different come up and maybe push our players in a new direction.
Totally. I've been super excited to see Artillery. I think that is the most familiar as well to a lot of players, because it's such an iconic place in Kings Canyon. It's something that everyone's been on, everyone's played there plenty of times. The hours there are numerous for most players, but that doesn't mean that it plays plays out in the exact same way. Of course, you don't have that whole loot dynamic. You know exactly where you're dropping in the first place. It becomes a way more interesting battleground when you look at it in a context of arenas. But we also, of course, do have Party Crasher, which is a pretty fun map to be on. That is the one that's one of those that's specifically meant for arena, much more than something like Artillery is. And it really feels like that's a proper one to get. But so far, we've seen 3 different maps, so we still have a few more to go. And Octane has kicked the bucket. We gotta get Artillery. And Party Crasher, maybe we get Party Crasher. We're definitely going to get Artillery.
Yeah, depends how close this matchup is. So Golden Gardens, we've seen how that one plays out. Artillery, whilst you may be familiar with Artillery from its use in the main game mode, how it plays out in arenas, a little bit different. So, a lot of enclosed space, a lot of high ground, a lot of high to low ground transition available for Artillery. Thinking about that, what do you think that says about the legends that we're likely to see here, Classy?
So a lot of Artillery usually comes down to how long can you hold your high ground, and who can that's the most important part, is who can take over that gallery that is next to both those big buildings, who can take that over. Because if you have control over that, you have way more control over the rest of the map in terms of high ground. High ground is always a thing. We all know the meme. It's always there. High ground is just a decisive advantage no matter how you look at it. So if you can take over that gallery first, if you can be the team that is on there and takes control there, you're going to have high ground control no matter where the circle goes almost. And that is why teams will mostly go there. However, there are different options. You could also say, I'm going to stick on one of these buildings, hope the circle's with me. I'm going to go to one of the bunkers on the side. You can even just choose to go on the inside behind the giant wall that's in the way and figure out how to play up the stairs there. There's a lot of fun close combat potential too. But overall, you are going to see more potential for snipers and wingmans and just the longer range single shot weapons.
So it feels to me like we're expecting to see more high-speed, high-mobility legends loaded in that can take that high ground first, and then it becomes a literal race to the top. We did see Stay in our first game try and play that slightly more bunkerish style by taking that central position in the middle of the map where they had those nice clear entryways. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out for them. So I think it's going to take another step up in caliber of team to really make that play style work out, when taking the high ground quickly and in a dominating fashion seems to be the more direct route to victory at the minute.
I do think that Fatuto Ilpat's playstyle that they had, which didn't work out for them there, would have worked out a little bit better on artillery. The routes of approach are far more limited on these high grounds. It's not as easy to sneak up on an opponent, and you can already see here that at least well, both teams really want to go to that gallery, go aggressive, and that's a good move. But they are going to be facing off straight away for that. Hack and taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, that was maybe a few too many missed shots there from Hakan, unfortunately. Looks like he got out of that more or less intact, though I think they had to burn one of their tacticals just to get into range to make that happen. And we're going to see things slow down a little bit here, but the high ground already taken now by Bombarders. No Way BFF, I believe, have mirrored high ground. And we're going to wait until somebody finds out where somebody else on another team is.
So Bombarders team 1, No BFF team 2. No Way BFF trying to, they're trying to find a different way of approach here. Like I said, the gallery's been taken over. That's not going to be theirs anymore. And now they're going to hope that potentially they can wait with the circle. They can find a different route up there. They do seem to have found some way to make it, but it's not going to be as easy as you think, because Bombarders just held up there.
Yeah, this is much, much slower than we've seen from our other teams so far today. But of course, we will see the option to play this slowly taken away from our teams. And as the ring starts to close, they'll find the ability to play in those spaces a little bit tricky. So let's wait for that to close in. And hopefully one of our teams makes a preemptive jolt here. Interesting that we've got the Hemlock locked in here as well. It's the first time we've seen that in the... well, this is match number 3 now, with the 3 matches we've seen today. Ooh, good use of the high ground. Nice couple of shots in. I think we actually heard the armor break. And that is a commanding position there. Oh dear, a lot of damage comes through. The Gibraltar Dome is out. Blacklow is down, is down, and it looks like Bombarders take the lead and take the first map in the series.
Yeah, not surprising. They did have that dominant position from the get-go, and it is really up to No Way BFF to try and find a way to either they have to take that high ground first, like that's the one option they have, or they have to try and find a way to challenge that high ground or get them off that high ground. Of course, they do have a lot of vertical mobility. They have both the Pathfinder as well as the Horizon, so they should be able to get up there if they want to. But just getting up there isn't enough. Like, you still need to be able to put enough pressure out to force the other team to get up there. So far, they haven't been able to do that. And of course, what is it? Black Elo H is going to be able to... it's going to be able to get there really quickly because they are that octane. Their mobility is unprecedented.
Dangerous decision there to take the zipline. Since they nerfed zipline juggling a few seasons back, you are very predictable on that path, and you are a bit of a sitting duck, well, a sliding duck to be perfectly fair. Like this angle through from what, but wait a minute, you're not finding anything with that one. And again, we're seeing very, very slow gameplay. Although it looks like No Way BFF have now been spotted out, and Bombarders looking to send a bit of damage their way. Black Elo now using up all of their shield batteries, and not really in a great position to get anything working with that. Gibraltar Dome goes down to allow the rest to come through onto Figo, and the Gibraltar Down offensively comes through. Looks like we are going to see that res interrupted, and we've got Franz down, Figo down, and the last member of the team down as well. That's another point on the board.
Yeah, you can just see that they're not able to get on that high ground quick enough and push forward far enough. There's these two doorways, and two passages that are there, and every single time so far, it has been it is. Sorry. It has been bombarders that have been able to get to the enemy's passageway first, so they're able to set up a further forward choke point. So they are able to take the initiative just of the sheer fact that that positioning is theirs. And if No Way BFF wants to be able to fight this, they need to either be there first, or they need to be able to defend their own passageway better.
Now, see, this is what we were missing last time here, was that actually we didn't see the Painzer use that gravity well. We saw them just climb the building manually. So now they've got a very, very quick point here on the high ground, and this is nice long-range sniping potential here, particularly for the Painzer with the longbow, and not just the longbow with a pretty decent sight attached. Of course, the gun shield there, giving a bit of an open target there for Figo, Blacklow, and Franz on the low ground. But now they've got to find a way to rotate into the high ground position. But I believe we just saw Bombarders give up that high ground to make a rotation and maybe come around counterclockwise and try and flush No Way BFF and take this fight on the low ground itself.
Looking like a good one
Okay,
coming
that's
out
why
here.
they were making that rotation. They pick up the care package.
Yeah. Care package can be very valuable. I mean, it actually drops a little bit earlier now. Last patch makes it drop 5 seconds sooner than it previously did. And that means you can pick it up, because it becomes a more relevant objective further earlier in the game. And it's something we haven't really talked about that much. Like, there are like smaller objectives around the map that can give you an advantage. You know, you have the currency crates, like the material crates, the care package itself, but there's a few other things around the map.
And R301 at that kind of range with that kind of tracking at this time of year, localized entirely in the artillery, well, that's going to be quite the come up here. Although Bombarders, having taken 2 rounds here, have now lost Hacken. They have the potential here to res. Instead, they're going to play this aggressively. I believe as Pain didn't see the high ground position there, and now it's going to be the 1v2 as Painzer goes down, and this is looking pretty good now for No Way BAF to finally put a point on the board. What Beast has a big task ahead of them here if they want to do anything about this. Early down with his brought it over, it's going to be down to out mechanicking, and it's just not going to be enough. A 3v1 is a difficult task, Classy.
Yeah, I was counting on them maybe taking it down at least 1, maybe 2, but the 3v1, if they all collapse at the same time, it's virtually impossible to do. So unless you're a very mobile character that can take those duels 1 by 1, it's not going to happen. Gibraltar, as good as your dome is, you're just going to take one to the dome instead. But already looking like a fairly close affair here with the change of high ground pace. We're seeing if they're going to be able to continue that in the next 2 rounds. Because, of course, they do want to at least equalize. If you're equalized there, that means that the other team will have to win 2 rounds. You have to, of course, win with 2 rounds difference. So if 3-2 is not a win, you have to go to 4-2, 5-3, something like that. And otherwise, you might go to
after a certain number of rounds, we do enter a sudden death mode.
That's round 9. Yeah.
Round 9, there we go. And man, Blackload just takes a huge amount of damage on the way through, and we get Ordnance aplenty. The Pains are just lobbing him in from range. Actually gets the crack, which is in and of itself pretty cracked. Drops to the low ground, wants to make this rotation. Will have the tactical to get up behind them quickly, but they are being very quick here, closing the distance. They've already lost Figo here for No Way BFF, and that is going to be the collapse. And Bombers taking the first round 3-1, but a lot more even across the board than we saw from our previous round, Classic.
Yeah, it wasn't quite one of those games where one of the teams just wins 3 rounds and, loses 1 by accident. It definitely, there was more pushback coming out here from No Way BFF. And when we go to other maps, there might be more opportunity for that. I do think that by virtue of there being more angles and it not being as linear to get up to the high ground and off the high ground and push each other on the high ground, it might be more favorable for No Way BFF. And when we go to Golden Gardens especially, there is the high ground, it's definitely there, but there are so many different ways of getting off. There's different ones as well. and you're gonna be able to move around the low ground a lot easier without being spotted or without being shot down straight away than artillery provides. So I'm definitely curious to see what they're gonna do on that round 2.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of artillery there, you could quite easily have put the Benny Hill theme music behind it because it seemed to be a constant drop and rotate and try and come up behind the enemy team. And whoever was the quickest or the most on the ball tends to be the one that got that going. So Golden Gardens, clearly a lot different, as you say, much more open, high ground, much more isolated. And I think we're probably going to see a move over to something a little bit quicker across the board, whilst the Horizon is very useful for that group jump to the high ground that you get very early on in the round. For Golden Gardens, you've got to cover a lot more distance first. So maybe we see the Octane come out, maybe we see the Wraith come out. In terms of mobility, maybe we also get the Pathfinder, just like get in, get the high ground, control the high ground nice and quick.
Yeah, that's a possibility is definitely there. Of course, we have a little bit of a timer to show you exactly when we're going to be going in game. But of course, this is not the only thing we're doing. There's also going to be, more different games going on later this week. It's going to be a Brawl Stars event, actually, coming up this weekend. And tomorrow, of course, we're having the conclusion of this event. But I'm looking forward to this one. Like, so far, it has definitely looked like mechanically, if there's like a straight up 3v3 fight, Bombarders do have that edge. But with some legend changes, maybe a different environment, there's a lot that can change about this matchup. I like the pick of the Horizon, for example, but I don't think, specifically on artillery, she was providing enough mid-fight utility to pick her over the Gibraltar, for instance.
Yeah.
Because the Gibraltar, that bubble, that every single time, that dome that came out in that smaller opening on the gallery, that is what kept winning Bombarders the round. Because they could keep shield dancing. They had their own shield to play with. And on the other side, they had only one layer, maybe, if they could get close enough. And that's just not working.
I think what's interesting is actually we didn't really see much of the gravity lift coming out from the Horizon pick from Pains. I think the most obvious time we saw it used was in that third round, where actually BFF were able to take that map off of Bombers. And whilst that's not necessarily like a guarantee that that's always going to be the way that goes, I think you're right, it just doesn't provide enough value. And no way, Franz takes a huge amount of damage. And in fact, damage coming in from all players from all sides here. This is a bloodbath, Classy. No way, BF down to just Vigo. And good grief, blink and you miss it. Bombarders with the first point here on Golden Gardens.
Yeah, it's very simple. Golden Gardens is not as linear as artillery is. Like, artillery is really one of those places where both teams take their starting positions, they're in their openings, and then they start poking a little bit and they start fighting. On Golden Gardens, you have so much more opportunity to just start fighting straight away because there isn't this defined route that everyone always takes. It is so much easier to start flanking, to start having a different plan of attack. And you see Bombarders just straight away say, well, if you want to go there, we just fight you there straight away because, well, we can. Not seeing that much in terms of change, but you do see that neither of these teams have a lifeline, which, for instance, is very interesting to me because lifeline does seem to be one of those staples a lot of teams just keep running.
Small correction, we do of course have a lifeline. Figo on that just hasn't really had a chance to do anything.
Yeah.
Hasn't had a chance to do anything with it yet. For the first time, No Way BAF do have the early high ground here, and now it's up to Bombarders to close the gap and make their way to deal with No Way BAF, who do have, I believe, the highest point on the map. So Bombarders need to be clever with how they approach this.
It was really a hard parkour move. Like, straight away, as soon as that map started, they were like, okay, we're going to run into this. Use your zip line, so your grappling hook. Use that launch pad. We're going to get this high ground. That's ours. Like, there's no way we're not going to get it. And now we're going to see the gravity. Ooh, nice lift, but good tracking to get them out of that one. It's already one down on the side of Bombarders. It's 2 to fall.
Right, it's looking a little more even across the board. Let's go down to Hacken to try and get the equalizer. Huge tracking there, huge amount of damage, but too little, too late. And that's going to see BFF equalize. One apiece on Golden Gardens.
Yeah, I'm totally on board with this. Just a 1-1 right now to start it off with, and it's very conducive to this map in general. Like, that it's not, again, it's just not as linear as artillery. There's so many more paths you can take, and while there are more preferred locations, you do see that the way that Bombarders are able to play isn't. It's more matched. Like, it's definitely more matched right now by a No Way BFF. So when we continue this map, we can definitely see more of that come in. There's going to be a very clear way in which No Way BFF are going to be able to keep taking this position. Now you see them try to deny that position with a lot of nades, but it doesn't look like that's going to be. Ooh, it's a lot of damage actually. I was going to say it doesn't look like it do much, but you get a 3 hit out of that.
Huge amount of damage, and interesting weapon choice here across the board. It's going to be the Volt coming through for No Way Franz, but has to stop and pop a shield here to keep themselves in the fight. Volt is a heck of a weapon here, and No Way BFF. Down 1, down 2, down 3, and that's going to be Bombers putting another point on the board here, putting them back in the lead after 3 rounds. A lot more even now that we're on Golden Guards. I know we've said this a couple of times here, but this one feels like it could go a little bit further than just the one map takeaway that we've seen so far.
It could. I mean, it's you know, it is a 1 round thing. Like if Bombarders win this round, they're done. Like they've won the match, they won the series. But as soon as there's one more round that comes out here for No Way BFF, they're going to be able to draw it up, and that means you're going to get at least 2 more rounds, maybe even get to that round 9, that ever elusive one we haven't had yet today. It would be exciting, but they're gonna make their way over to the high ground as soon as they can. Bombarders have a zip line this time. It looks like they're gonna be there first. They're gonna try the nade play again, but they do make it there.
Well, Bombarders happy to spend here, as this is potentially their last round in this particular matchup in the brackets. But Bombarders have already lost Hakan here. They've already committed the Gibraltar Dome, and Hakan is not in a revivable position here. This gives No Way BF a big advantage, but No Way Franz is caught in the middle of taking that battery. Does get that off, but it's immediately stripped back off of them again. And it is pillar dancing now for members of Bomber. And BFF, No Way BFF even actually make their way through to another round.
That's good to see. I mean, it's a 2-2. That means we're going to get at least 2 more rounds. You have to win with a 2-round difference after all. And it looks like their mechanics, not just their mechanics, but like their decision making is paying off. And they're able to get into the high ground first. And even when they're not able to get there first, they're able to adapt to that situation now. Like there isn't that one path they can take in order to get that high ground back, or that one path they can take to do damage to the other team. There's more avenues to approach, and they adapt to starting to take those way quicker. They're not bound by this is where we have to go. They're just seeing the options of where they can go.
Ooh, well, a bit of juggling there to try and make themselves less of a target, but unfortunately that is a lot of damage coming to Franz, and they are knocked down. The rest will come through, but Bombarders have some time now to take the higher ground, or just to run at No Way BFF and try and get the advantage. There's the trade, 2 down now. Bombers still in this fight. It's 2-1, I believe. The Pains, I believe, doesn't have anything really to get this back in the fight. Good use of the bait there from What Beast. The healthier target draws the fire, and as the target comes around the corner, it's the Pains that gets the majority of the damage in, and it once more puts Bombers back at match points.
1 more round, we keep saying it, but it's going to be the case until they get the 2-round difference, or until we get to round 9. It's also a possibility. Now we see what No Way BFF is able to do with this. They are setting up for maybe a more long-range engagement, but it has so far been fairly consistent in terms of weapon choices for both teams. They're both not really interested in going for actual snipers, which I think on this map is fine. I don't think you have to go for snipers. And the way they've been playing, they really want to get to that high building, get there quickly, make sure they're set up, and just set up with their mid to close range weapons, R301s, EVAs, Volts. It's a good deal.
Oh dear. Despite all the mobility that No Way BAF had to bring to bear, Bombarders were just the first to the point. And we have seen the knock come through. Figo down, Franz down, and now Black Elo has a heck of a job to do here, and they've somehow got to do it through the Gibraltar Dome and the gun shield. A valiant effort there from No Way BFF, but after 6 rounds, that's going to be Bomber coming through with the 2-0 in the series overall, moving forward in the bracket.
I'm gonna wait to see until there is a team that knows what to do when they don't get high ground first. Because I thought they had it down, but no way BFF once again they don't get the high ground first 2 rounds in a row and they just fall apart straight away after. And if that's what it comes down to, it feels like there should be more to this game mode than just, oh, you got high ground first, you win. There should be more to it, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing more to that as well. It's not going to be the only thing that decides round wins here. But that's another team eliminated, another team that progresses forward. And this is a new quarterfinal bracket. So going to be able to show you guys exactly what's going on here. There's Bombarders progressing to the quarterfinals. And they're going to have to go up against the winner of Two Pizzas versus Devoshki Izanime, which is, of course, our next matchup. And then we're going to move on to the other side of the bracket afterwards. We haven't seen anything of that. And it's the one team we both mentioned a little bit, Game of Thrones. Those are the ones we are looking to take down the potential favorites, Fire Beavers, on the other side. That will have to be a finals game if they both get there. For now, we are working with those round of 16 games.
Yeah, long way for both of those teams to go to get to the grand finals still. And of course, we're talking about Game of Drones as if they were a known quantity, but due to recent roster rebuilds and the loss of HTP Herald, effectively a new team. So a lot to learn about that team, as in fact there was a lot to learn about all of the teams that we've got playing today. I want to go back just a minute here, Classy, to talk about this idea of what you do when you don't get the high ground, because I think we actually saw a pretty good take on this coming through from Bombers particularly. They were the second to the high ground, and rather than try and make their way up the building, they actually had the tactical available there from the horizon to jet themselves up as a team and take the high ground. This is actually one of the rounds that they ended up losing. The difficulty was, despite it being a good rotation and a good wraparound to try and get behind No Way BFF, ultimately what it meant was that they were so choreographed and so telegraphed that they basically gave themselves the zipline problem of being a sitting duck, right? It meant that, yes, they had an angle of approach, but that angle of approach was not particularly useful for them. So I think a few more iterations, a little bit more of a little bit more time in the oven for that kind of strategy so that it's less obvious. And that, I think, feels like the way to take away high ground from your opponent.
It should be, and it should be one of the ways to do so. But like you said, we still have to find teams to actually pull it off fully and convincingly, and most of all, consistently. Because what it keeps coming down to is that, these teams are able to take 1, maybe 2 rounds of it, but they aren't able to do this consistently enough to actually win a map. So far, it has just been 2 maps and we're done per series. Yeah. And let's see if that keeps progressing as we move into the next series. Of course, like we said, it's going to be Two Pizzas versus Devoshki Izanime. And all we have to do is figure out where they're going to go, which maps they're actually going to be playing. I know we're both waiting for Party Crasher. I mean, it's the one map we haven't seen today.
We're waiting for it.
My mind's not deceiving me. But it's coming. It will be coming eventually, I am sure. I mean, otherwise the RNG just isn't with us. And we have 15 games to play over these 2 days. It has to come up in one of them, right? It's
look, if it doesn't come up across 2 days worth of gameplay, I will buy a hat and I will eat it live on stream. It's got to. The RNG is just, maybe I'll regret saying that, but it is what it is.
Phil, you got to think about it, right? You're lucky that nacho hats exists. You know, where they have like the guacamole in the hat, and they can just like take the. So it's not impossible to buy a hat and eat it. Not even unpleasant. It's a commitment that you have now made, and that we will definitely hold you to. But it's definitely an easy one. It's an easy one to bet on. I'll take that with you. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Looks like we are about ready. I've just heard from Octane that we are ready to see him kick the map machine yet again. Let's see if he can take us to that Party Crasher we're so looking forward to seeing.
Octane,
what have you got for us this time? Okay. Start it running on through. Come on, Party Crasher. Okay, no, it's not.
It's there.
Party Crasher in the mix. The thermal station up first. And Phase Runner. Yet again, we are seeing a lot of Phase Runner today.
Yeah, we've seen Thermal Station as well before, but that kind of felt like it wasn't really a game. Like the first round maybe, but after that it kind of fell apart really quickly. So that's at least exciting to see a little bit more, hopefully coherent gameplay on Thermal Station. But Phase Runner we are getting more and more familiar with. It has basically almost not been played. That being
Yeah,
said,
it's,
let's look a little bit at the teams. Who have we got? We've got 2 pizzas with four live, Raven, Ashenon 5, and then on the other side, I'm trying to find the team here.
the joys of trying to navigate
I'm blanking
Wikipedia
on
whilst
it.
live on broadcast, huh?
Right. It's so much fun. On the other side, of course. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think one of the things that's interesting, not just for this particular tournament, but for Apex EMEA generally, is how dominated it is by Russian players. We're looking at almost half of the players in the lobby today being of Russian origin. So it's a pretty good chance it could be a Russian team in the grand finals. Certainly a country that's produced a lot of Apex talent. I'm thinking particularly CHMK, who I believe were recently picked up by Mystic, and so sadly are no longer playing as CHMK. It was one of my favourite facts about anytime CHMK came up on stream was that they are named after a heavy metal work factory somewhere in Russia. So sadly, that particular piece of Apex Legends team lore lost to history. Instead, we're going to be looking to our new Russian teams to generate some more interest in the same way. Looks like we are just a minute out here from loading into our first map. And given what we saw on our first map of today, Fire Beavers versus... Ooh, they've already gone. I've already forgotten the name. But Fire Beavers up against... help me out here.
I want to help you out. It was Stay.
Stay. There we go. Thank you. Leaving me to hang. I appreciate it. We did see an attempt made at that bunker composition by STE of sticking in the middle and waiting for the damage to come to them, so they had control over the space. I think everything we've seen so far today has pretty much dictated that that is not the optimal way to play, and I really hope we don't see teams leaning too heavily into that. It's going to be running, gunning. It pretty much has to be running and gunning. I think if you're the bunker team here, you are going to be losing to the running and gunning team unless you just have next tier mechanics compared to your opponents.
Yeah, you have to find this one. There's a few little bit larger open areas in the map which you could potentially use to, well, have your enemy team run into a sniper nest of some kind. But it's very hard to set that up, and usually as the map starts, you have a lot more cover. You can already see it here. There is some long range firing going on, but it's also so easy to take cover against fire like this that I just want to see how they position themselves. Are they gonna actually run across the lava, for instance? 'Cause it's possible. It just takes you a little bit of damage.
Yeah, it's not the most damage in the world. You can survive through that. And it's going to be 2 pizzas taking the high ground here. We've got the alternator from Ashenos. A bit of damage there into shielding. Has a line onto a target off in the distance. It's not going to result in a kill. And that's a signal to go there. Gibraltar Dome is down already. That means that if you are not the team with the Gibraltar Dome out, you've got a nice window here to get in and try and find some damage. And I believe we saw one of Devochki caught there whilst trying to get that battery off. And it's going to be down to shield dancing now here. 2-Wonder player makes the rotation around the back and finds the pick there. 1 point on the board here already.
1 round down, 2 to go. It looks like potentially a closer affair than we've seen sometimes, but we'll see. Could be misleading so far. It is interesting to see how not every team chooses to go for that same approach in terms of team composition, but we do see a lot of Gibraltars, a lot of Bloodhounds, because I think players are just so used to playing them. They're so entrenched in the general game meta, and Octane is a part of that as well. To be fair, it's not just not just in this game mode. And the one we do see come in here, which isn't that popular in the Battle Royale mode, is of course Lifeline. For that same reason we keep mentioning. She just dropped that care package down and you get that extra free loot.
Yeah, that extra free loot and of course a bit more shielding to play around if you find yourself caught out in the open. And Devochki happy to play relatively far back for now and just spray in and try and take out some of the resources from 2 Pizzas. We will actually hear the crack there of the armor coming through, so 2 Pizzas need to take a bit of a step back, get themselves back up to something approaching healthy. That's going to be Raven, I think, took a lot of the damage there. No charges left of the grappling hook, and only 1 charge remaining here from 1-Wonder player GG of that stim. Strelic has a relatively good high ground position here, lots of defensive capacity as well, and that is now through the shield. That is raw damage. Didn't quite catch that there was a target below him and down to the right, so it took a bit of a winging on the way through. And we are going to see Ashinon being chased down here. A long way from healthy here, only one half of one tick of a shield, down into the whites, down into the red, and just down overall. Another point on the board here.
2 points. We know how quickly this goes. If we get one
yeah.
more, that map's already over, and we're going to move over to map 2. However, it's not there just yet, and there is some promising gameplay coming out. It's just not... It just hasn't been enough. I don't know what your opinion on this, but I think this is a very terrifying skin.
Yeah, it's a little creepy.
It's one of those where you kind of wonder, how did this happen?
I guarantee
but it does
you,
fit the map. It does fit the map.
Absolutely,
you know?
Someone's thing in air quotes. 100%. I've been on the internet for long enough.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean that's Rule 34 for you. That being said, it really fits the map well. So at least they chose the right skin for the right stage.
Oh yeah.
If they if they planned it, I don't know if they were planning it. Seeing if this lifeline can put some damage into the enemy team as well, some healing into her own. Expire and Wonder Player and Strelnik trying to get this one going for themselves.
Well, relatively slow compared to the previous rounds. You can spot that someone from Two Pizzas has some sort of high ground positioning here, which could be difficult for Dvochki is Anime. They may have to just play things a little bit more slowly here and wait for the ring to force somebody out, because it's difficult to take that high ground position with the composition that they've got, unless they can make a rotation and get a surprise on somebody here by coming up behind them. We'll see the care package coming down now. So hopefully that's something here for Two Pizzas to, for Dvochki to maybe find the upper hand here, as they are currently in the low ground position. Although I believe Dvochki are actually making a rotation. I don't think there's anybody... Yeah, there's no high ground capacity really here. Now both teams playing at range. A bit of spray coming out from both sides, but still nobody down. And this is a slow ground here, Classy.
Yeah, they can both use a circle to their advantage the entire time as well. Make sure the other team is kind of being pushed towards the center, but both of them are kind of at the same spot when it comes to that. I do think that Dvochki has a little bit of advantage, because that circle is going to favor them more as time goes on, and they're already in that center circle of the center platform here of the thermal station. So they are the ones that can wait a little bit longer. They have some time to play with and some space to play with.
Okay, well, as we wait for a team to really make a decision here. Okay, well, this is where things are going to start to evolve. Gibraltar down already, and Two Pizzas, whilst there's no damage to the health, a lot of damage there onto shields. Surprised we've not seen Dvochki push the advantage here. Instead, they're actually being given chance here to get healthy and come back into the fight, and it's Two Pizzas almost getting knocked down there. 4 lives going to go down for Two Pizzas. We've also lost Strelling and I would have played GG. Two Pizzas looking in a pretty good position here. There's the knockdown, and they're able to get a point here.
Yeah, they're able to get that back, get it back, try and potentially even this one up, but it's not going to be as easy for them as it could be. Of course, that's how it works. Both teams trying to win, both teams fighting back.
Oh yeah, that's the competition.
It is how competition works. No, but it's definitely looking like there is more thought and more deliberation that goes on in the plays right now. And the fact that these teams are able to keep this space between them, that really lends itself to some more explosive, but also some more decisive fights in the end, where it doesn't look chaotic anymore. It looks like there was a clear call made, clear decision made, and it is not just mechanical outplaying anymore.
No, it does seem to have slowed down and become a lot more tactical than the free-for-alls that we have been seeing so far today. Looks like that ping has revealed somebody here from Two Pizzas. They've seen somebody from Dvochki, and it looks like Ashinon trying to get a line through the stairs onto somebody on the low ground. Instead, took a bit of damage themselves. Now they're down to roughly half shields here. Raven looking to punch back here. You did hear that. A couple of crunchy clicks. And that's a lot of support equipment there picked up by Expire. The benefit that you see of running the lifeline is you will get that additional equipment that's found inside those blue bins. Content just to play at range here. Nobody is really looking to initiate quickly here from Dvochki. quite happy just to slowly move in, put down some suppressing fire, and they may find that there's a good position here. As the ring starts to close in, it will force Two Pizzas out of this high ground position. They don't have to hold this for too much longer. You know, that first ring closing in, it's only 35 seconds until the next one starts to move. Dvorsky more than happy just to play this slowly.
Yeah, and that slow pace has been working out in the past. It's going to continue to move out. There is a slight high ground being taken here by Two Pizzas, but might not be enough. A lot of shots here. That's already alive down. With 2 more players up and running.
Wow. Wow.
What a shot.
That's going to be Ashton down as well, and that was very clean. And Dvorsky coming out of that one looking pretty good. And I think worth noting there, that was, I think, 6 kills available there for the Gibraltar player for Dvorsky. Which, you know, that puts them as a top fragger on a Gibraltar, which is not always easy to achieve. Often you're much more of a support character on the Gibraltar. You're enabling your top fragger to go in and find those kills. So really, really good play there.
Yeah, and I really liked as well that Dvorsky is probably the first team we've seen that is able to use waiting more as a tactic. Like, is able to make the other team come to them a little bit more. They aren't the ones that just jump in and go for the kill. They're the ones that force the hand of the other side and actually make that work. And a lot of that had to do with the map. You know, that you have the large lava river in the middle. The circle eventually makes the enemy team rotate. But Dvorsky did put themselves in a position to be able to work around that. Not just by the right cover, but also by being in the right position on the map to force that rotation from the enemy team as opposed to themselves. So you can already see that there is more experience and more communication, but also more like thinking about your rotations necessary to pull off a playstyle like that. And in other maps, it might not work that well because those rotations aren't really possible, or the circle doesn't matter as much, or it's more of a symmetry thing. But it's possible that this is gonna continue on into other maps too. And I do think that Face Runner is a map where you could potentially do something similar, despite the lava not being there, of course.
Yeah, slightly fewer environmental hazards, certainly more environment to play with, and the potential to get the drop on your opponent by using the actual phase runner itself. I wanted to just move back a second here, and I think it's interesting to talk about the way that rotations work in arenas, because when we typically talk about rotations in the main Battle Royale game mode of Apex Legends, you can be talking about significant differences through open space, you know, distances that take you a full minute or more to traverse. There aren't any of those here. Your window of opportunity for catching a team in the middle of a rotation is significantly reduced. It means the speed of your decision making, of your target acquisition, of your general gameplay has to, by its very nature, be significantly quicker. And I think, given that this is a relatively new game mode, we maybe haven't got teams that are that used to making those split decisions. We tend to only really see those decisions coming up towards the final circle of the Battle Royale mode, where you are in an enclosed space and you don't have those options. And that is the minority of time. You spend much more of your time with lots of open space, lots of options to make your rotations. The arena game mode doesn't give you that. And so, as we see this go through, not just through today's tournament and tomorrow's finals, but overall, Apex Legends Arenas as a game mode, as that continues through, I think we're going to see people get better and better at that quick decision making, which should be good for the health of the game overall.
It should be. And I'm definitely looking forward to seeing if those teams can figure out how to rotate a little bit better, or a little bit more consistently. Of course, they have already played a fair few matches. Everything in the qualifiers they played so far have mostly been best of ones. So it's they get a little bit more time to play against the same opponent, adapt some things, play on a different map, all of that. And that can definitely make a difference. And we saw it in the last series. I think we might be seeing it this series again, where you do actually get that difference between maps that makes a difference for how the teams are able to play, both in terms of which legends they have, but also in terms of what kind of like style of play they can actually pull off. Because this is once again one of those very open maps in which flanking and all those rotations are actually very possible, you're likely going to be seeing a very similar playstyle from both of these teams. But it doesn't mean that it's going to turn out the same, because again, there is even more opportunity for flanking without the lava being there. So that threat in the middle is gone.
I do think it's interesting that you already see in that early exchange the value that the Bloodhound brings for 2pizzas, because the second that ping connected with a player from Dvorsky, out comes the bullets. Like, it is such a good tool for getting that early damage in and highlighting exactly where the weakness in the enemy is. However, no kills just yet, not a huge amount of damage exchanged, and both teams looking to make rotations here. We'll see the care pack come through, and I think there's a chance here for the steal of the care pack. It was called in by Dvorsky, but 2pizzas are very close to it as well, and Dvorsky have not had chance to get it and actually claim anything from it yet. Looks like they're being forced away for a little bit at least. So there is an option now, an opportunity, a moment here for 2pizzas to try and get something out of that, but it's being very heavily camped here by Dvorsky. Maybe its intention was that it would be bait, draw them in, and try and get some kills on the back of it. We'll see 2pizzas having taken a fair amount of damage here. 4Live doesn't really have anything left to heal back up with the shields, so they're going to have to be very aggressive. It's going to be down to Ashnon to try and soak up some of that damage. The Raven, unfortunately, taken very low, has to pop the health pack to get back in. And that's going to be 4Live down now to I Wonder Player GG. Dvorsky now with a 3v2, but they lose 1 Wonder Player GG. That's 2v2, and well, that was over with a snap of the fingers. That happened. That evolved so quickly there, Man of Class. That I was like, oh, well, here's what's going to happen. And then, boom, it happened.
Yeah, but that's what you keep seeing from these two teams, where they have a very long time to set up their play. And at some point, it just comes together. They see the win condition, and they just jump on it. They bite, and they don't let go. And we're going to see more of that throughout this map. We've already seen like 6 rounds, well, 4 rounds of that, 5 rounds of that so far, and that's gonna keep continuing because both of these teams do see the value in slowing down and calculating the game enough to eventually make that move. Just so far, only one team has really been finding a lot of value with it.
Okay, so for the most part, we seem to be having one mid-range, high-capacity, high rate of fire weapon, one relatively slow rate of fire, high damage weapon coming out for both teams. Like, we've got the Flatline and the Mozambique here for 4Life, but I did notice that I think it was Ashnon had a Wingman and a Mozambique, so not opting into that, which is unusual for everything else we've seen here today. Dvorsky haven't taken a huge amount of damage yet. Nice couple of connections there. That's almost through that blue armor. Let's see, that's 626 cumulative damage there for Strelnik. Doing not only a lot of the killing, but a lot of the damage here for the team.
Yeah, they're also able to consistently be on top
down
of
a little bit.
I want to see if they are able to use the Valkyrie effectively, because it seems like a very cool thing where you can like relocate really quickly, maybe use that extra mobility for an extra dimension to the fight. Mm-hmm. But you have to get into a position to do that, and also the enemy team has to not let you get away with doing that a lot of the time. Nice spray from Expire.
Yeah, and one Wonder Player GG happy just to stand at the back and spray in as people happen to wander across the crosshair. Finally getting into the care package here from Dvorsky. Didn't get that chance last time. Now they do. And Expire takes a lot here. Down out of the shielding. Has to take a minute in cover and pop that back in. So I believe 4Live actually has the missile barrage equipped here. But they're not looking very healthy. Difficult for them to get that in. And down to half HP. They're already going to lose Ashnon here as well. And I think you spent money on those missiles, and you're just not getting a good return on investment here. Needed to be a little bit quicker on pulling the pin.
Trade's gone out, though. So it's still possible to use it. They're trying to get flush as well, so they're not actually able to do anything. But that's a... Oh, there we go. It's a 1 if you want to finish it off, I'm pretty sure.
Strelnik. We've seen Strelnik put up some significant numbers here. Does have both of those knockdown shields to play behind. And Raven's got a bit of an ask here. Actually finds it, gets in round behind the shields and catches Strelnik in the middle of a bit of juggling of equipment there. Very unfortunate for Strelnik.
2Pizza is definitely not down and out of this just yet. But it still feels like they're the ones fighting an uphill battle the entire time. It doesn't feel like it's like a done deal for them that they're actually going to win a map or win a round. It feels like it keeps coming down to like a clutch move or it's one of those moments that I wouldn't say defines an esport, but it definitely one of those moments where you just feel like, yeah, if that goes slightly wrong, you're just losing really hard. And I don't think Devushki really has that. I think they always have like a contingency ready next to what they're normally having.
Well, so we've got one Gibraltar Dome picked up there for Stronic, 3 of the stims available for one winner player GG. So, certainly some defensive options, some offensive options here. We saw Expire manage to get that open. Divochki guarding now that loot box. Nobody really making a move just yet. One to play GG, expends an entire clip, only lands, I believe, 50 damage there or thereabouts. Gets the rotation, uses the stim, and now in comes the huge amount of damage we were expecting from that. Divochki in a great position here. They all just dive in on 2 pizzas, and they get themselves a point on the board. And this is now match point here for Divochki. If they can win this one, that is them taking this round of the bracket.
That really felt like a round where they just had to prove that they are the better team. To be like, this is how it's gonna go, and just because you won one round in a stage doesn't mean you're actually gonna win a map here. So
No.
let's all come down here. Let's just support Divochki, and they're gonna be able to go to the next round. But like we said, it's not over just yet. We do see some good moves coming out of 2 pizzas. But
yeah, this is easily, Classy, been one of our closest matches so far.
Yeah, I guess. It doesn't always feel that way, though, which is like the funny part. it sometimes does feel like Divochki is just running away with it, especially after a round like that. But, everyone has their down rounds every now and then. It doesn't just mean that it's over already. Divochki is taking a fair bit of damage right now, as the nade game is becoming a lot stronger for both these teams at the moment.
Well, Raven took the brunt of that particular burst of damage, but hasty application there of the shield cells puts both them and 4Live back up to full health, and just like that, rewind the clock, and it's like no one has received any damage whatsoever. Looking for Divochki to, I think they know exactly where the damage is coming from, and that was great there from Wonder Player GG. A lot of damage in, happy to rotate there using the stimulate, but took a lot of damage coming through as well. We'll have the shield battery there, so we're back up to fighting strength, but relatively quickly. I believe that was Stronic pinged by the sonar. Now all of China knows he's here. I'm looking to get the rotation through and find some damage here, but this is another one that's rotating, coming through fairly slowly here, Classy. Despite the fact that we're seeing a lot of gunfire here, there's been no big pounce moment so far.
You would think that eventually it'll come out, but it just hasn't happened.
Not yet. Well, Ring is closing in. We're, I think, down to maybe a third of the map left overall, which is maybe one of the longest times we've spent on a map so far. And Divochki now have the high ground. A lot of damage coming in, put themselves into a vulnerable position. But now Raven and 4Live are down. It's down for Ashnons to make the ace, and it's just not going to happen. Divochki come out of that champions twice in a row, moving them forward in the bracket, Classy.
That means that's the 4th game of the day done. Only 4 more to go. Time is flying by, Phil. It is. They're such fast and explosive weapons in general that is just. It's really goes a lot faster than you might expect. Like, this has probably been one of the slower games in terms of how the teams have played out, because they've been walking. They've been doing their short rotations, working out with the team, making sure that they're positioned correctly, knowing exactly where the other team is, gathering intel, gathering a few more materials here and there because they're around the map anyways. But eventually it still comes down to one of those very explosive fights where a team makes a move. They start finding an opening, they see a mistake, they see someone out of rotation, and they just pounce on it straight away. And it's very exciting to see these teams do it, because that means they have a good execution and a good, they pull the trigger as a squad rather than just a player capitalizing on something they're seeing. So I want to see more of that. I just want to see more of all of this.
And we will be seeing more of this as we are now approaching the halfway mark. We're going to throw it to a little bit of a break, and we'll be coming back for the remaining half of today's Apex Legends Trovo Titans quarterfinals round, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Here we are at the halfway mark of the Trovo Titans Apex Legends Arena Finals. Halfway through, that means half of our teams are now down, out of the bracket and gone entirely. The other half moving up for another chance at glory tomorrow. I'm still Big Hungry Phil, and I've not scared him off yet. It's Man of Class on the other side of the desk. Man of Class coming up next. LFR versus No Way KRL. We've seen a lot of Apex Legends Arena so far today. Do we think either of these teams are about to buck the trend of move fast and secure the high ground that we've seen so far?
I don't think so. I mean, we have seen. I mean, say luckily, but we have seen when we go to other maps like Thermal Station and Face Runner, we have seen, well, there's less high ground there, so there has been less battle over the high ground. So we have seen like some more slow gameplay, gameplay that revolves more around like getting in position and then just pouncing on the enemy team, even though they're not like on a high ground or low ground per se. But yeah, every time we have gone to those high ground dominant maps, you know, talk about artillery, talk about Golden Gardens, that has been sort of a race to the top, who gets there first. And we still have to see a team properly deal with retaking or denying or, just general not having the high ground. So we'll see if any of these upcoming 8 teams have what it takes to break that stigma. And also we're going to see if any of these 8 teams has the luck of going to Party Crasher for the first time today, because it hasn't happened yet. That being said, though, looking at this bracket, yeah, we've had the first 8 teams on the left, so 4 teams are left there: Fire Beavers, Punisher, SSS, Bombarders, and Devushki's Anime. On the other side now, we're going to finally come closer and closer to that one other team that we are pegging for potential favorites, Game of Thrones. Not the known quantity, but the known quantity that has since been rebuilding, and the name is still familiar to us. That being said, I'm looking forward to this one, LFR versus KRL. It is, it's a matchup. That's kind of what I can say about it. Yeah, of course, we're still playing the arena mode. It is a first to 2, so you have to win 2 maps. Or within each map, it is naturally a first to 3, unless you don't have a 2-point difference. Then it becomes, further and further until you get the 2-point difference or win the round 9. No Way KRL. I mean, we've already seen No Way BFF. Should be a sister team. Maybe they're going to be more lucky.
They're the same organization.
Yeah, maybe they're going to be more lucky than No Way BFFs because they didn't come out on top.
No, so I know what BFF stands for. I don't know what KRL stands for. So we'll add that to the list of teams that we need to figure out what the acronym is after the map. And same here for LFR, frankly, the other team in the bracket today. I want to talk a little bit whilst we're trying to figure out where we're going next about that previous matchup, because we have seen some very, very quick matchups. Thinking again back to the first round, Stay versus Fire Beavers. Fire Beavers pretty much just knocked them out of the tournament incredibly quickly. That last round that we had, it moved very slowly. That was the most map times we've seen so far in that first half of the bracket. So that is now the standard for the length of the map, and the gold standard for picking the maps is, of course, going to be our boy Octane, looking to give that machine a kick in. And hopefully he'll listen to the request this time, and we'll get to see some Party Crasher in something other than that third map slot which we've yet to get.
Got a kick.
Let's have a look. Well, you can certainly see the Party Crasher. Look for the purple. The purple's what you're after here to get Party Crasher coming through. Not this time. Golden Gardens, Thermal Station, and Phase Runner.
Yeah, we still have Phil's promise. Was it the entire day or just the entire 2 days that we're doing the hat for?
Ask me again later on in this series, and I'll tell you what I said.
Okay, I will do. No, for now though, we're gonna go to Golden Gardens first. This has been a very fascinating map because this has been the epitome of whoever gets high ground first. Yeah. That's really what this has come down to. And there is this one central highest of high grounds. There's more layers to it, like there's multiple high grounds, but it really seems like everyone wants to get on top of that top house. The top bunk. They want the penthouse, so to speak. And I'm not surprised. I mean, it's a nice place to live if you have a nice view like that. Yeah. But I don't know. Maybe the shooting guns all the time is not really your fancy if you're going to look for real estate.
No, It's a nice aesthetic, but I have to admit the gunplay is maybe putting me off wanting to live there. And a little bit of an
Yeah.
adaptation here so far. Most of what we've seen so far has been from PC players playing with mouse and keyboard. We do have our first controller team coming into the lineup today in LFR. So obviously, a little bit of a contentious subject, whether or not controller or mouse and keyboard is the way forward, and which of those is balanced more favorably for the player. But maybe this will go some way towards putting that particular conversation to rest. Obviously, a bit of a topic of contention across the gaming world where aim assist is concerned. Classy, have you got an opinion on aim assist in Apex Legends?
I mean, opinion not so much. For me, it's mostly that I have. So for my personal opinion, I always say that almost any input method can work as long as you've got enough hours in it. It's just that mouse and keyboard comes natural to people because they use it every day.
Yeah.
But I could see a future in which people, play with everything. I mean, I know pro players that play with trackball mice. Like it's a very different input too. So I'm definitely curious to see what these controller players can do. And with the recent addition of crossplay into Apex as a whole, it's just becoming more of a conversation. Like it would have to be. And we'll see if it matters today on the arena field. So you do see straight away the teams going for that central high ground, but only one of them actually takes it. The other one a little bit slower on the trigger there.
Here's an interesting wrinkle, though. LFR, I'm going to say LTX, coming in on the Bangalore. We've not seen a Bangalore yet today, and I like this as maybe a thought of how to approach the high ground by offering some covering smoke. Instead, they're going to be playing... In fact, there we go. They're actually looking to use it to make a rotation, not into the peak high ground, but down into the lower area of the map here. So, in fact, the opposite here, lower, allows them to get into this central location, and they will then be able to take the high ground. So only one more charge on that, though, and they've not... All they've done here is put themselves at level heights. Like, they've not taken the high ground, and it's going to be No Way KRL that gets some of the damage in there. Momentarily giving up positioning, looking to make the rotation away from that. Instead, come up onto the outside bit of high ground here. Nice bit of cover will allow iCryptol to actually get a bit of shield recovery in. And I like this. Camping the edge of the circle, spots somebody from LFR making the rotation away from it, and now has a good angle of control, stopping them getting any closer.
And this look right now like KRL is just in control. We've seen this exact matchup before with these positioning, where they're behind the wall, and I'm just waiting for the first person to walk in there, go on the flank, and take two out, as we saw happen in an earlier series. Not quite happening just yet. They have a little bit more control over where they're holding behind this wall, and it's a little bit of a wider angle. So the flanks are going to potentially be countered a bit more. Seeing Bangalore go for the smoke play. Might be able to get some cover and move. You already see the move happening on the right. The flanks are being opened up. They're getting closer to this position if Nova KRL.
Yeah, I love this adaptation. Actually, the Bangalore smoke was key there and allowed them to get out of the line of fire. But I believe LFR actually gave up some control of the high ground there in order to try and take this more dangerous approach. And now this is actually where it's the hardest for them to crack this high ground, because the angle up onto the high ground is so acute that they can't just stop and snipe at range. They've actually got to close the distance now. And you can already see LTX taking a lot of damage. Has to pop the Phoenix to keep themselves in the fight. Did at least find the kill there, or the knockdown onto No Way KRL. That's going to be the loss. Res back up into the fight, and Cryptol takes a lot of damage there. There's a lot of pressure being put down here. Whilst No Way KRL do have the high ground, LFR are doing their best to make it not the most optimal pick here. So they can slowly close the distance, circling like sharks. They're looking to pound, put the fin above the water. Happy just to spray in and reposition. I believe that's the last shield battery available here for LTX. Still finding the damage in. There's the break onto the shield, but look how close that circle is, and it's closing in. This is the first fight we've seen where the circle has closed all the way in. It is damage central right now. And with a snap of the fingers, that's the round over. That was one of the closer rounds we've seen here today.
Super close round, but that's what you love to see. And both these teams being very smart about their rotations, being smart about their positioning. And like you said, that Bangalore just changes that playing field so much. I mean, it really decides... It actually opens up more potential for rotations and more movement. Because like you said, you cover the line of fire, they can't actually see you, so you're going to be able to traverse over open spaces a little bit better. And they've been using that really well. Just has to come out and actually get them more wins.
Looks interesting to see that actually it's Atakapumba on the lifeline has picked up the dock rather than looking to get any of the lifeline care packages coming in. So I guess that will give them a bit of mid-fight tempo reset. Allow them to bunker up and get a bit more HP. And we're seeing this come out fairly slowly here, although it looks like LFR may have the high ground already. That's going to force No Way KRL to try and find another one of these interesting rotations. And instead, actually going to see LFR give up the high ground here. So a lot of decision making, but no real sticking with any of those decisions, Classy.
Sometimes you just realize the decision is wrong. You just don't go with it. So it is always what they say, right? You know, it's only stupid if you're not doing it as a team.
Yeah, it's one person doing a strategy is dumb. 3 people doing a dumb thing is a strategy.
Yeah.
Circle closing in, and No Way KRL still with the high ground. LFR not yet found a way to get in. I believe that was the smoke deployed there up onto the high ground. Might even have landed inside there, given how that particle effect is rising. So that's one charge of that down already, and one less tool in the arsenal here for LFR to try and bridge this gap. Couple of misses there with the wingman. Then out go the ordnance. A bit of a check up into the sky. I believe that was a miss there, but possibly bought a small amount of space. Circle now quite small, and it is coming in nicely on top of that high ground position, which is a phenomenally good place for No Way KRL. LFR now directly below them. Now, are we going to see them camp here, Classy? Are they just going to wait for No Way KRL to close the distance?
Yeah, well, I mean, both of them can do the same thing, because they're both in the exact center of the circle. So both of them can just wait out and see if they can maybe win a heal battle.
I guess this is where the lifeline wins this out for them. If this is going to come down to who can survive the longest.
Yeah, you could definitely do it. Well, I mean, if that was the case, then, you know, the team without the lifeline would potentially go up.
Oh,
but they both have a lifeline, so it doesn't matter.
That. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, it would be a thing, but they both have one, and I don't know. Yeah, I truly, it's going to be a question how this is going to turn out. What I do know is that with the slightly more close-ranged geared weapons that they're having right now on the side of LFR, they're looking for potentially a way in which they can just sit in this room and smoke it up and win the round out that way. But if it becomes a heal battle, I truly do not know.
No, I think I know how this is going to go. LFR, LTX actually has a Phoenix kit. So if that's popped at the right time and they can actually get that off, that's a win right there for them. And you know, we've had some quick games, we've had some not quite so quick games. This has been very slow. Let's see what happens here. Is this going to be the Phoenix kit for the winner? Okay, yeah.
It's a heal off. I mean, it has to be, right?
Yeah. I assume that there was maybe a little bit of uncertainty about how quick the damage was going to be from this ring. It's a little less of a known quantity.
Yeah. And there's also the
here it goes.
There's also the ability that, like, if you are taking damage, you can start healing sooner. So if you have to take no damage, you can start healing. They actually do send someone down.
This is brave, and I didn't catch who won that one because I believe that was all damage to the ring.
I think it was LFR that won in the end. So LKR did send someone down there to try and do the damage. In the end, LFR just had enough meds to just stay alive and win that out. Yeah, I think it's an LFR 2-0 at the moment.
Yeah, it is. I think what that looked like actually was No Way KRL holding back the Bangalore and sending out the other two players to intercept the damage coming in, basically as a sacrifice to secure the round, because they knew that Phoenix kit was going to be such a big part of that. And look, I like that we've had something a little more slow, a little more relaxed, but I would like to see the round end in gunplay rather than the ring deciding who wins this one.
I mean, high ground's taken once again by No Way KLR. Not surprising. I mean, they've been doing it the entire time, and LFR looks to be fine to be on the low ground. And so far, they are the team that's winning. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't be mad about that if I was them. Yeah, I mean, totally go for the go for the win that way.
I think it's interesting how much value we're seeing from these smokes, actually. It really puts you in mind of the classic sort of 3v3 arena mode from, you know, other games in the same genre, where the smokes actually have insane value. So really good that we're seeing this innovation coming through from LTX. Let's see if it can keep this going. Looking at the first ring starting to close in. KRO with the high ground for now. A couple of frankly lucky shots there from Folius, or at least speculative shots, hoping to get something, but ultimately finding nothing but hedge. So LFR still on the high ground for now. Bit of damage comes through there onto Rivens, but not enough to really be problematic. A quick run in to find the care package. Picks up the Vault here. A couple of nice hop-ups and attachments for that as well. It's putting them in good stead for this next fight. And of course, this is map point now for LFR. If they win this one, they will take the first map in the series.
Taking a lot of fire at the moment, though. Still fine. Like, it doesn't matter if as long as they can heal it back up.
Okay, Crypto opting not to commit the frag grenade just yet. I think they're quite happy to just keep the high ground and play nice and slow. Okay, we'll see that committed, and that's Riven throwing that one in. Don't think they found anything, but we'll momentarily discourage KRO from pushing forward with that one. I believe we actually got the Rolling Thunder coming out here from LTX, if that's what that sound effect was. It's either that or just a barrage of grenades coming through. Haven't really seen a huge amount of ultimates coming in. Ooh, LTX takes a lot of damage here. Rivens as well. In fact, Rivens and the Lolos both not in great shape here. Cryptol takes a lot of damage there. Out of shield, out of luck, out of teammates, and possibly out of time here. But we've still got LTX and Pumba still here for LFR. So that's LFR with a quick 3-0 on Golden Gardens.
Right? I mean, unless we miscalled it in the last round.
Oh, possibly I miscalled that.
FPR
No,
did
look.
Actually...
Sorry. No, there we go. We just didn't get the, we didn't get the champion notification. Yeah, I'm glad I called that one correct.
I was gonna say. I mean, it is worth noting that not everything is perfect yet with the new game mode in terms of spectator mode. So every now and then there will be some confusion from our side because of that. Yeah. But so far it's been going great. You know, there haven't been that many issues, so I'm totally
it's been
totally happy with exactly.
And
now
so
that's one map down. One map down, Phil. Potentially one to go, maybe two. I mean, we already have the disappointment that we won't get Party Crasher anyway, so it might as well be done after this map. But there is still a potential that we go to a map 3. No way KRL. It's interesting that they're not able to convert that high ground into a win. Yeah. We've seen that before from other teams where that also goes sometimes, because teams can either get impatient or they're not able to do the right drop down mechanic, or there's always something that can go wrong where high ground doesn't work out for you. But it is still surprising that 3 rounds in a row, no way KLR isn't able to make it happen. So I'm, hats off to LFR, honestly. I think that's really what it comes down to. I mean, using that Bangalore just changed the game.
I think going back to the discussion about not being able to convert the high ground control into kills, high ground control is step number 1. And there's this general line of thought in Apex and in first-person shooters generally that high ground is king, nerf high ground is OP, right? Because it gives you such a good defensive option. But if you don't understand how the high ground works, or if your use of the high ground is suboptimal, you've taken step number 1, but you then can't take step number 2, which is converting that into kills. So it feels like no way KRL have understood step 1 and are executing that very well. And either they lack that understanding, or LFR are doing such a good job of rotating where the high ground is no longer a factor and closing the distance with the Bangalore smokes and out shooting their opponent. That's why that's not working out for No Way KRL, right? It's just that they've identified step 1 and we're still waiting for them to take the rest of those steps.
Yeah, it's very possible. And as the question to what does No Way KRL stand for. I'm not saying this is true. I'm not saying I know this for sure. But if you look at the first, letters of their names, Crypto, Rinvits, and Lolos, KRL, maybe that's where it comes from. It would make sense. They, of course, also have their sub in Zypier, but, that's a sub, so...
I think you're right, because I'm looking at No Way BFF, and that is Blackilo, Figo, and Franz. So, that's it. We got it figured out. Nicely done. Okay, moving into
Sometimes the mystery
station.
takes a little bit of time to get solved.
Yeah.
Thermal station
Looks
is
like
online, already shooting at each other.
Yeah, looked like No Way KRL had taken an initial inside position in that central structure. You're going to see LFR running around the outside here. Bit of juggling of the shield cells. Okay, well, nobody engaging particularly hard just yet, although iCrypto has taken a bit of damage. I suppose that is probably just Crypto rather than Crypto, given the name of the team. Ooh, that is a lot of damage. And coming up the stairs with an RE45 is quite the decision. That is a cheap weapon that is not a high damage weapon. Still enough to fade out the enemy on the way through. The alternator coming in and out from Julius. Has done a lot of damage with that 309 and climbing, but can't yet convert it to a kill. Takes a lot of damage themselves. Didn't have time to get the shielding in. And now it's down to the chorus line here of the knockdown shields, trying to keep LTX alive, and it's just not going to be enough. And that looks like KRL with their first point on the board.
Yeah, definitely a nice positioning from them. They were able to transition over that staircase, which is on the map over here. And I think LFR wanted to initially just stay on that center island, that center circle, which is fair. It's a good place to be. But unfortunately, they couldn't quite convert that into a win because they abandoned it quite quickly. And then that staircase actually provided No Way KRL with a pretty good position like they've been having in the last map, but this time they're actually able to use it to their advantage because they were able to catch out LFR in that rotation.
Yeah, I guess the lines of rotation here for LFR are a little more obfuscated. It's a little harder for them to actually find a direct, quick line through with the smokes because of all the build-up here. And instead, it's going to be the high ground control that really starts to pay off. And LFR have now taken initial early high ground control. Will, of course, still have smokes if needed to get out of trouble. Happy just to spray and pray for now. And here's the other nice factor here. They do also have the zip line here from Julius. Will give them an easy exit should No Way KRL start to push in on them.
Always nice to have that exit strategy. But, No Way KRL is getting quite close to them, actually. Using now their using their Gibraltar bubble quite early, actually. We'll have that for the mid fight, but then again, doesn't really matter because it's still an even fight between these teams in terms of shields. As in, they have one, and the LFR just generally already doesn't, so now they both won't. But they're going to be able to hide out underneath this building. Are they going to go for a heal strat again? It's possible. This is another place where that's very likely well, not very likely, but very possible to happen. And with this new circle forming, yeah, why not, right? Why not try it?
I think there's still plenty of time for them to be flushed out of this. And this very nearly went the other way when we saw that out-healing strategy come through. Like, a couple more shots in the right place would have seen that go the way of No Way KRL instead of the LFR. But it looks like we might be seeing that. I mean, LFR have the high ground. They don't want to give that up, but also the high ground is not doing anything for them right now. Are they discussing maybe getting out of that?
So you do see really cool plays happen in this building in particular when you talk about that spiral staircase that's in the middle because it has limited visibility, it's very close to quarters. They do eventually try and climb up there, and that's usually the wrong move to make. Trying to get up there, taking a lot of damage. No, there's No Way KRL, and all the Lola Scriptal already out. It's just Rinvits left. I think they could actually res each other if they want to, but it's a tough one to pull off.
Nah, I think the option is also there to thirst, get the kill if they need it. And, I mean, that was a real roll of the dice here from LFR and from No Way KRL, looking to abandon their entrenched positions. And ultimately, that's a dice roll that went the way of LFR, putting them at level on this map. I still think this has been very close. Like, despite the fact that it's looking like a 3-0 in the first round, like, actually, this round in particular, it seems like Norway KRL have this style figured out a little better. They're able to more evenly take this fight with LFR. Let's see if they can continue adapting as we move into round 3 on Thermal Station.
It feels like they're more intelligently thinking about their rotation rather than just saying, oh, there's this high ground, we're going to sit on it, which was sort of what happened on Golden Gardens, where they're just like, oh, this is a central location, we have to be up there. And then they were up there and they didn't really know what to do next. Whereas this time around, it feels like they've got that a little bit more figured out. Like they're moving towards this high ground now. That's still very true. And I think the way that LFR has reacted to this is actually way more important, because LFR, as soon as the high ground is taken, they usually move just far away. They don't want to deal with that right now. They're just going to be in their own space, take their own position, and if Norway KRL wants to stay there, they can. If they want to come to them, that's also fine. But, you know, we know what we want to do. Play our game, not yours.
Let's explore this way.
Okay, interesting things are a little bit split now for LFR. Looks like they're trying to take advantage of that care pack coming down. They will have the Gibraltar shield to give them a bit of safety to pick that up if they need it, if it's not down yet. And of course, by camping it, people know exactly where they are here from LFR. Arcstar coming in, that's great for stripping armor off early. So that's not going to be connect, but Norway KRL saw that coming in and decided to get the heck out of dodge. Out comes the Gibraltar Dome here, and it's LFR aggressing and instantly finding the value there. That was great from LFR.
Another beautiful instance of a team just seeing the opening and pouncing on it. And LFR is really good at recognizing those opportunities. I mean, oftentimes they're fighting from a technically less advantageous position, other than that previous round, not this round, but the round before. And they're able to turn that around. It's like they're very good at opening just a trap. Like they're setting a trap, they give the enemy a false sense of advantage, and then just close it in on them. They like reel in the bait, so to speak. It's been really working for them so far. Once again, you see Norway KRL just straight away go for this high ground for that same central position, and LFR doesn't really necessarily want to go there. I mean, they see them go, they shoot in a rotation, but they don't really have any interest in going there. They're already setting up the trap right now.
Well, Folius needs to take a bit of cover now. Down out of the shielding, just into the regular HP. We'll get that recovered. But that's very early to be burning a shield battery. Would have liked to have held on to that a little while longer, I think. And as the smoke clears, we see that Norway KRL seem to have lost track of LFR here. So that smoke again proving very valuable, not just on our opening map, but here on Thermal Station as well. But Norway KRL do have high ground, but they're playing very split at the minute. Need to be a little bit careful, because they can take a 2v3 and then a 1v3 if LFR decides to dive in very quickly. Smokes out, obfuscates the point of view, can't see where that incoming fire is coming from, can't return it, buy some space, herding LFR, elding Norway KRL away from that care package and into better ground for LFR to take a fight.
Yeah. LFR just... again, they're doing the same thing over and over again. They're kind of baiting Norway KRL to come to them, and Norway KRL keeps taking the bait. Aside from the one time where, you know, they did go in for a heal off, but this time around, again, Norway KRL are the ones that are rotating into LFR, and LFR's fine with it.
Yeah, LFR have been forced to use quite a lot of resources there. We actually even saw the Phoenix kit come out for LX. Norway KRL have had chance now to come and address the drop package, and that's given us Spitfire. It's actually given them Mastiff. That's great. I believe Rivet's picked up the Mastiff there. We've got a R301 with a lot of stuff on top there. That is R301 that a Peacekeeper here now for the Lolos is quite the formidable layout. I think probably one of the more damage-centric kits we've seen so far from our matches today. Like, I would not want to turn a corner and find the Lolos there. Riven's forced to take a knee here and get healed back up. Shots coming into LTX, that's the passive coming in, but look at the distance. Now we find them curled up in this central location, which is what we saw for Stay earlier on in the day. The question now is, do LFR have the mechanics and the resources to last out this central position? Because Norway KRL can close the distance here and have much more space to work with.
like what Noah KRL is doing in this situation, because they've stopped making that ultimate push, and now they're holding them. Now they're the ones that are controlling the narrative, so to speak. But the nades are out, and they're not quite landing, but they're pushing them aside. Nice bubble though.
Man, that was a really big connect there with the Arcstar. Strips the ammo down, and LFR on the back of a massive Arcstar, they push into the Gibraltar bubble, and that is it. They take that 3-1 here on thermal points, and that's going to be a quick 2-0 for them. They're moving forward in the bracket, and unfortunately, no way KRL back out of the bracket. Have to be content with having just made it up into this round of 16 even.
Yeah, round of 16. They're going into the round of 8 tomorrow, of course, but for now, it's going to be progressing through that bracket to see who's going to be meeting them, because next up, we have a match that I think both of us have definitely been looking forward to. It's going to be the Game of Drones versus Chipushi, and Chipushi 228, let's be specific. There's apparently 227 others. Maybe even more, we don't know. But Chipushi is going to be their, opponent of Game of Drones. And winner of that then has to go up against LFR tomorrow. We have 2 more games after that as well. Nitro Esports versus Ethics, and then Claudion Fanboys versus Duno Pew Pew. I guess that's what they want to call it. Just a quick look at the bracket, as you can see right here. Already have 5 teams qualified for tomorrow. Only 3 can join that group. And that's the 3 games we have remaining. So between 6 and 9 maps of Arena for the day, Phil. That's what's going to be.
Yeah, it's going quicker than it really has any right to, but it's been enjoyable so far. Looking for Game of Drones and Chipushi to try and make this even more interesting than the last game, because whilst that last game may have looked like a bit of a blowout, it was a 3-0 on Golden Gardens, it was a 3-1 on Thermal Station. It was the first time we've really seen a team come up with a niche strategy and a niche composition that didn't just rely on take the high ground, land shots. Like, they actually had a game plan that made use of specific legend kit in a way that wasn't just mobility and gaining the high ground.
It wasn't just getting the high ground. It wasn't just run at them and just overpower them with speed and mechanics. There was way more thought that went into it. They actually played a few different ways. Like, they took high ground sometimes, but they also just set up that trap, laid out the bait, and just had the team come to them. And even in that last fight, they were the ones that were stuck. They were in a room, and they still managed, with the right nade play, to get out there and focus the fight down, even through the Gibraltar bubble. So very nice way of getting out there for LFR. And in the next series, you might see something that's similar. If you think, hey, this is fun, what Trovo Titans are doing, and you feel like, oh, maybe some other games are also maybe fun for them to do. They do other games too. Actually, we got this weekend, there's a Brawl Stars event coming up, 10th of July, and that will be going on for, at least for the weekend, potentially even longer. Of course, tomorrow we're back with this. And if you think, oh, wait, is it just, gameplay? Is that all we're getting? No. There's also the streamer referral code. If you go with Trovo Titans, you actually are able to get some gems here on Trovo.
That's right.
And as the more they level up, the more gems you'll get, and that's just free money, really.
Yeah, it's great to see a streaming platform that is actively trying to find ways to give back to the people making the most of the platform. So interested to see how much further we can go, and love to hear from many of you out there that are watching this and making use of the referral code, exactly how much use you're finding of that. In the meantime, though, we do, of course, still have another matchup coming away very shortly, Game of Drones versus Chipushi, as discussed. To go into a little bit of the history of Game of Drones, one player in particular I have always had a little bit of affection for, right? Because HTP Harold. So I know HTP Harold from back in their Overwatch days, and very specifically when they were looking to compete in the World Tournament, when they were playing for Team UK. So it was great to see them move from that to find a level of success in Apex Legends as well. Hopefully whatever they've moved on to next provides just as stimulating an environment as they found in Apex Legends. And speaking of stimulants, we're going to head over to Octane and the Mad Machine to see where we're heading to next. And let's get a fingers crossed, everybody, that we finally get to see our our desired map coming through.
Woohoo,
Party
that's got a
Crasher on the
kick.
board, please. Do your best, Octane. Give it a kick. Oh, look
There
at
we
that,
go.
Classy. We finally got it. No one's got to win
It's
any kind of
happened.
hat at all. We get to see some Party Crasher, finally. I believe that is now
It
the
is,
full battery of
it's
maps
time.
we've seen today.
And we actually get to talk about what makes Party Crasher so unique and like why Party Crasher is a map that so many people actually really like in this game mode. And that is just simply because there isn't a completely defined high ground. There isn't a completely defined low ground. There isn't a completely defined this is where you have to go. Like, yeah, there are places where are probably more helpful to be and there are high grounds, but with all those little cover places, all the, you know, all the advertising boards, the benches, the walls, there's so much to hide and play around that communication, flanking, all of that is going to be way more important, and turtling up is basically not a viable strategy because you will always be taken from a different angle than you're expecting.
And by being a much more two-dimensional map, whilst you can still take a high ground position, it's basically impossible to take that out of Apex Legends. It means that this does play a little bit more like a traditional, I don't know if the term is arena shooter, but you know, it plays a lot more like your CSGOs, right? It's a lot more about being careful, about taking the right pathing option, about not accidentally giving your opponent a very clear line of sight to do damage with you. Obviously, the one shot, one kill potential isn't quite so strong here in Apex Legends, so it's not the end of the world if you get caught out in the middle of a rotation. But it does mean that for this map in particular, you do have to be that little bit more smart about where you're going and why.
Yeah, and I mean, that intelligence about like rotating correctly or just rotating in a more cohesive fashion is something we've been seeing more and more happen as we moved on throughout the day. And whether we've just seen the better teams later on, or the more cerebral teams later on, or whether they've just been learning from each other by watching the stream as well, potentially. Maybe, you know, I don't think we're imparting a ton of wisdom here, Phil, but maybe, you know, maybe they've learned from just watching with maybe muted. They've been, you know, catching up on some things. That being said, I think it's time that we look at what Game of Thrones are going to able to bring us in their new formation versus a name that is just coming out of nowhere, Chibushi. I mean, it makes me think of a very few different things that are just all very different. I don't really know where this reference comes from. I don't know what the name means. I guess the only way we can really do is either ask them or maybe try and figure it out somewhere. I do like their player names though. You know, D Mozart, Semaine, Evo Q. Like they're nice names. So at least those are the ones that we know where they come from. We understand those. So.
Yeah, and you know, if we're looking for trying to figure out what we can expect from Chibushi, unfortunately, not a lot to go on. These are not players with a huge amount of pedigree. They did make it through the qualifier 2 session, so clearly some other teams out there that they can outperform. Whether or not this adapted roster from Game of Thrones is one of those teams remains to be seen. I think it's very easy to fall into the trap of, oh, I know who this player is, therefore this is a good player, therefore they are the better player.
Of course.
Doesn't always work like that. Good players have to come from somewhere. They all start in obscurity. So I'm not going to count out Chibushi 228 just yet. We still have a little bit of game footage left to review, which is of course the match itself rather than game footage. So yeah, this really could go either way, as in fact all of the matches that we've had today that have been between teams that we don't know could have gone either way. But it looks like we're now on the final approach to this map. Anybody on the roster of Apex Legends that you'd like to see that we've not seen yet today, Classy? Give it a think.
I don't know. Like, so you were talking about Rampart earlier. It's like, I guess we could maybe see that, but I do understand. I want to see a little bit more of Wraith. Maybe I do think Wraith has a place in this game mode potentially. Like the portal play could be really interesting if you pull it off correctly, and in general, just her mobility might lend well. But it does seem that Octane and Pathfinder just have made it over her just because of the more reliable and more direct team mobility they provide, because it's also verticality. It's not just the mobility, it's that they can get on high grounds. But yeah, on a map like Party Crasher, that might not come into play because that vertical mobility isn't as defined by abilities. It just it's there. Everyone can do it.
Yeah, I wonder if we see maybe more Bloodhound coming out here maybe more Gibraltar, looking at sort of defensive and intelligence-based characters rather than mobility and high kill potential characters. Well, looks like we're loading in, so we get a chance to see exactly what's going on. And, well, looks like it's a combination mobility and utility here for Chipushi. And we've yet to see what is in the offing here for Game of Drones. Okay, we will get the Gibraltar here from a defensive point of view for Game of Drones. And, okay, I did think for a second there I'd seen the Bocek bow, but no, it's just the heirloom here for elixirs. Okay, a bit of incoming damage early here, shooting towards Game of Drones, but nothing serious just yet. There's a land on the shield there from Rondonich. Okay, unfortunately, it looks like we are having a little bit of a server issue here, guys. So we're just going to remake that lobby and come back to you in just a minute or so. Hopefully, we won't delay you too long. So it looks like we're not getting more of the sort of information-based characters that we were expecting, particularly the Bloodhound, maybe even the Loba, but it just seemed to be that sort of general utility composition with the Gibraltar, something in terms of mobility, either the Pathfinder or the Octane, and the additional looting resources that you get from having the lifeline in. Whether or not having this lobby remade and both teams getting a sight of what the other team is going to be running, that changes, I think, remains to be seen. Could be interesting if that's the case, but if you don't know how that team is going to play that composition, maybe that's a gamble, Classy. Maybe you just stick to your guns.
Maybe. Yeah, and honestly, why would you switch? I do think the Bloodhound in particular is pretty good on this map because of all the the small covers. It's hard to sometimes know where players exactly are. So yeah, the Bloodhound can definitely help you. Just keep scanning, and it's how it works. I mean, I know you're limited in your scans, but you should be able to get enough to get something going here. But yeah, the lifeline has just been the staple. I mean, it's been very rare that we haven't seen a team run it, and that care package just dropping straight away. It's too good. There's too much coming out of that. It's too much use. There's too much value to not use with the price, and everything you can still buy next to it. So. Yeah, not a lot surprised, but definitely, I wouldn't say disappointed. I just think that's something that's going to develop over time. Maybe it's going to be nerfed a little bit, changed a little bit up how it works by the developers. But so far, it is just a logical conclusion to what this mode is.
I think it's worth clarifying here that it's not that you have to buy every single charge of some of these abilities. So Bloodhound will come with one free charge of the Eye of the Allfather. You can buy an additional 2 at a cost of 300, and it's the same with Gibraltar. You can start with one Gibraltar Dome, which you get for free. You can buy up to 5 of them if you've got the money. If you want to sink another 800 material into getting all 5 of those domes of protection, seems like it's maybe slightly overkill, but that is an option for you. So there is some free utility here. It's not all you have to pay to do more than just hold a gun, which is good. It gives a little bit of the starting character to each of these individual legends rather than everybody playing the same from the get-go. Yeah, and I feel like that's kind of what we've been seeing to some extent in the Gibraltar pick has not been Gibraltar plus all of the additional defensive shields that you need. It's Gibraltar with usually just that one free charge.
Yeah. Honestly, it's one of those where that one free charge usually doesn't get enough. Like it might help you a little bit, but then because other legends have these other utility potentials, it's so helpful to have multiple of those charges just so you have some utility to counteract what they're doing. Because they of course see that they're being scanned. That might put them off on moving, like making an aggressive move or a specific rotation because they might get caught out. And sometimes you think you're in cover and all of a sudden it's you've been scanned. Unfortunately, there's a Bloodhound near you. Doesn't seem that at least Chipushi is changing anything up. They're just going to go with the same old thing. And honestly, I don't blame them. Same thing for Game of Thrones. But it could have been a fun change. And it could have been someone I definitely understand on this map in particular.
Well, clearly our players with an eye on where each other are. We see Judas take a lot of damage there. Has to pop the shield. Rondonich with what passes for high ground here on this map for now. And Chipushi playing more or less turtled up here behind this main body of the Mirage Voyage. It's going to be the Vault here for Zemain. A bit of damage there, but nothing particularly impressive to write home about. And another relatively slow start to a game here. Seems like Avoc took a bit of damage there, but again, lots of space for them to shield up and get going again.
Yeah, totally going to be Chipusi very calculated, just waiting out on this one. The Game of Thrones doing the same thing, and they are just playing on these stages on the top of these buildings, just making sure that they don't get caught out. But they are providing each other with a little bit of flank push as well. It's not just they're all sitting on the same high grounds. There is more dynamic movement going around. That just comes down to the fact that there is more flanks, there's more angles here. That's a nice wingman shot onto Evo Q. Already getting that one down. That's 2v1 right now if they are not managing to rest that.
Yeah, it's the signal for Game of Drones to push in. They know they've got the firepower and HP advantage being one up in the fight, but so far they've not come out of this unscathed. They take a bit of damage, but ultimately they push in and find the picks here. So, one round going over to Game of Drones to start us out here on the crash site.
And of course, you know, it's not like we're expecting Game of Thrones to just walk away with this one, but they are a more veteran name in the Apex scene, especially in terms of what they've been doing in the past. And even though it's not the same unit that's doing this, that does come with a certain je ne sais quoi, I would almost say. Like, just, you know, a certain knowledge, certain experience, certain pedigree that just naturally is going to be there with a name like that until they completely rebuild, new owners, new everything, right? It always comes down to what's left of what can rebuild, because rebuilding is something then different than just completely disbanding and building from the ground up.
Ooh, well, it looks a little bit like Game of Drones have been caught napping here. Evo Q is able to find Rixus, but caught back again as Jules able to find the pick onto this one. The Gibraltar Dome is out, and Jakushi Archer pushing in. Taking a lot of damage on the way through, and that's the lead out onto Zemain, and looks like they just squeaked that one out. I believe Jules the last one to fall there from Game of Drones.
Yeah, looks like it indeed. It was indeed Jules going down last, but yeah, not as like I said, not as easy as it seems. Game of Drones, they might have the experience, but it doesn't mean you win every round straight away. And that was a lot faster than the first round. That explosiveness, don't give them a time to calculate, to think about things, to get that long range out, because it did seem like Game of Drones was winning that long range engagement. As soon as it got closer, and when it gets closer, it's a much more even and chaotic fight. And that's often a strategy you see teams take that have less inherent communication or less strategy, less tactical prowess. They'll just run at the other team to sow as much chaos as possible, so any communication that was there just breaks down on the other side. And that's a smart move. It's an intelligent move you can make, and some teams actually thrive under almost no communication circumstances.
Some people just want to put their headphones on, blast the music, and click some heads.
Yeah.
Game of Drones with what passes for the high ground here, apart from Jules on the low ground, pops the shield battery, quick reload, has the flat line, so a lot of good damage here at medium range. We see actually Lars makes the rotation, popping in a couple of shots here with the wingman. Good tracking, only lands 2 out of those, but still not a bad attempt. Evo Q forced to slow down momentarily and pop the shield. So whilst it wasn't a kill, it wasn't a knock, it did at least get some vital resources out here. And, ooh, that's actually very dangerous. Zeman has the devotion with the supercharger, with the turbocharger on it. So a huge damage potential here from Zemain. So we need to see Game of Drones kind of prioritize Zemain and getting them out of the fight rather than letting that devotion really come into its own.
They have a good idea for everybody is. They have a great idea for everybody is. It's just that, you know, just knowing where they are is not enough. Can't just hit them behind a box. And it's not quite Nate territory just yet. Nice move here from Jules to get back to safety. Grapple. And gonna be able to heal back up and continue this fight. I mean, this is once again, this is like the controlled round. We had a very explosive one just earlier, and the controlled round last time around Game of Thrones won. Doesn't mean they're gonna do every time. There's a few good shots hitting there from Evo Q.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this devotion is such a threat, but Zeman has been kept more or less in check, I think, with just a wingman. Like, just occasionally, a pop of the head forces them back down and in, means that they can't get the damage done with this devotion that they want.
I think that is the power of the wingman on this map in particular, because it's not quite long range. It's always a little bit at mid and sometimes close range. And there's very few weapons that can as accurately and as impactfully do damage as a wingman at this type of range.
Yeah.
You could argue that certain sniper rifles or like a scout work, but they don't have the same punch that the wingman does. And because you have all this cover, you can constantly just do a few shots and then reload. You're never really gonna run out of ammo in a clip. So that's really what this comes down to, why the wingman works so well on this particular stage. Nice double shot there from Lexers. Of course, my favorite player right now because he's also Dutch, but
I see. National pride coming into this.
National pride coming into this. Definitely not biased though.
No, not at all. Ooh, and that is where the devotion really starts to come into its own. They just didn't know that Zemain was there, and Zemain gets a huge amount of damage in on the back of that one. Just hidden. They didn't know he was there, and that's going to be a point on the board there.
See, that's why a Bloodhound works on this map. Like, we're going to come back to that point a few times, most likely, if this map's going to go on a bit longer, where those moments where you lose track of a player, or you think you might have lost track of a player, you can just do a quick scan, and you'll know exactly that you either remember where they were, or that they've moved. So, yeah. But I mean, they can't swap their legends, of course, but if we see it later today, and we see a team play a Bloodhound, we might actually be able to see evidence of that it actually works. Right now, though, these teams are super evenly matched. You really see that they're playing very calculated, very careful, and it's just the tiniest little thing that makes a decision a lot of the time. So let's see if Game of Thrones have learned from the last 2 rounds. One very chaotic, very fast. The other just high ground, slow play. They lost track of a player. This time around, they're looking to set up relatively mid to long range again. Just making sure they have, of course, a little bit more materials. They bought a few different guns. And there's already, this aggressive posture, actually, from Game of Thrones.
It is, and that's a very early Gibraltar dome. That means they're not going to have that for the next time this fight breaks out. And they weren't able to get anything done with it. I believe it bought a bit of cover for the Gibraltar to get out of trouble, but ultimately it didn't buy them anything. So unless they've invested in some extra charges for that, that was a waste. Unless it was literally just to keep somebody alive and in the fight a little bit longer. I think
it was. It might have been.
May have just that grenade just clipped the side of the wall. There means it came straight back down the Evo queue. Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. Zemain already in a lot of trouble here, popping the shield cell. But in the meantime, Dim Mozart also taking damage, and Game of Drones are just coming in, loaded for bear, covered in armor, popping it down with the havoc. Gonna be Rondex taking a lot of damage. Here's the pushback from Chipushi. They've lost Rondenech. Lars is low. Jules is low as well. You're going to have to pop into the dome, play right by the edges of it so that they can keep this going. They have an opportunity now to potentially res Rondenech. Chipushi not quick enough to push in and take advantage of that. It's going to put them back up into the 3v3. No, 3v1. Chipushi is down to just Evo Q.
Tried to go for the ring around the Rosie. But that wasn't going to work out. And nicely played, honestly, from Game of Thrones. They were constantly in a position where they weren't really losing. And that first play that almost went wrong for the Gibraltar, they almost converted that into a kill of their own. It was just that the opposing lifeline was able to get away. And that's a 3-1.
Yeah. Yeah, that was relatively quick, relatively clean, other than that fairly slow round in the middle where we saw Zemain get a lot of value with the devotion. That was all a Game of Thrones, and honestly, it's kind of what we expected with a veteran name, even if it's just Jules from the existing roster. Jules is not going to be attracting novice players. Jules is going to be looking to get experienced, seasoned, proven players, and that's ultimately what we round up with there for Game of Thrones. So Chipushi, I think they've had some nice ideas. I think the Devotion adaptation was particularly nice, the way that played out with sort of a trap door. Here comes the main with the Devotion, a lot of damage on the back, worked very nicely. They just need to be a little bit quick about getting these strategies out the door. Like, the strategies are great, the strategies are interesting, but if you wait until the very last second to pull them off, your margin for error becomes absolutely razor thin.
Yeah, razor thin and almost impossible to actually pull off in that situation. So it just gives the other team so much more to work with. You kind of give them a lot of advantages and then say, well, can we have some back maybe? And then they're just mostly going to say no, which is fair. But hey, our first map of Party Crasher. It's
So
it was a long time
did it,
coming.
did
We
it
finally got it.
did it meet all your expectations? Was it everything you hoped for and more?
I mean, I could ask you the same thing. You were the one that bet on it after all, but yeah, no,
It's true.
we kind of got from it what we need, what we needed, and what we wanted. Also, what we expected. I think in a lot of ways. Um, the only thing, like again, the only thing I was kind of hoping for was to see some more Bloodhound play on it, to see those scans work
Yeah.
their magic, because this is really the map where that matters most, I'd say.
Yeah.
But you know, it's still possible. Like it's not like this is the only time we'll see it the entire week, right? Right? Right?
Hopefully, I
It's
mean,
hard to make that prediction. It's hard to make that prediction at this stage.
statistically, it shouldn't be the last time we see that map, right? It's a statistical anomaly if that is the only time we see it.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, we've seen it picked a few times, but it was always map 3. So
Yeah.
maybe statistically speaking, like that could still be. But we'll see. We'll see where we go. We of course know what their next map is going to be. It's not Party Crasher because we've just had it. We don't have the same map twice in a series. But that being said, Game of Thrones, while they looked confident, they also looked a little bit chaotic and disorganized every now and then.
Yeah.
There was definitely a few moments where Chipushi could potentially push back if they capitalize on like a specific mistake that's being made. But it is hard to recognize when you get like moments where you can capitalize on mistakes while you are making either mistakes of your own or when it's very chaotic. So it's a lot easier said than done, especially for us who are just sitting here talking about a game, looking at it. And for you at home, of course, as well. We know how chat is. You know, they always know better. That is. I mean, you do know better. It's just that realistically, that's not always something that can happen in a situation like that. It's the same as what we were saying, like, oh yeah, just don't rotate or just play more active. Like, yeah, it's not that simple. Like, that call still has to be made. People still have to follow it, and unless everyone does it at the same time, you can't really call a strategy. So. Let's see what Chipushi can bring back on the next map, and if they can maybe bring us to the first map 3 of the day.
Maybe. There's one map already down. It's Game of Drones currently in the lead. If they win this map, then that's going to be them moving forward in the bracket, and Chipushi back down, and Game of Drones already taking some substantial damage. On the edge, forced to use the shield cells there to slowly pop themselves up, but a good exchange. Mozart not only taking a lot of damage into the shield, but into the HP as well. A push here from Game of Drones could take Mozart out of the fight early. Looks like they're actually giving Chipushi a lot of space here to get healed up. Jules have a similar amount of space. On the edge too, getting healed back up, ready for this next engage. First ring about to close in. Alternator Mozambique here for Jules is a very, very cheap option.
It's a very Pathfinder option where you can just like jump in on them, spray with the alternator when you're in the air, and then just finish it out with the Mozambique shots. Interesting noting as well, there is now in fact a Bloodhound on the field in Chipushi's squad. Unfortunately, you know, in my opinion, kind of the wrong map for it, but you know, it could still work. There's still like walls, etc. here that you could potentially lose track of players of. Also, when you're holding in these buildings over here, it can work out. Just me wondering why they didn't do it on the last map. That's all. That being said, so far it's definitely doing some work. You know, they're able to scan out where the enemy squad is holding, and the Mozart is so far putting up an okay performance on the Bloodhound. But you know, we've barely had plays being made. Nice transversion over the lava, the high ground being taken here by Game of Drones. So Chipushi is going to have to push into this one from a disadvantaged position.
Yeah, and they're already taking a lot of flak here. We have potentially lost Jules here, currently bleeding out, and I don't think Rodanic and Lias are in a great position to help with that res. We do have some high ground control. It's going to be down to Rodanic to pod in. To do that! Good grief, all that with a wingman. There's the drop down of Rodanic! Gets a little bit cocky, gets knocked here. And now it's going to be down to Lars, and I might see the rest come through. We actually got the drone deployed there. I don't think that's going to convert. Great play there. Usually they spotted when there was blood in the water, found that early pick onto Jules, and then closed the distance. That's them putting their first point on the board.
It would have been cool if that res came off and that someone pulled it back, but I definitely see that see it as a problem. Yeah, this is looking like. Yeah, see, we see a little bit more Is this, no, that is an R301, I think. Yeah, might be a scout. It's hard to see sometimes on the backs of these
It
models,
is. We
but
can take a
I
guess.
definitely-
We can take a guess, but that's it.
We can take a guess. That's it. I mean, it's definitely a light weapon. I can be quite assured of that one. Let me see a flatline coming here out from Jules. Flatline been a fairly popular weapon in this mode so far, but they go very far forward. You do see the priority that's being taken on trying to get that loot box open. All the nades are already out, and they do manage to get the loot out of it. I think that's a very important thing, as long as it actually, works.
And I think that was a really good heads-up play there as well, because Jules ran in, used the grappling hook with the Pathfinder to get nice and close, and the second they got there, in comes the frag grenade, takes a huge chunk out of them, and Jules has to turn tail and run, and that allows Chibushi to get in and start to actually take advantage of what's in that care package. Now, they've got a pretty good, strong position. They know roughly where Game of Drones are, and Game of Drones are looking to rotate around the central position, but we have Chibushi already there waiting for them. Ooh, and that is going to be Chibushi with a lot of damage in, but a lot of damage out as well. So men's going to go down here. Lars and Jules both knocked here. The chance for Chibushi to manage a res. This is looking very good for them here. They're in line now to get their second point on the board. And Chibushi able to get all in on the HP. Up close, up healed up and ready to go. Rondinech forced to pop the Gibraltar Dome, trying to take the 2v3, abandons the battery, and that's going to be Chibushi moving into map point. Had a bit of tactical crouching there at the end of the map there from Chibushi. It does mean we are as close to a map 3 as we have been all day, Classy.
It definitely does, and I mean, I'm not surprised at the way that Chibushi's been playing this map so far. Especially that information gathering, and it also does seem like Game of Thrones is overplaying their hand a lot of the time, like going for the loot box very early, already taking a bunch of damage. It almost seems like they're getting less out of the loot box than they have to give up for taking the loot box, and that's never the way you want this to go. You always want to, if you take loot, you want it to be a boon, not a detriment. I think if Game of Thrones is going to try the same thing again, you can already see straight away the shots coming out around that loot box. Everyone wants to go for that crate. It makes sense to want to go for it. There's also a care package that's going to be dropping there. So this area is very heavily contested. It does mean you have to win this flat ground fight against the opponent.
A little more steady here from Game of Thrones. They haven't just sent Jules in to try and take that position. They're moving as a unit. We did see the ping come through there from the Bloodhound on Chibushi. That's the emotes up. And, I mean, Chibushi just absolutely caught napping here. Game of Thrones played that way smarter, way more carefully, and they put that point on the board. They're not out of the woods yet. Chibushi still just need 1 point to take this map, but Drones looking a lot smarter than they did in the previous 2 rounds. Okay, well, it looks like we are. looks like we were caught napping there. Yeah, it looks like we are just going to have to wait until we can get back into the map on that one. But still, 2-1 here from Chibushi puts us back as close as we've ever been to a map 3. It would be great to see us get to an actual even scoreline here, where we have to rely on map number 3 to be the proper tiebreaker. We've been waiting all day, and we're right at the thin end of the wedge at this one. Only 2 matches following on from this one, so if it's going to happen, it could hopefully happen here. Still the potential now for Drones to push back into the map. And
even if we don't get a map 3, maybe we can at least get a round 9 out of this. That's also a possibility still. But these teams, the way they're going back and forth right now, it's still a high likelihood for either of them to happen.
Okay, seems like Game of Thrones are taking a bit of flak damage here.
They are, but I don't think they mind it as much, and they're okay. Loot Crate is here taken by Game of Drones this time around, so not as aggressive a push as Chibushi has been doing the last few times on it. And that's surprising, because they were really getting a lot of value out of those counter pushes on that objective.
I think it's interesting to watch these 2 teams sort of adjust their speed to what happened in the previous round. Game of Drones in the 2 rounds before this went in hot and heavy and paid the price. They slowed it down, and then they took the point off of Chibushi. And Chibushi now slowing down even more, forcing Game of Drones to play just as slowly. But I believe Game of Drones know that some of Chibushi at the very least are inside this central building. We can see we've got an Arcstar available here for Jules FPS, and quick capitalization on the armor strip from the Arcstar could be instrumental. in securing this fight.
Monstrumental is a good word. I like it.
Somewhere
Let's
between
add it to the
monumental and
vocab.
instrumental.
Right? Something like there. Monstrumental.
Yeah.
I love it. Hey, it take instead of saying 2 words, you say 1. That works. Why say more words when less will do? Maybe seeing
Exactly.
Chibushi now go for a little bit of a push of their own onto Game of Thrones, but Game of Thrones is ready to receive. They're throwing out an arc star. This might actually push them out of that cover.
Ooh.
Oh no, just goes for the hit, takes it. And that's going to be a flank onto Evoke. It's 1 down already.
As Evoke now properly out of the fight. Some resources committed here from Game of Thrones. They will have that Gibraltar shield down. And that's momentarily pretty good going here for Game of Thrones because they avoided some of the damage coming in from the Devotion. We've seen what a problem Zaman can be with the Devotion. Instead, we see them take a minute to heal up. I believe there was no
They have
chance of the
time.
res available there. They've got plenty of time. They can play this slow, and they should play this slow. Ooh, that's
They're
not
doing
looking
so.
good. Through the armor,
Smokes like down.
into the HP.
How much can the Devotion do? That's the real question now. Arcstar out. Oh, there's already a lot of damage.
There we go.
Is already out. But that is
Okay,
it.
well,
that's
that's,
a 2-2. They even up the scores.
Yeah, so both teams now need 2 more points to secure a victory here.
Yep.
And if this keeps going back and forth, we might finally see that fabled round 9 on this map. The final.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
Sudden death. That's all we call
Sudden
it.
death, that's the word I wanted.
Yeah. It's weird to call it sudden death because I don't think like with the nature of like a deathmatch game mode, it feels like sudden death isn't really what you would call a round.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, look, I've played a lot of
know.
Apex. I die suddenly all the time. It doesn't need a special game
exactly.
mode
It
for
feels like that's kind of. I feel like kind of every round it feels like a sudden death, but
Yeah.
it's okay. You know what? I'm with it. I just want to see it
Ooh.
so we can see the pressure of it and the way it changes the vibe because it is a bit of a special round 9.
It is.
But let's get there first
This is-
before we actually start revving it up too much.
Yeah. We've got some space to cover just yet. This has been one of the most objective-focused maps that we've seen so far today in all the matches that we've covered. Both teams immediately making a beeline for control of this initial care package. A bit of initial fire exchange, and then kind of into a holding pattern, looking for angles like that where you can burn out some resources from your opponent, but nobody hard committing to a fight just yet, just interested in burning resources.
It is also like it's the first time they're fighting over an objective, yes, but it's also the fact that that objective isn't just this is a high ground or this is a good position to hold. It's just that there is something we want over there. We don't want to be there. It's just that the thing we want is over there, so that's why we have to be there. And it's just a very different objective to fight over than we've seen in the past. I don't think we've seen any 2 teams really fight over it as much as these 2 have.
No, not at all. There has been a lot of exchanging. Like, look at the fact that Lars is now down to half HP and doesn't really have the space to stop and heal. Like, they've only just got that on board now. Jules FPS is down, Lars is down, and good luck, Rondonech. Doesn't have the Gibraltar bubble, doesn't have any teammates. Will have the Havoc, relatively well kitted out. Actually, it's not impossible for him to make a comeback here. D Mozart and Zemain both feeling particularly poorly. Did he? Oh, I thought for a second that was the actual comeback. Well, Evox down, Rodonich able to find that one, and secure the 1v1, has the chance to pop the shield battery. And this might be the comeback. Zeman and Demozart are still both in this one. And that's a huge amount of damage. There's nothing.
Spray on the circle in the way.
What?
No, we still got this. That circle is really annoying. He's got that positioning. Oh, he's not trying.
Oh
Is he
my
trying to heal?
god!
He gets it.
Oh my god!
He gets it.
What a comeback!
go.
What a carry from Rondonech! That was mental.
That was amazing. That circle really just helped him out. It pushed the positioning of those 2 other players so much more than it. I would say almost had any right to, but it made it so that he didn't really have to make a move. He knew exactly where they were going to come from. He knew exactly when they were going to come from there because of the circle positioning. And all he had to do was finish it off there. And Gibraltar, of course, in duels with that gun shield, one of the better duelists to go with. Yeah, the hitbox is huge, but Lifeline's hitbox has been increased in last patch. So wasn't a complete failure. And like you said, they had both taken a lot of damage. They had to take a little bit of reload to heal. And that gave them all the space they needed. What a comeback. Probably the best clutch we've seen so far.
Oh, yeah, easily. Yeah, we get hyped when we see, oh, you know, if he can win this 1v2, then that's it. They take the match. They take the map. Haven't seen that happen just yet. That's the first one of the day, so a lot to live up to for everybody else now. Roddenette currently making the name as a star player here. But this is now match point. One more point on the board, and Game of Drones take this overall. This has been a really good comeback from Chibushi to get 2 points on the board early, but this is looking like potentially a reverse sweep here from Game of Drones on this map.
3 rounds in a row. I mean, those are things we talk about sometimes, like, oh, they got 3 rounds in a row. When it's a 3-0, it doesn't look that impressive. But when you're 2-0 down, to have that mental to get back, and especially in a clutch like that, yeah, no, they're feeling it. Game of Thrones is good for this. Oh, let's hope they, for them at least, they can pull that through and just close it out here. But there's a possibility that we're going for a few more rounds.
Possibly. We are not out of the woods just yet, and we see Game of Thrones taking the high ground this time. So a change from the past couple of rounds. We're not playing around that objective. We are playing up on the high ground here for Game of Thrones, and it's going to be down to Chibushi to find a way to dislodge them. And we've seen how tricky this can be. So this may be Game of Thrones playing safe and wanting to put pay to this now by controlling the high ground.
Game of Thrones looking to get pushed on by Chibushi. This is a nice route that Z-Main is taking.
I guess they've got to be hoping that the ring coming in is advantageous for them, because trying to approach this will just result in your armor getting cracked like that. That was a lot of damage out. And again, with the high ground control and with the Gibraltar shield still available here for Roddenette, it's going to be very difficult for them to do anything at all about it. I like the adaptation to use some of the ordnance. I think that's a great way to give yourself an opening here. And, I mean, can we talk about the fact that Roddenette has 3 kills and over 3,000 damage this round? Lasers down his opponent on the lower ground. We'll take a bit of a crack there from the ordnance that comes through, but again, not a lot of pressure for them, and they've already taken Dim Mozart out of the fights. We'll see the res come through, but gets immediately finished out whilst the res was in the operation, and that's going to be 2 left for Chibushi. They need a real big comeback here to try and equalize and then keep themselves in this fight, because if they can't win this 2v3, then is it, they are out of the tournament. And again, the high ground control from Roddenette, too good, drops down, doesn't care about the low HP, spams in with the P2020, doesn't find the damage, and Game of Drones make it happen to secure the reverse sweep 4v2 in our second map, and then moving forward in the bracket. Well played from Chibushi, but just not quite enough.
4 rounds in a row. That is, that's what you were saying. That was pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it was what we were expecting, but definitely it was something we were expecting to get done. Game of Drones advanced to the quarterfinals. I mean, almost like they are supposed to, but I'm kind of sad that this is a game that we had here instead of that we'd have it like in a quarter or semifinals, even in the grand finals. Yeah. That being said, we do have 2 more games today coming up in the Trovo Titans Apex Legends arenas. What a day it's been so far, Phil. And there's, like I said, there's more gameplay to come. But for that, we're going to take a very short break. And after that, I'm going to be showing you the conclusion of today.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are on the final portion of today's broadcast. It's only 4 teams remaining, 2 matches in total. We're starting off with Nitro Esports versus Ethics. And man of class, Ethics is actually a team with a little bit of a history behind them. We've seen them place relatively well at things like GLL weeklies, not placing particularly high at things like AGLS and AOGS, and other tier 2 tournaments. But definitely a team that I think has a little more time together, a little more pedigree than some of the other teams that we have in the tournament today. And speaking of the teams that we have in the tournament today, let's have a quick throw to the bracket and remind us of what's happened and have a look to the future and what's going forward.
Yeah, of course, on the bracket right now, you do see that Nitro Esports is number 7. You know, they apparently have multiple. Ethics was taken. It is just Ethics. It's just that apparently Ethics was indeed taken as a name on the platform, unfortunately. And we do have Cloudy One fanboys and also Dunno Pew Pew afterwards. But those are the only 2 matches left today. And then tomorrow, we're of course going into our quarterfinals. We're going to have Fire Beavers versus the Punisher SSS, Bombarders, and the Vochki's Anime going to be facing off, as well as LFR and Game of Drones, who we just saw with a series. And of course, the winners of the next 2 games. And afterwards, semifinals and finals. But that's all for tomorrow. For now, going to go back into this game, make sure that we actually know who's going to be in the last quarterfinals. And what is better to do than just send it over to Octane to give us the selection for the next 3 maps that we're potentially going to get in this series. We haven't seen a map 3 just yet, but 2 of these are definitely going to be played.
Octane coming in big with the kick of prophecy, showing us where we're going today. Obviously, we have now seen all of the maps in rotation. No surprises left. Schooltown not quite in rotation yet. And surprise, surprise, Phase Runner still in the rotation. Artillery to start things out, then Phase Runner, and finally, if we do ever make it to a Map 3 Thermal Station. So I feel like we've seen a lot less of Artillery than we have of Phase Runner. I think, Classy, the last time we saw Artillery in the rotation, it seemed to devolve into kind of a rotation around one specific piece of high ground with players trying to control that and either succeeding or failing.
It is the gallery. It's just they both get onto their high building, they zip line over to the gallery, and that's where it kind of faces off most of the time. There are opportunities to go elsewhere, especially if you're interested in getting a care package or something like that. But there is definitely a very good argument to be made that high ground is almost undeniably where you need to be. Eventually a circle might push you off of it, but usually by that time the game's already over, or you have managed to gain an advantage in some other way that it doesn't really matter anymore. That being said, Artillery, it is a very fun map to watch. Maybe not as much to play because it's so linear, but that really makes it very interesting to watch to see what teams do when it's such a... When I say linear, I mean it's basically tunnel vision. Like you have to go to that one spot, and then there's almost literally a tunnel up there that you have to fight the other team through. So we'll see if both of these teams actually agree with us that that's the place where they need to go, or whether they have some other ideas of maybe tackling this map head on.
I think as this game mode continues to see more and more of it, then we have more and more maps which are what we would call solved quantities, right? It's the people understand what the win conditions are for those maps. And we've seen that for Golden Gardens. It's typically control that one big tall building in the middle of the map and outshoot your opponent. Obviously, have seen a couple of wrinkles develop around trying to do that. And for Artillery, it's kind of the same. The gallery is highly defensible. It lets you see pretty much the entirety of the rest of the map. If you don't get there early and contest for it, you've got to somehow find a way to approach it, which is very, very tough to do. So expect a race for the gallery to be the first thing we see from our teams when we load into the map in just a couple of seconds, Classy.
Yeah, we still have the opportunity to get some weird legend picks, or when I say weird, I mean legend picks that we haven't really seen so far. So let's see what they're coming out with. We do see the Bangalore on the one side, Bloodhound on the other. So far, only get to see though two out of 3. There we go. There's Yoko in there as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage coming through onto Nitro Esports. I think we've got to assume that they're in there. And forced to pop the Phoenix hit very early. Get the Bangalore. Second time we've seen the Bangalore today, but arguably a little less successful as the smokes didn't really do much to defer Ethics from closing the distance. And they only took a small amount of damage there onto Etikri on the way through. And that's going to be very quickly going the way of Ethics. Nitro Esports just completely removed from the map.
Something seems a bit off there, so let's see if that may be something that is going to happen. We do see the players just selecting their weapons, making sure they're equipped for the next round. Because I think there were actually only 2 players on Nitro.
Yeah,
so
it looks
I
like
never saw the third. So that's why I'm saying. Like, I think there was probably a little bit something weird going on. Might have to restart the lobby. We'll see. Let's just go through this round so far. I do like the Bangalore strat. I think the Bangalore and Gibraltar definitely worked well together there for being only 2 of them. But yeah, I mean, a 2v3, if you start on that, it's already a struggle in the first place.
Yeah, and I think we actually, I think we actually saw the ultimate from the Gibraltar committee there. I think an acknowledgement here from Bad Apex player that they are not really within much of a chance of success here, starting out in the 2v3. A valiant effort here from Vossi. Use of the smokes is good there. Can't quite get out of trouble, and Ethics was taken with another easy point on the board here.
It should be an easy 1-0 in that situation, indeed. It's a bit of a shame, if that's the way you go out. But on the other hand, it's how it happens sometimes. Sometimes you just have too many tech issues or something happening. It's not a guarantee, of course.
No, hopefully we'll see them. We'll see them do their best here.
Let's check out this way.
Maybe the honorable thing to do is for Ethics is just to say, you know what? One of our players is going to sit on the sideline. If you manage to win the 2v2, we'll give up or something. But
yeah,
it's still a competition.
No.
It's not really how that works, unfortunately.
No, it's unfortunate for Nitro Esports because obviously they've made this through the qualifiers, and for whatever reason they can't field that third person in this first map. It's not impossible for them to make the comeback here. An early pick, a lot of damage onto the target before they receive a similar amount of damage. Unfortunately, it's just such an ask, and that has got to be a record for today on speed of initial map. Feels like we were in that for maybe 2 minutes total. Unfortunately.
Yeah, Fire Beavers tried, but they definitely didn't try this much. At least they didn't have the ability to try as hard as this. Yeah. So we'll see where this progresses. If we get a word from our admins, we'll let you know. But otherwise, so far we're just going to keep this moving. And like you said, it's a very quick first map. If this keeps on doing its... probably also going to be a very quick map too.
Yeah, it seems like we should have had all 3 players in there. Not entirely sure what's going on there, but we're going to move on and make the best of it as we can. Unfortunately, this is just the way that online tournaments can go sometimes. So there is still absolutely chance here for Nitro Esports to make a comeback on this one. They've lost 1 map, yes, but this is a let's call it best of 2, first to 2, best of 3, whichever way you prefer to call that one. There's no reason at all why with the third player in the map they can't take game 2 here off of Ethics. I think it's almost impossible for us to analyze what went wrong there for Nitro, what Ethics did well, because the analysis is it was a 2v3 for the entire round. Like, we can't go into rotations and legend selection. So hopefully in this next round we get the full complement of players and we actually get a better idea of what to expect.
Yeah. It's hard. It's hard to know. Like, we don't really have a good view on which team is quote unquote better right now. Because in a 3v2, unless you are the gods of gods playing versus relatively regular players, it's usually gonna go one way, and it's the 3 players win because they have more. But I'm willing to be surprised. It's just simple math. Yeah, 3 is higher than 2. Except apparently in the German education system, in which if you get a 1, it's actually better than getting a 5. But,
I'm aware that our producer is based in Germany, and I don't want to upset them. So I have nothing but respect
it's what I learned.
For the
so
German
this is something I learned
system.
in high school. It might have changed. It might be different at different levels, but that's something I learned, that they have the numbers 1 through 5. And then,
we use letters in the UK.
Yeah.
Just to make things that little more complicated.
Use numbers. Yeah. Is it that hard to do math for you guys, or?
Well, I'm an engineer professionally, so I mean, maths
Yeah,
is
I
easy.
was gonna say for you it should be fine, right? But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those.
No.
I'm very curious to see what this is going to turn into. Of course, like we've been saying before, it's such a new game mode in terms of like how it's set up with the spectator modes, etc. And even with the custom games like we're able to set up right now, it's possible there are certain bugs in there. So even if was one of those bugs, it's something that we're kind of like taken as it is because
Yeah, yeah.
there isn't much we can do about it. But of course, we have a lot of not us personally, but like we have some interaction with Respawn and EA to make sure that if things go wrong, they learn from it as well. And they can actually adapt it. So alpha testing tournament, right?
Well,
Something
yeah,
like
I
that.
think by and large this has gone very smoothly. I
So
think
far, yeah, great.
any new game mode, any new broadcast, and new game mode has the potential for things to be going wrong right, left, and center. But this has been pretty much as smooth as you could ask, and it looks like we are almost getting ready to go into this next map. Hopefully, we now have the full complement of Nitro esports players. I would like to see this be more competitive than that was.
Yeah.
All being well, we get an actual bit of a back and forth here. Remind me, Classy, what is our next map? Where are we going to next?
I think we're going to thermal. No, was it? No, it was Phase
Okay,
Runner.
Phase
Runner.
Phase
That was
Runner.
one. Yep. Yeah, production helping out a little bit there, but yeah, Phase Runner is going to be next. Yeah, I mean, very flat, of course, not a lot of high
Yep.
ground potential here. So we'll see them running at each other or taking the more slow approach that we've been seeing happen as well. This has been more of a quicker and a more explosive map. There hasn't been a very long round coming out on this one.
No.
And it has seemed that once one team gets the upper hand, they do just close it out 3-0 quite quickly. But I'm happy for that to change. Happy for that to be surprised. And I'm also happy to see what that third player actually plays on the side of of Nitro. It's very likely to be Lifeline because they already had a Gibraltar and a Bangalore, but maybe it's not.
Maybe. Well, Ethics with a full complement of players there. Yoko, Etrike, and Air picking up the Bloodhound. And Nitro with a full complement of players this time. Soldier 7646, Voss, and Bad Apex player. And Voss and Bad Apex player already taking a lot of damage. And Bad Apex player kind of caught out of position there in the middle of the rotation. Takes a bit of damage. Don't know that they've got anything to heal themselves up with here. Etrike also taking a similar amount of damage. This is looking much more competitive for Nitro Esports with that third player in the roster. Big rotation comes out there from the Pathfinder, managing to put that final bit of damage in. And Ethics come through that, bloodied, but successful.
Yeah, a little bit more bloodied. It didn't still look like they took them a ton of effort. It was still a fairly convincing round win. But it at least shows a little more promise. And I think Nitro might also just be a little bit shaken up by everything that happened in the last round. So we'll see if they're able to recover from this and get some more strats out, because this looked very much like the first game we had today, where one of the teams just jumped on the other and just won. Like, there wasn't really much else happening. So I do hope that we're going to be able to see some more use of the Bangalore and the Gibraltar, being able to use the smoke to have some more rotation going on, and the Gibraltar to dome to have some more protection. But without that, it's going to be a hard one to just hold on to this. Ethics now holding behind the same boxes that Nitro was before.
Yeah, this ends up being a pretty linear map, all things told. Like, every fight we've seen pretty much has been in this location, down by the Phase Runner, where there's that bit of shielding, the boxes to hide behind and just exchange shots. Although we have seen the rotation come through here from Ethics, drawing out Soldier 76 on the Wraith, which is probably the person you would like going into that position because you have that get out of jail free card. They're actually, as a unit now, making that rotation down into No Man's Land, away from that starting position up top. And we're going to see Etrike actually find the first knock there. Soldier 76 down, Bad Apex player down. We get the Beast of the Hunt online. And another very quick round here from Ethics. That puts them one round away from winning out the series.
It's looking like that's also just going to be what's going to happen. Like, as much as I want to have faith in Nitro that they can turn this around, it just doesn't. It seems like there's just a gap between these teams right now, which is unfortunate. But that's how it goes sometimes. Ethics might have been taken, but they're taking at least a win out of it. So it's it's already the progression to the next bracket, which is another extra $50 in the bank.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the way that the seeding works like this is sometimes you do just get put against a team that is substantially better than you, and at which point it's all about making a good showing. And I think certainly on that first round here on FaZe, Red Nitro Esports made a very good go of it. We're looking for them to really up the ante here. And so they're coming in with the L-Star, so a lot of punch power, no need to reload, lots of good sustained firepower, lots of good spray, really good for holding down an area, but Nitro Esports are already taking a huge amount of damage here. Nobody came out of that unscathed, whilst Ethics coming out of this looking relatively healthy, and now they know exactly where Nitro Esports are, thanks to the eye of the Old Father, looking to get a couple of shots through. There's one knockdown, the drop down, finds them hiding under the stairs, lands the Mozambique, goes for the melee, and Ethics is the champion. Another very quick round here on the Apex Legends Arena Finals.
Yeah, will be a game that's just over before it kind of really started, unfortunately. You have those sometimes, and all we can say with that as well, at least we're ahead of schedule. But that's of course not necessarily positive. You know what? But that just leaves us room to just say, you know what? That last game, just go to around 9, 3 maps in a row, and we won't be mad, because otherwise we'd be done way too early. So I'm all for it. I want to see these next 2 teams go for that. But unfortunately, that's it for Nitro. Yeah, I don't think the third player was necessarily what they were missing. I think there was a little bit more that they needed, unfortunately. But very good showing from Ethics. You said it before the game started. Ethics is a team that we may, potentially be able to expect a little bit more from, which so far seems to be true. And it's good that they're not going to be straight up against Game of Thrones or something, because that might be another one of those games that we'd like to see a little bit later in the stages. And that could be a semifinals, potentially. But, of course, we do have one more game left today. Cloudy 1 Fanboys versus Deno Pew Pew. So, yeah, I guess some sort of tactics versus just shooting, maybe. I don't know.
I'd like to think that having made it through qualifiers, the Deno Pew Pew is that they didn't know what to call themselves rather than they don't know how to play the game. I think having passed through qualifiers gives me a little bit of confidence that actually we can expect some gameplay. Interesting that we've got an Italian derby for the last game of the day, and 2 Italian teams going head to head here.
Yeah, I mean, we do have Tyler coming up on the Pew Pew. Tyler, of course, from the UK. A little bit of a different history. Has actually been in the LGS championships last time around. Was back then still with Team New Esports. New Esports since, I wouldn't say they have disbanded, but they are currently trying to find that third player. Still going on with Kashra and Post Kill at the moment. So yeah, Tyler just taking a little bit of I wouldn't say a hiatus from them, but he's just enjoying his time right now with the new squad. And if a player like Tyler joins a squad that it's either because it's just a fun tournament that they want to have some fun, like they just want to have something to do, or it's because they actually see a lot of potential out of this. So this could be another quick game. Could be that we're going to have a very cool matchup between these teams. But yeah, I mean, a promising unit potentially.
Okay, well, sounds like for the last time today, we can throw over to the third host of today's broadcast, that being Octane themselves, ready to give this machine one last kick-in for today. So, Octane, if you do the honors, please. And let's see where we're going for the final 3 maps of today. And the last option, the last potential chance here for a map number 3. And with a flourish, we're starting off on Artillery, then on to Phase Runner and Golden Guard. So, unless we wind up with a map 3, it is the same map rotation as our previous round. Let's hope we get to spend a little more time in those maps this time, Classy.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I guess, we will, most likely. It's going to be a little bit more... at least we're going to get 2 full squads, hopefully, this time on both maps. And again, yeah, I mean, we can start talking about it again. Artillery, this is the one we're going to actually see played, hopefully, properly this time. The race for the high ground or for the care package. We've also, at times, see both teams go for the bunkers on the other side of the map where the care package drops and where the loot boxes are. But it's not a guarantee that they'll end up there. It's more likely that they're going to go for the high grounds. They don't really care about the loot as long as they have the position and the way to win the map that way. I'm curious to see what they're going to bring us.
So I think that's interesting if we talk about the maps where we've seen teams prioritize the care package versus maps where we've seen teams prioritize high ground control. And the one that springs immediately to mind is the thermal map, right? Is the high ground for thermal center it's not great. There is some high ground, particularly over towards the eastern edge of the map on top of one of that domes on the outer edge, but that is the only map control that you have from a high ground perspective. And because we have such a big structure in the middle of the map, and because we have so much just general structuring around, it's difficult to take a commanding view, at which point going and contesting for the loot box makes a little more sense, right? Because if you can stop your opponent getting the advantage, if you can get that information for yourself, then you're in a great position. Whereas something like artillery, where the high ground is so important and gives you such a commanding view of the rest of the map, you can kind of afford to ignore the care package and just outsnipe your opponent, and even use the care package as kind of a bait, right? So I think we're seeing a lot of variation across the different maps as to what teams are looking to do.
And it's all those variations is truly what it comes down to in the end. It's not just... I mean, sometimes you do get two teams that just play the exact same thing and just run at each other in the exact same way, and then it comes down to like the most micro of decisions and plays that really make the difference, or like just the button press in the speedrunner arsenal, so to speak. But yeah, no, it's when those teams do something very different where it becomes truly fascinating to see how they solve how they solve the difference between them and the other team, how they figure out each other's strats, each other's weaknesses. And sometimes they just find that one sore spot to keep pushing on, and then they just eventually push the enemy down that way. But and if you just let your guard down, it can all turn around on you really quickly. You've seen it happen before. A certain team that was 2-0 up and then lost 4-2.
Yeah, and I mean that again shows another aspect of the way this game mode is working out, which is control of tempo, right? So one of the reasons that we saw Game of Drones go down 2 maps was that they, like from the get-go on Thermal Station, they just turned everything to 11. They went in. They thought, okay, well, this is easy. We went 3-0 on the last map. We can just knock these guys out. And they went too far beyond what the appropriate tempo was. And by slowing things down, their opponent said, actually, no, hang on. We're not gonna let you just rush us into this. We're going to step back. We're going to catch your aggression, and we're going to counter that. And it was only by leaning into that and slowing things down themselves and taking control of that slower pace that we saw Game of Drones start to bring that back in their favor again. And so I think a good understanding of what is not necessarily the best tempo, but the most appropriate tempo for the way your opponent is playing is going to be a big part of who eventually takes this finals when we get to the last round tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what it's all going to come down to. And of course, today we're still in those round of 16 as we are right now versus these two wonderful teams, Cloudy One Fanboys and Pew Pew. It's so that's their team name. That's not me not knowing, by the way. Just to be clear. A few more seconds. We're going to be jumping into that first map, Artillery, then over to Phase Runner, and if we need it, we also have that wonderful third map. So might be the first one today. It's still possible.
Maybe,
but I haven't seen it yet. So.
Right. Well, diving on in. Here we are in Artillery. Are we going to see the race for the gallery? Are we expecting a little more down and dirty fighting in the bunkers? Already got damage coming in. An eye stroke just absolutely beamed there. All of the shielding taken out and a little chunk of the HP as well. 41 Fanboy potentially at a moment's disadvantage if Dunno Pew Pew decides to press the advantage.
Looking like they are indeed more resource and objective focused than they are geography focused. That can happen, like just fitting each other out as well. They have the wingmans right now. That first round, those resources can actually matter a lot more than in later rounds. So it's understandable they would go for it right now. But it is cool to see that both of them just went for those resources straight away.
Yeah, we were sort of expecting to see that race for the high ground. Is that actually teams playing around this drop location? And I believe, was that a Bangalore smoke or was that just the impact there? No, it wasn't a Bangalore smoke. It was just the impact from the care package. High ground here for Shex. happy just to stop here and at the very least eat up some attention here from Dunno Pew Pew. Didn't get the better of that exchange of fire, but we'll at least have some time to stop and get a little more healthy. Now that the battle for the care package is over, I wonder if we see some rotations come through.
Yeah, looks like it. Already see some medium high ground here taken by Cloudy One fanboys, especially by Shex.
None of those
They
connecting,
can't go to
suppressing fire.
Yeah, they can't go to the central high grounds anymore anyways, because they're already in the circle. So like this is pretty much where they're going to be holding and fighting. And a lot of rotation won't really make sense unless they want to go around the flank on the outside, around the fuel tanks. Streamy does fall to Tyler here. Tyler, of course, looking for maybe a new path in the Apex scene. Gotta get one, maybe get two. That resurrection is being executed though, so need to stop it.
Man, Tyler just absolutely read Streamy like a book there. Streamy did not see him come in. All of the damage coming out in the space of about 2 seconds. Flushes out the remaining players from Dunno Pew Pew and just absolutely takes them to task here. So if we see 2 more rounds like that on this, then I think we're in for another quick one here, Classy.
Does look like it. Unfortunately for us, because we like to see more Apex, but I mean, at least we have the solace of that there's more Apex tomorrow, and that the best of these teams are going to have to face up against each other, which means we're likely going to get even more closer matches, which is great. That being said, though, this could still turn out in a lot. I mean, it took a while for these fights to actually break down, and yes, Tyler did pop off in the end, but it's not a guarantee that they're going to be able to do that every single time. Like, it's not, you know, I would say it's not that easy, but it's definitely not a guarantee. Just because someone has a name doesn't mean they're going to be able to use it. And Cloudy One fanboy have definitely taken the better position here on this gallery right now. They're further forward. They have more high ground control. And it's going to be a question whether or not they're going to be able to challenge that on the side of Dunno Pew Pew.
And it was a subtle detail, but I did like what we saw there from Streamy with Ice Stroke going in first to secure the inside path, but Streamy taking the outside path up to the top of the building just in case there was somebody up there to give them a bit of an angle on a drop down. And he's got to be a little bit careful there. I believe we've got some sort of long-range sniper coming in. That could have been masked with the scout, but it sounded a little more punchy than a scout, frankly.
Tyler just running through the map with his wingman.
Oh, we got a finisher.
Finish in. That's when you know they're confident. Rightfully so. I mean, Tyler has been popping already, and I do think that's a player that, you know, we like I said before, there have been in ALGS. This is not a crowd that they're necessarily afraid of, so they're gonna try and put out that dominance, that confidence.
Wow. It's not looking great for Cloudy One fanboy here, right? They're 1 player down already. Streamy's forced to use all of their resources already, and I think, judging by their current state, don't have any shield cells. They're in the 2v1. This is looking like it's Dunno Pew Pew's round to take, barring Cloudy One fanboys actually finding some sort of turnaround here, finding an early kill. There's the break on the shield. Mask takes a bit of a dink as well, but will survive to fight another day here. Still has all of their healing items in place.
Hostile right here.
Looking at Tyler on the high ground now. It's interesting though, because you know Cloudy One did have that initial high ground position. They've just taken it over. In a very dominant showing, just jumping on them. You know, Pew Pew. It's an unstoppable force at the moment. Cloudy One fanboys have to try and find a way to, I kind of like counter exert dominance, but stopping these players in their tracks when they're coming at you so aggressively is a tough thing to do. Especially when you see the legends they're running. They have high mobility, just a high punch power in that sense. And yeah, you have a Gibraltar who has some stopping power, Lifeline ditto, but it's not that simple when you just on the other side have a Pathfinder and a Wraith just running at you, flying at you, and there's nothing, like, unless you just shoot them out of the sky, it's going to be really tricky to get them down.
Well, next time through, and avoiding opening the door here so that they kind of get the drop and they don't immediately give away. Oh, that's a heck of a shot. Longbow here. And that's going to be the armor cracked already, and I think 1 or 2 good more shots like that, and that's going to be 1 player down already for Cloudy1 fanboys don't want to be playing really where Streamy can find you with this longbow. Misses a couple there, but that's 102 damage in. There's the crack onto the shield. There's the HP. And he's down.
Yeah, they're likely going to try and move aggressively on that, but there is a Gibraltar bubble. Nice jump on the high ground by Shex. They're in a great spot now. Get another down.
This is a good turnaround here from Cloudy1 fanboy. Because Mask and Jax are both down. It's down to Tyler to try and punch this back. Ice Rock's still reasonable here, but it will be dangerous.
And I think the pings of the enemy are likely going to come out. It's like, oh, there's still one down there.
I think a valiant effort there from Tyler to try and get the res off. Ultimately, the 2v1, you're just very seldom going to win that. Yes, we've seen that happen today. But we have seen a lot more 2v1s go the way of the 2 than we have 2v1s go the way of the 1. Still, that's a point on the board now for Cloudy1 fans. And Dunno Pew Pew still just need that one more point here to take this map and move us on to the next in the series.
Yeah, it's looking like this is going to be a... I wouldn't say a short affair, not necessarily. But, because Cloudy1 fanboys did just get like a good counter. But in general, when you look at the way that's being played, they just don't stand in the sideline of a longbow again. They should be okay. Like, honestly, it kind of felt like they just didn't think he was going to get them. And he just kept on hitting them, and they still didn't think he was going to get them. And he just kept on getting them. Like, it's one of those where at some point you got to concede that they're just going to hit those shots, and you just need to not give them the sidelines.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was... Obviously, it was a little more complicated than Streamy hit shots with a longbow, but Streamy hitting shots with a longbow is what opened that round up for Cloudy1 fanboys. And so you can't afford to give him that amount of space, right? You can't afford to play in such a way that he could do that, because you know, having seen him get so much success in the previous round, that they would bring out the longbow again or something else with a similar punch potential. So just don't play where they can do that, and you'll have a much easier time with it.
Yeah, and also, like, what I like about the longbow is that, yeah, you can hit, like, very powerful shots at long range, but it still works decently well at close range, that it's not quite like it's not quite the wingman punch, but it has a similar potential to it. If you hit all those shots close range, Shaq's already down, though. Tyler's super low. Like, they could immediately equalize if they do it quickly.
Yeah, that was very, very close. Double Gibraltar shield coming through here. We all see the res come through onto Mask. Tyler still struggling a little bit there in HP terms. Jack's knocked down. Streamy with a shotgun this time, so up close and in your face rather than at range. And well, looks like we've got a series on our hands.
Equalized. That's a 2-2. Gotta look a little bit more at like what's actually happening here, right? Because yeah, I mean they lose 2 rounds in a row, but why? Like the first time it's the longbow. The longbow just doing too much damage. They can go in on it afterwards and just capitalize on basically, I wouldn't say the misplay, but just the really good play kind of from their own player.
Yeah.
But ever since like that second round, that had nothing to do with the longbow. That was just outplaying.
Yeah, completely. I mean, you could easily have outplayed with pretty much any weapon. It was just the longbow happened to be that one. And mistakes made by Dunno Pew Pew just to play in the line of sight of that. So a bit of a missed attempt there at trying to track Dunno Pew Pew coming across the zip line. In theory, should have been a nice, easy target, but couldn't find anything here with this one. Of course, trying to play at this kind of range with the wingman, the damage you're doing is fine, but it's not amazing. So you're just kind of trying to be a deterrent at this point.
We're seeing Dunno Pew Pew try and find a way to deny this this low ground position. I just noticed someone there. They just don't particularly want to run at them. Get a few shots off eventually.
I mean, I guess they didn't know Tyler was there because they were stood out in the open and just took like 100 damage. But Dunno Pew Pew have already lost Mask here. So maybe those opening 2 maps were opening 2 runs through this map were not the be all and end all we thought they might be.
There might be something going on with Mask because it feels like they've just been standing in the open still, and they had the disconnect icon next to their player banner as well. So maybe there's something going on there. That being
Maybe.
said, right now we are still looking at a 2v3, which is very winnable to play it correctly. We need to win these duels.
Well, Shex has been taken out of shielding for now, but Jax is down. Did they just manage that? Did they just manage that with a DC player? Did I miss that?
That was
Okay.
Oh, that was them getting it back. That's
Yeah,
currently we are looking for a place where Cloudy One Fanboy is winning this map right now. 3-2. Only one more round and they'll be up. We're going to be seeing whether or not the Deno Pew Pew squad can get into this, because they've been losing a few rounds in a row now. They kind of need to win one, otherwise this map's not gonna go their way.
Yeah, they're gonna start
there we
punching
go.
back here.
It's the confirmation. They're missing a player.
That's unfortunate. That's very bad news for Deno Pew Pew. They had a really good opening couple of rounds, and I guess this is maybe just the development of ongoing connection issues. I mean, a good amount of damage laid out there. If they can get the drop on somebody out of position and get that kill and equalize, absolutely this is doable. Looking like they've actually spent fairly heavily into this round as well. If you look at the R301 is currently kitted out with. So I think they're probably in a pretty good position. But again, we see this damage coming in from the high ground with what I assume is the longbow there coming in from Streamy. Shex took a bit of a beating there as well, so that was almost the equalization, but by playing down in this bunker, it means they don't really have any worries. They can just get back in and heal back up and be great, and not have to worry about things.
Care package has arrived at least, so potentially try and cover that with a nade and then go forward and grab it.
Okay, looks like a bit of a whiff on the nade.
Beautiful. Sometimes just
Streamy with this longbow.
Just make sure there's no one behind the truck.
Yeah, looks like the ring is closing in and might actually force Deno Pew Pew out of this bunker position the next time it closes in, because that's very close to the end of the circle there. Well, a bit of damage in, not enough to secure a kill. That's a little better. That's down into the HP. Closing the distance now. R301 and the even 8, so a lot of damage up close. Bit of a spray there. Thought they maybe keep creeping up on somebody, but couldn't find it. It's going to be the Wraith Portal. They just want to get out of here, buy some time to get some HP in. There's the shield battery back up. This is being very clever from Deno Pew Pew. Breaks through the shield, and that's a lot of damage onto the HP as well, but Tyler's still struggling a little bit here just to stay in this fight because of the additional damage that's coming their way.
Yeah, eventually the resources aren't going to add up. That's likely what's going to happen.
No.
If it's a war of attrition, they're still losing it. Even though they might be doing more damage overall.
Yeah, and that's Jax down, and oh, that was so close to a kill. They've got to be so careful. Like, that was going to be such a difficult ask. I was so nearly the turnaround there from Tyler, unfortunately. Connection issues are the one enemy you cannot hit shot in Apex Legends.
Definitely looking for a big problem there for Deno Pew Pew. Unfortunately, losing that one player after like the second or third round, and then it's hard to keep playing that way. I mean, a 3v2, we saw it in the previous series as well. Might just be a perpetual server issue that we're getting at the moment, but we'll see what's going to happen when we go to the next map. It's still going to be same map rotation. Fortunately, it just counts because we played out the map. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely an opportunity for Deno Pew Pew to come back, especially if they get their third player back in. You know, it's they were looking really well up until that point, kind of, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, and if you look at that last map specifically, when they were definitively down to 2 players, you know, there were moments there where actually Tyler could have brought that right back again. You know, very nearly got the kill onto Streamy. From that point, you're in the 1v1, and all bets are off. It's then down to mechanics more than anything else. And honestly, from what we've seen, he looks to be as strong as anybody here.
Yeah, it's looking like it, honestly. Um, I am. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like honestly, because even before that, like Tyler looked very good. The other two players, they were supporting Tyler very well, so to
Hmm.
speak. But after that, even when there was like a one-on-one duel, Tyler was still taking a lot of damage. Was still not able to get
Hmm.
it like properly done. So got to see if with that third player in there is more of a tactic behind it where they can actually make sure that Tyler gets the space or distraction or something
Yeah.
like that he can sneak in. But it wasn't really clear or as clear as it should be after those first two rounds why Tyler was popping off
Hmm.
because they were just not winning duels anymore after that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very difficult to win the duel. You tend to think of this in terms of 1v1s, right? But
Yeah.
it is a lot more complicated than that because it's about who else is threatening you at any given time, whether you can afford to divert attention to a 1v1 when actually it's maybe a 2v1 and you just have to see the other person coming through on the other side. Okay. Seems like we may be having a remake here, guys, because of connection problems. Okay. Okay,
So, yeah.
the
So
update coming in
we're
from
gonna figure
production.
that out.
Yeah, update
Go ahead,
coming in from
Phil.
production is that it looks like Dunno Pew Pew may have actually been offered the remake on this one, which is Cloudy One fan realizing that connection issues were a large part of why that map went the way it went, and so that's incredibly sporting of Cloudy One fan if that's the way that's gone. We're just waiting on confirmation for that, so we may find that we are going back to artillery and pretending that last round didn't happen.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those situations where
Yeah.
you just gotta, and it's of course it's a very good thing from the opponent teams from Cloudy One fanboys as well that they are
Mhm.
actually giving the opportunity here because the ruling was technically made. But I do understand that they
Yeah.
also just want to win on merit, play the game properly,
Oh
put some
yeah,
more
yeah,
game time
completely.
in. And yeah, I mean, otherwise you'll always have people hunting you saying, "Oh yeah, but you never know if you would actually have won because they weren't really playing." Oh, you get that whole argument. And if you want to really
Yeah.
have that pride, you want to earn that win, you're gonna have to actually play the game versus the opponents at their full strength. So,
Yeah.
gonna take a little bit of time to make sure we can set that up correctly. In the meantime, let's talk a little bit about what else is going on this week, Phil. Because of course there is also tomorrow where we're doing the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals of this event. But in the weekend, there's Brawl Stars. It's time for a Brawl Stars
There
event
is.
also from, of course, Trovo Titans, coming in with another 2,500 euro prize pool for that. And there's more events coming in the future. There have already been a ton of events in the past, different games as well. With League of Legends, of course, Apex and Brawl
Of course.
Stars. But there's other games as well that are being played in general on the Trovo platform. And if you want to join, I mean, dare I say, the new sensation. There's of course the streamer referral code that you can actually get here for Trovo from the Trovo Titans, and the stream referral code's pretty simple. It's Trovo Titans. So make sure you're actually going to be able to use that.
Mm.
You can. Well, what do you get for referral code? Just to explain you guys quickly. Essentially, what happens is you get use the referral code, and as you level up, and as the referral streamer levels up, you get gems, and then yeah, per level it's a different gem count. A little bit of a graphic overview for you here for the first level. 1,000 gems, and then every level after just upgrades. Every 100 gems is worth $1 real, so you can actually get a lot of monetary value out of this if you do it correctly. But yeah, use the referral code, become a streamer, and who knows, you might be rolling in gems soon.
Yeah, quite possibly. And one more time, that referral code, as you can see on screen even, is Trovo Titans. And you've got to be in it to win it, guys. Use that, sign up, get involved, and you too can start earning yourself cash money rewards. So we are still waiting
Mm,
on confirmation as to whether we're getting the remake here or whether or not we'll be proceeding with the match with the current standings. Okay, so final confirmation, we
yeah.
have had this coming in from Cloudy One Fan. They are offering the remake, so we are getting the full reset here, back to the beginning, seeing this done on merit rather than having connection issues interfere with the final results, which I think general round of applause there for Cloudy One Fan. They didn't have to do that. Yeah, there we go. Round of applause for Man of Class. Yeah, truly good to see proper sportsmanship in esports, esportsmanship, if you will. So we are just
Yep.
going to be waiting on getting back into the map ready for the remake. So we might not actually have had the actual factual map 3 here, Man of Class, but technically
We're gonna
we
get
will
3
get the third
maps,
map.
maybe
We're going to
4.
get 3 maps in a row, maybe
Possible.
4 in a row. Yeah. You have to wait and see how that
Yeah,
one shakes out, I
and
guess.
you know what? You know what? You're correct. It is a sportsman move. Some might say it's a classy move, and of course, I would be the expert on the subject, as they say. Uh, that being said, I'm again. I just want to see what happens when that third player is in. I think artillery is a very cool map to see them play again, anyways. Just for the sheer situation that we have already seen it. I am. Yeah, I'm definitely wanting to know what that support structure is for Tyler. If that is actually the points
Yeah.
to have Tyler be that hard carry, or whether it is more of a team effort. And then, of course, the other side as well. If Streamy is going to hit more of those amazing longbow shots, because I think initially that was a longbow shot that came in on a stationary player. That's why it looked like it was such a big deal. But we'll see. I'm always happy to be proven wrong, and even outside of that shot, they also hit the shots on the moving targets, so it can be more of a dynamic thing. And I love that they played on both the high ground and around the objectives, so it was a very mixed round in general, and it can be a lot more interesting when they've actually got their full force up.
Absolutely, and I think one of the benefits that we have of this remake here is that both teams are coming in kind of warmed up as to how the other team plays. There's no guarantee that these guys have played each other in the arena format previously. I mean, given the fact that they are EU players, they will almost certainly have played both with and against each other on ladder, but this organized kind of play is its own beast. And in this kind of tournament, you don't always get the opportunity to research your opponent and understand how they want to play. And now, for example, Dunno Pew Pew are going to be on the lookout for that longbow pick, and they're going to avoid playing long lines of sight. And presumably, Cloudy One fans are just going to be generally on the lookout here for Tyler so they don't get the drop on them again, and he accidentally picks up all 3 kills in the space of about 3 seconds again.
Yeah, it's how Tyler's been playing, and it's how Tyler can play. But within a minute, we'll start finding out what's going on with the rest of their squad. Maybe they'll change things up as well. Maybe we'll get a few different legends out there, because now they know what the other might potentially be playing. I don't think they'll necessarily do that. I don't think there's a need to 100% do that for either of them. But, I mean, the Wraith was a very interesting pick. It's one of those that you do see come out from people that either, I would say it's the streamer pick, because it's been a very popular pick on the high levels of play as well. But it used to always be that one where a lot of high-level players were the ones that were playing Wraith, because those are the ones that getting a lot of kills, it's a lot of mobility, the in and out strategies, all that really came out with the Wraith, as well as with things like Pathfinder and Octane. But you do see that control legends, things like the Gibraltar as well as the Lifeline, do have a specific role as well that might not be the in-your-face damage, but we poke you down from range and you cannot really approach this type of damage. And it did seem like that was something that Cloudy One fans was very decent at executing.
Yeah, it's sometimes overlooked that whilst it's not the strictest of strict class-based shooters, there is a broad categorization for each one of these legends, and they serve a specific role, particularly in an enclosed game mode like this. So it's going to be Tyler looking to be the tip of the spear here, getting out quick with the Wraith, and, look to pick up early kills, whilst the rest of the team try and do what they can to support him and just wear the enemies down from range. Ooh, nice couple of shots there. There's the crack onto Tyler's armor, and it looks like Cloudy One fanboys have picked out that maybe Tyler is a bit of a threat after all and gets taken out before there's any chance of a res. So they may have offered the remake, they may be willing to run this map again, but they are a long way from giving over anything else on this map.
Looking right now, like Cloudy One fanboys, again, they played around the objective initially, and they got to find a way to contest this high ground, which they're already on, looks like. So they're not the ones playing the objective, sorry. That's Dunno Pew Pew. The circle's already moving in quite heavily. The high ground is in it, so great place for them to just hold right now. Let's see if they're going to have to move next, but for now, 91 Fanboy, just a shooting gallery for them.
This is a really interesting pick for Streamy in particular. The L-Star is not necessarily a weapon that you think of as being long-range. It does a lot of damage in a very short period of time. It's got very good spray down potential, but trying to use it with its very slow-moving projectile as kind of an ersatz sniper rifle is unusual. And the fact that it seems to be having so much effect there, even if it's not securing kills, in just dragging out resources from Dunno Pew Pew, is very, very interesting. We've already seen Streamy put up big numbers with the longbow, and the fact that they can also do that with the L-Star is suggesting that we should keep a good eye on Streamy for the pace of this game.
Just nice spray down here from Ice Stroke. Jubel's just in his bubble, like, I want to get out, but I'm not gonna go out now. I'm gonna heal.
You can't get
try and
me.
out-heal you. Yeah. I mean, eventually they'll be gone, right? Yep.
Well, you know,
I like the dynamic though.
Yeah,
That's
I think
fighting,
acknowledge
stepping out
there
right now.
fully knew that there wasn't any chance he was getting out of that without taking a good chunk of damage and just going, well, I'm gonna make you wait for it at the very least.
Yeah, and again, like I like that they do it that way.
Yeah.
Of course, we only have that first round. We're gonna have a few more rounds, at least two more, maybe even more, because last time
Maybe
as well
more.
they went to that overtime almost. But yeah, I mean, that was I would say that's just unfortunate circle luck. Because I mean, they made the choice to go for the objective on the side of Dunno Pew Pew, and if the circle goes with them to the objective, then all of a sudden that high ground doesn't really matter. But unfortunately, the high ground mattered more than it ever has in any game we've seen before, and that is just unfortunate. That's just like the unlucky. And it does seem like Dunno Pew Pew just doesn't have the luck with them today, which is very unfortunate because they definitely have the skills to back it up, but. That's just how it goes sometimes. A lot of shots already on the Streamy here, though. You're in a bit of trouble to heal up.
I think the other thing to consider here is that in that previous round, Tyler just made a big misstep, frankly. I don't think there's any other way to characterize that. Got into trouble, couldn't get out of trouble, died, put them in the 3v2, and Cloudy1 Flambe were happy just to sit there, wait for Dunno Pew Pew to come to them and secure the W on that round. This time, though, Dunno Pew Pew have the high ground. We've yet to see them mount the same level of long-range offensive that we've seen coming out from Streamy in particular on Cloudy1 Fanboy, so it's not a guarantee they can make this high ground work, but they do now have the good defensive positioning.
I'm going to be looking forward to seeing what Dunno Pew Pew can do here with that positioning. Tyler, of course, very far forward. We've seen them in the position before, where you could actually lay down fire on the enemy. And this time around, they are with the circle. They're with the circle, and the circle is with them. Andy may have to move in like a half a minute, but right now, they're looking pretty good in terms of where they are.
And this time, Tyler has picked up the longbow, which is not typically something you'd associate with the Wraith pick in particular, because once you can use it as kind of an ersatz shotgun, you don't really want your Wraith sat back taking pot shots. You want your Wraith getting in and out and causing trouble, which is why we've now seen him pick up the R99 instead, which historically a very strong gun for a Wraith pickup and just for Apex Legends in general because of the sheer volume of damage output.
And now for Shex to run into the enemy. They're also on the low ground at the moment. So it's basically the same spaces we have upstairs with the gallery and the two openings. And they're looking for this player. There's going to be a lot of shots coming in from the high ground. And this time, tables have completely turned. As Dunno Pew Pew have the dominant positioning. Nades are flying in. Tyler is close to him. The shot's off, and that's a good hit.
Yeah, that was a solid 33 damage connect there. And as the ring comes in, it's going to force Cloudy1 Fan into the line of fire of Dunno Pew Pew. And that was honestly much, much cleaner here from Dunno Pew Pew than it was in the previous round. So this may still be the back and forth exchange that we were really hoping for here in this past the derby, the two Italian teams coming head to head. I do wonder if we're going to see Tyler pick up a similar role again. Obviously, he's still on the Wraith. You can't change that mid-game. But I think starting
so.
off with the Longbow is a very weird choice for the Wraith in particular. You've got to give that responsibility to somebody else.
I think it kind of like depends on, you know, maybe it came from a care package. I don't really see. I think that they bought it this time around. You do see Shax going up there with the EVA and the Wingman, so very close range. Wants to go for whoever's up here. They're gonna feel the wrath. They're gonna take the materials early too and go for the loot crate. That probably means that Duno Pew Pew is on the other side of the map. They're at the care package. That's the 3v2 situation over there, most likely. Yep, there we go. There's Andy, Tyler, and SMS Mask, all up there.
Yeah, but this is much more who I'd expect to be picking up sniping duties. Is you give the long-range gun to your Gibraltar because the survivability at range is so much greater because they have the option to throw up the gun shield and just snipe without worrying about taking too much damage. But they've still got to do more than just that. So Mask makes the rotation around the right-hand side whilst Jax maintains position here and looks to cover this bunker. They did do a lot of damage there onto Shax, and now we've got that care package in play. Expect some sort of push to come through, almost definitely centered around that Gibraltar dome. Okay, well, moment of quiet there for Q-Shax.
Right, just making sure that they're able to continue their reign of, well, I wouldn't say terror just yet, but they've definitely been raining down a lot of fire.
It's a reign of inconvenience.
Yeah, Streamy now with the longbow again. Good scope on it too. Making sure they have the high ground position to shoot with, but they do have to heal and make sure they have enough health for this. And this circle is very central around this care package. Care package is like on the edge of it.
Yeah, and the position of the care package is such that nobody can actually use it, so it's not of any use. It's just that both teams don't want the other team to be able to make use of it. Like, nobody is getting anything from this care package, right? It's just the focal point for the fights. Short of, like, investing a Gibraltar Dome, running in and getting it and hoping for the best, I think we see this fight end before anybody gets anything out of that care package.
I think it's actually already been opened and looted. It looks like, at least.
Yeah, it looks like it.
And they had the 3v2,
looks like it.
Because they had the 3v2 advantage in the earlier time when Shax wasn't there yet. So that's probably when they did that. We're going to see the engagement on it and just in the Gibraltar Dome. They get the win. Then a pew pew. A round on the board for them. It's a 2-1 lead at the moment.
Okay.
They can close it out right here.
I still think, even acknowledging the fact that we had to remake that first round, and it's maybe not the best indicator of the way this has gone. These games have been close, much closer than a lot of the other games that we've had so far. It's very seldom been this kind of Apex dive style where you just land on people, fill them full of bullets, and get the win, right? It's a war of attrition. It's relatively slow. It seems quite thoughtful. Everybody seems to have a predefined role. Like, I feel personally like this is a very high level of arena stage. Sure, we're only one map in, but this has been one of the more interesting maps to observe so far.
Yeah, it's definitely been one of those, and it's almost unfortunate. Again, it's almost unfortunate that we get a match like this so early in the tournament, early in the finals. But that only makes me more exciting for the coming day, where a lot of the games might be more like this. You can see the small minutia of this game mode come out. Streamy doing a lot of damage there. Shax actually finishing it off. That's Mask down. Yeah, Streamy is really, I would say, the carry. They're doing so much damage. You see the total damage of the player on the top right of their screen? You see how much more damage Streamy had.
Broke his ankles there. Not quite enough there. WP2 down to just Tyler. It's Tyler v2. And we get the equalizer on the board. Cloudy 1 getting another point in this map.
It was even a Tyler v3 because they had the resurrection going on. It was actually quite I would say disgusting, but that was a problem for Tyler right there. We're gonna see if they can continue this, and because now it's a 2-2. Of course, now both teams still having to win 2 rounds without the other team winning any to get the win on this map. But it looks like this is the most likely matchup to go to a round 9, I think.
Yeah, so far. And I feel like I feel like we're focusing a little bit on like two players in particular. We're talking about Tyler a lot, and we're talking about Streamy a lot, and that's because typically that's where the playmaking has come from so far this round. Like Andy and Mask are doing fine; they're just not. They're not making the big things happen necessarily. They're here to support Tyler. And so I feel like if Tyler goes down, if Tyler misplays, that's the whole thing down because you are putting so many eggs in that basket.
If I look at the damage that Mask has done, it's actually quite insane. They've done almost 2,000 damage, which is double what Shax has done, for instance. You go into the POV of the other players, you're going to see more of that as well. Seeing like who actually is high on the damage numbers. I think Streamy was relatively high. You would think so, but I don't know how much damage they've essentially done. Actually, Mask is on almost in 2000s, 1940 right now. Tyler on 1200, so it's actually Mask that's doing a lot more damage right now. And it's been a while since we've Tyler properly pop off. They're just a distraction at this stage as a Wraith.
Yeah, we've seen Wraiths pick up that playstyle as well of you sort of run interference. It's great if you can also frag, and I think this is a risky stay here because I think you run the risk of getting completely bamboozled by the person you're waiting to come through the right-hand door instead of coming through the left-hand door or doubling back. Ultimately, I think taking the high ground here was the best decision for Tyler, and this is another very, very slow game. Ordnance coming in. Doing the maths there, working out the trigonometry, trying to figure out where they're landing and ergo where they're coming from. Spots them round at the corner. And a little bit of a slow down in pace here.
Maybe something coming here.
Yeah, still nice. They are aware that all those nades are flying. I would almost say it's a shame that whoever threw those nades threw them all in the exact same spot. Because you would think you usually spread them out a little bit more in order to get some value out of them. But it's Stroke. I think a lot out there. Mask already down.
That's it.
That's Streamy taking a lot of damage. Shex as well.
It's going to be all three off the board, and Dunno Pew Pew.
3-2.
Moving into match point. One more, and that's it. They're taking this map, and they're taking this map the honest way this time, not via DC. They offer the remake. They offer the gentleman's agreement. We remake, and they come back in, and they are on the verge of taking this map off of Dunno Pew Pew.
One more round, and they could just win the map again. I mean, they won it last time, but now they might actually win it and feel like they've actually won it, which is always what they want. That's why they remade it, obviously, because they probably think that we can win it again, but we just want to win it on merit instead of because someone DC'd. Mask, Andy Jackson, Tyler FPS trying to reclaim their lead, or at least equalize here. There's one more round lost, and it will be equalized. But if they win a round, I don't know. It could all be done after this. I'm trying to get it.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage. We'll shrink the Gibraltar Dome here. And I'm still getting the grips with the UI here for this new mode. Have we actually got ultimates online here? Has High Stroke actually bought the care package?
Contact with hostile.
I mean, yeah, that's what you usually do as a lifeline. No, I think it actually
so far
does actually light up when
the
they have it.
Yeah. Wasn't quite certain. Haven't actually seen anybody call down the lifeline package, just relying on the passive and the dock for the healing. It's going to be the stacked R301
I think it's more of a round one
here.
strat. Yeah, it feels like it's more of a round one strat, especially for the care package. It also depends on what they've changed about pricing, etc. Like how much things cost, whether it's actually worth it, or just to buy a weapon. Seeing SMS Mask looking for these shots. Again, still the highest output damage player on their team.
Not quite so good here for Stroke, but again, we've slowed this right down, and I feel like this is because we have to acknowledge that Cloudy One are one away from taking this. Dunno Pew Pew are avoiding sending their race out front to do initial damage and to run interference. Like they just want to take this as a team fight and hope that they can out damage Cloudy One fanboys.
Oof. Bit of damage taken there. They do put pressure on it, and then Tyler moves in closer to try and capitalize on that pressure. Especially now that the circle's moving in. It's really good to have someone on top of there. Andy Jack's doing so much damage. Shield's broken. Can he capitalize on it? Doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like anyone's going to try to.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a phenomenal bit of tracking there. Granted, the target wasn't moving particularly quickly from side to side, but like the focus there was phenomenal. And Tyler making a similar show on this one. They've already taken down Shek, so we might be seeing the equalize here from Dunno Pew Pew.
Yeah, it's going to be Dunno Pew Pew trying to finish this one out, equalize these rounds, play to get it back to a 3-3. The move in from Streamy.
Ooh. Has to pop. They actually got it. They actually pulled that back. That was incredibly well done there. So
that's 3-3.
We are going the distance here, Classy.
Not yet. I mean, we're going to a 5-3 at minimum, but we don't yet know if it's going to be a 5-4, and we're gonna need that round 9. Still up in the air. So it's 3-3 right now. So a team can win with 5-3, but I mean, doesn't mean we're going to get the distance in the round 9 just yet.
It's as close as we've ever been. It's
that's for sure. We have not been this far just yet, and it's all still on the same map. You know, technically they've already played it, but they're gonna be playing again, and again, and again,
and again.
No.
Welcome to Apex Legends Arena's Groundhog Day, where it is going to be all artillery between these two teams for the rest of time.
That's against the rules, unfortunately, but we're going to see what Cloudy1 Fanboy can do to try and get back on top. Because right now they've been equalized. Streamy taking some heals here. It does have a ton of damage on that board, but you know.
Yeah. Andy Jack's actually doing a pretty good job here of matching Streamy for damage output. There's only a couple of hundred between the two of them. I think it says a lot about the survivability of the Gibraltar here and the value that that gun shield has. And just looking down to the bottom left, Mask takes a bit of a wing in here and is now down. Not looking good here for Dunno Pew Pew.
Crossfire. Some nice crossfire from Tyler though. Putting a lot of damage out. They want to finish off Mask, but Mask has been rested in the meantime. They try to finish that off. They do get him again. There's a large rotation that they didn't want to necessarily make. Tyler too long to wait.
Wow.
Waited too long to react to that. It's too much. It's too much.
Yeah, I mean that was a valiant effort there from Tyler, right? It was
late.
Noticing that
he didn't really go for it.
It was still, I think, other than the fact that it was a little bit late, I still think there wasn't much more he could have done reactively there, because what was happening that he was responding to was his teammate being finished. Like, he already knew he was going to be down in numbers. Like, there was no way he could have reacted to that in a way that guaranteed him that. But he came in, managed to get a knockdown, and enough damage in to make it a little bit worrying here for Cloudy1 Fan. Ultimately, just not quite enough to make the difference. Like, I think you can talk about Tyler having made misplays earlier on in this round of maybe getting a little too aggressive, a little too early. I don't think there was much more he could have done there to turn that around, other than just flip on the God Gamer switch.
Yeah, I mean, he pulled back at some point, at which stage I was like, they're not looking at you, you can't just go for it. But that's always also, it's one of those automatic reflexes that you know they're going to look at you, and then the fact that they don't is sort of like surprising. Gonna get a very aggressive move here from Tyler, has to run away here with the Wraith to try and get back and heal. Did get the shields back up, but now has to run a medkit to actually be fully back on HP.
Yeah, that was a staggering amount of damage there.
Have been stolen. Yep.
Yeah, like a little bit more time, a little bit slower off the mark with resetting and getting out of there than they would have been. They would have pretty much guaranteed this map being lost. And it's still not guaranteed that it won't go that way, because I think we are seeing a few missteps. In fact, I believe we've just lost Mask here as well. So this is already looking great for Dunno Pew Pew. Oh, there's the finisher, interrupted just to go for the primary fire. Andy Jack's down, Stroke down, very close, and Cloudy1 Fanboy come out the champion after a staggering amount of rounds here compared to what we've seen for the rest of the day. Almost got to that 9, almost.
Yeah, they do get it out. Very nicely done for them, at least.
Oh,
Cloudy One Fanboy gets that map win officially now. They were right to just recall it, to give us a lot of entertaining value out of that one. And unfortunately for Dunno Pew Pew, the result is still the same, but it was at least a much cooler way to get to the result, in a much more competitive way, and that's what we like to see. So, yeah, going into map 2, I think there's still a chance we're going to go to a map 3 potentially of this.
Yeah.
But it is looking good right now for Cloudy One Fanboy.
Yeah, I mean, that was a 5-3. I think we've only had one other map today that has gone to anywhere near that number of maps, so we were nearly at the sudden death marker. I don't think there's any guarantee that it would have been any different if it had gone to sudden death for Dunno Pew Pew. I think whilst it is back and forth, I think the fact that they won that map at the very least should demonstrate that Cloudy One Fan kind of have the edge here. But there is just one map, and a map that dictates a couple of specific play styles. I think if we go to a flatter, more open map, we see where the Wraith starts to have a little more value with a quick repositioning where you've not got to be so dependent on the high ground. Then we maybe see things start to edge over to Dunno Pew Pew, who I honestly have to fight from calling Dino Pew Pew, which I think is a better name, but it's their team. I'm not going to dictate terms to them. So
Yeah,
we've been saying this like, oh, there's a chance it goes to the third map here. I think there is a chance this goes to the third map here.
Yeah, and on the name of Dunno Pew Pew, like it's probably one of those where they probably get asked, so what's your team? And it's like, I don't know, Pew Pew, and they just made a name out of that. So it's fair. Like I said, it's more of the it feels more of the like, oh, we just made a squad real quick for this, instead of the proper thought out decision of. So we'll see whether or not Dunno Pew Pew can come out on top in map number 2. So we're going to go into that fairly soon. That being said, it does look like Cloudy One boys have a fair grasp of it right now. Overall, as a unit, they are just outputting a little bit more damage. They are capitalizing on mistakes very well. They don't have that solo player that is like roaming around. I do think that especially Mask right now is getting caught out a lot because there isn't enough counter pressure coming out from both Tyler, Mask, and Andy. So because it's a 2v3 in those situations and Tyler is kind of like roaming around, not fighting anybody, it becomes easier for them to focus on Mask or on Andy and get them down early, but it's been Mask most of the times.
I think the way that this arena mode plays out with regards to characters like Wraith, like Pathfinder, anybody with like a very high mobility ceiling, is you can play them like a skirmisher, but they have to skirmish and they have to find results. Because if you are trying to skirmish and the enemy team is playing as a solid core of 3, you are never going to win that. It's always going to be the 1v3. And it puts your teammates in a 2v3. So I think this skirmishing style is very high risk, very high reward, and I feel like we're going to see more risk and more punishment than we are ever going to see reward. So I'd love to see Dunno Pew Pew start to play a little more cohesively. We have seen Tyler move over now onto the Pathfinder, which maybe signifies that they want to play a little bit more together in this next map.
Yeah, and might well do so. Pathfinder, of course, very helpful on this map in particular because there's actually objectives to swing from instead of just to try and get to a high ground. We will see whether or not it will work out for Tyler as a whole. The Wraith didn't really quite get the value that a Wraith sometimes get, so definitely understand this switch.
I do believe we caught whiff of an L-Star there, which we have seen Streamy run before, using it as sort of a sniper. And, I mean, checks? Is that allowed? Is that legal? Can you just do that to people? Good grief.
I mean, they haven't been banned yet. Maybe the admins are going to step in, but for now, we're just going to let it happen. We sat here and we let it happen. That's what happened there, Phil. Now Mask and Andy left to try and pick up the pieces, clean up this mess. The circle is moving in. And they're going to move over to this more, geological structure, which is pretty cool to see. Andy taking a bit of damage, but Mask in a pretty good position to try and get this going, trying to get maybe to a little bit higher ground even. Is right now just making sure they don't get outflanked by the likes of Cloudy One fanboys that are definitely looking to do so. Already someone really far behind them. Andy, once again, there's so much fire, goes down, and that's the second one. Dunno Pew Pew losing another round.
And, look, this is this is not the most serious of tournaments, right? This isn't ALGS. There's not hundreds of thousands of pounds on the line. There's still a big cash prize here. 900 euros, 300 euros per player is nothing to be sniffed at. So you don't want to lean into, oh my god, this guy is making mistakes. He's costing his team this. But honestly, the fact that Tyler has died first in the fight so many times says to me there is something fundamentally wrong in the way that Dunno Pew Pew are playing this, and they need to fix it. They need to fix it now because they are 1 point down at match point. They lose 2 more, and Tyler is already taking damage, and that is it. They are out. There's no second bracket to redeem themselves, so Tyler needs to step up here and stop dying first in fights.
Masquerade doing a good job of these putting out the early poke damage, but Tyler is taking some as well as Andy. So as conservative and accurate as Mask is playing right now, it's kind of coming back to the other side. And it's honestly, again, it's good from Cloudy1 Fanboy. You can see them they take some damage here and there, but they're mostly just hitting those shots really well on the other side. Shaxx just retreating, making sure they're not in too compromising of a position. And they can do that too by grappling back up to a high ground as well, which wasn't possible with the Wraith. So that's probably also a reason why Tyler is going for that Pathfinder. Nice shots. Mask again down to a wingman. It's like this particular image of a wingman and then Mask going down on the icon on the kill feed. It's like an iconic thing of this series at this stage.
Yeah. I mean, look, at the very least, they have fixed what I thought the problem was, which was, let's stop having Tyler die first in fights. This time it was Mask taking up that mantle, but we've now lost Tyler as well. Streamy's able to get in and find the res onto Ice Rope. Quick turn of the head, a lot of damage in. They're not out of the woods yet, but Ice Rope is back up. Shaxx is back up even. And I did not catch who pulled the final bullet out of the air on that one.
Oh, that would have been Dunno Pew Pew.
Okay.
Dunno Pew Pew definitely won that round. So essentially what happened is they got that first down on Mask. Mask did actually get rezzed, but in the meantime, they got 2 downed on their own side. Of course, the first one to get rezzed was the Lifeline, who then tried to res the Pathfinder, Shaxx. But unfortunately, while someone's being rezzed, if your Lifeline then also gets shut down, then there's only one left, and they just jumped on it, because getting that counter pick on Shaxx opened up the door for them to not be finished off. They weren't hunted down, so Mask could just be picked up. Had that counter kill onto Shaxx, or the counter down on Shaxx not come in, there might have been a different outcome. But just, yeah, that was a very important one, and they could capitalize off of that, rest their own player, and come with a numbers advantage.
Still, new round, new game, different loadouts. Mask already taking a lot of damage. Keep your eye on the top right for the wingman taking out Mask. Shaxx is going low here, so it might be Shaxx that's down first. Mask actually able to turn things around now. Mask on the other side of the kill feed for the wingman there. And Shaxx with the potential for a res. Will get brought back up across from Streamy. This has been much, much cleaner now for Dunno Pew Pew.
And Mask has been traditionally a vulnerable target. We saw it the round before, where Mask goes down to a wingman, which is something we had seen a lot in the previous rounds. And this time around, they win the duel. They get Shaxx instead, and Shaxx cannot really get back to the team. They almost make it, but still have to get rest in the dome. The entirety of Dunno Pew Pew can just capitalize on that jump on them. And that quick decision-making as a unit, as a 3-man, that's what really has changed in this map so far. It's now a 2-1 lead, one more win for Dunno Pew Pew, and they just equalize the series.
Right, puts them 2-1 here. So this is match point, and we could potentially go to that map 3. I think Cloudy1 fans seem to be a little better at adapting to where mistakes have been made. And this time they're going to be ready for it. Actually, we're seeing a different location for this fight to take place in. It's normally been under that main body of the system. Instead, we're here near the... I believe this is where the care package lands, just down there. There's going to be Tyler with the high ground here.
Oh, Mask. Down again.
That's very unfortunate. Gibraltar out early, in over the top, and it's the dive. Gibraltar from Streamy comes in with the Mastiff. 44, 44, can't quite land that third 44. Very nearly though. 3 left in it, very close. And
Tyler wins it out.
That's going to be it. We are finally, after 8 matches, getting to that map number 3 classic.
That was an amazing turnaround as well, because they got the down again. It's the same as that happened in that round before that, or the first round that they won, where a player on Dunno Pew Pew goes down, and by attacking it, because you know they're going to be coming into the Gibraltar Dome, they're just ready. They take down the first player that comes in. They try to rest that, and they get, they keep completely turning that situation around. And I'm not saying sacrifice a player so you can turn it around on them. I think that's too risky of a strat, but so far, it's been working, at least in that map. Now we're going to a map 3, the first one of the day. This has definitely been the closest series we've had so far, and I am all here for it, Phil. And I mean, what else can we say? It's just there's a constant into what keeps happening. The same players keep going down first in the same sort of situations, and they're like 3 different outcomes we've seen to it so far. Either there's some sort of stalemate in which they both rest their teammates, or one of them is able to pounce up on the other and wins, or they pounce up on the other and it's turned around. Like, those are literally the 3 situations. There hasn't been like really an in-between. It always ends really quickly afterwards. And that first down is usually quickly found in the beginning as well, at least on that round. Wasn't really that case on artillery, where there was a little bit more poking around, but we'll see whether that keeps on going in the last map of the day of the series, and of the first day, indeed, of the Trovo Titans Apex Arena tournament.
And we were talking about the fact that it's maybe a little bit unfortunate that we get very close matchups in the round of 8. But this is the last game of the day. We've had the drama of the match kind of falling over with the disconnect and it getting remade, and it's still going the same way. And now we've got Dunno Pew Pew punching back. If you were to ask me for how I would have liked today's broadcast to end, something as close and dramatic as this is exactly what I would have wanted. So it may be the last game of the day, but I think it's probably the best game of the day we've had so far. It's certainly been the most back and forth, and the scoreline finally reflects that. It's going to be down to seeing who can make that final little bit of adaptation that's required to overcome the opponent here. And I think a lot of this is going to be down to specifically how they adapt into this map, because we've seen high ground control map very much go the way of Cody One Fan, and low open map go very decisively towards Dunno Pew Pew. As we hit this final map, that's going to be it. That's going to be what decides it.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that you talk about that high ground, because in general, they weren't really playing on the high ground as much on artillery as we maybe have highlighted in the past. And we say, like, you have to have that gallery. A lot of time they went for the objective, or rather to deny each other the objective of getting the care package or loot crates. And we're going to the Golden Gardens, as we have done a few times earlier before. And yeah, there are some central high grounds you can definitely try and take early. There's Shex is at least trying to take one. But it's not the central one that everyone usually goes for. It's the other one.
What happened there? This is going to be over and done in a matter of seconds. Good grief.
Yeah. Some good headshots onto Tyler, and then you get into the same situation we've had a few times before. Someone's on the ground, the other team tries to pounce on it, so the rest can't come off. But, yeah, I mean, I'm going to say that's going to be a fluke for this round. I don't think it's going to be that quickly every single time.
And I feel
but
like
again,
a lot
the
of that was
focus
decided
wasn't...
by the fact that we had Streamy up on the high ground, ready to do the dive Gibraltar thing of jumping in with the Mastiff and getting it into people's back. Like, just getting that early high ground. Like, it didn't matter that they held the high ground. They had a higher position, and it allowed for a surprise drop down to get that finishing bit of damage in from Cloudy One Fan. And if they can do that a couple more times in a row, it's going to work out great for them. And Dunno Pew Pew just want the high ground. They want it quick, and so they've invested in getting that Pathfinder Ultimate up.
Yeah, it's the high ground on the other side. So that first fight went down on the other side of the map. There's like the high ground on the lower part of this of the gardens, but now they're on the central high ground, as we call it, the highest high ground.
Ooh,
Nice
that
jump up
was,
from Shex. Gets masked down again. And
just-
Tyler. Shex is just unstoppable right now. It's insane.
Look, what I will say is this has been a really nice turnaround here for Mask. So what we saw around in the last round for Mask was Mask dying an awful lot to the Wingmaker, and the Wingmaker in particular this time it was to the R99. So really branching out in his gameplay style here.
Yeah.
Or was that maybe a little too mean there?
No. You were completely fine. It's I'm not too worried about that. Looking right now to seeing just how they're going to be able to deal with this. We have, yeah, I mean, they don't really have any room for failure and error anymore. They need to win 2 rounds at least to try and equalize. Then afterwards, they have a little bit more error, but they cannot afford to lose any rounds right now. Shex, Streamy, and Ice Stroke are on the brink of bringing this map 3 to a very quick finish. We've barely been playing it for 2 minutes.
Yeah. We're going straight in here.
Ooh.
Yeah, but trying
That was
to
a
chase
chase.
an Octane
They won
when
it,
you are
Tyler.
yeah, when you are not yourself an Octane, that kind of chase isn't one that you are not going to win very often. But Mask is already down. Tyler's already out of shield and down on HP. Andy is down to half shields. We're going to see the finisher come through. Mask is going to go down here. And honestly, this is looking like a very, very quick round here, Classy.
It really is.
They even
We've
got
seen
the
these
finisher
turnarounds
off.
happen before. This time around, it's not a down that they can like try and res and then punish in a turnaround. They really have to try and contest with this. They might be able to go for a heal off, but you just lost your lifelines, and that's a very hard one to pull off and justify. They have to find a way.
And
Andy checks down. There goes Tyler. That's
Good
it.
Grief. Good
What a finish.
grief. And, you know, we were talking about sort of a low, open, not much high ground map going the way of Dunno Pew Pew, and maybe that was a fluke because actually what we saw on Artillery wasn't that impactful with the high ground. Here we are with a big, strong high ground control map, like the king of the castle, the king of the hill, the top of the mountain map that we've seen all day long. You take that high ground, you win. This time, in comes Cloudy One Fan, and they just completely annihilate Dunno Pew Pew. Like, they didn't get a look in. I don't even think they got a knockdown in those last 2 rounds. And, like, the Cloudy One Fan's understanding of that was phenomenal.
Yeah, because it wasn't even like again, it wasn't even about the high ground anymore. It was they just went in, and they just win. So yeah, let's see what it has done to the bracket of the day. We have had 16 teams. There are 8 left. So tomorrow we're gonna go into the quarterfinals with Fire Beavers versus Punisher SSS, Bombarders versus Devoshki's Anime. Then on the other hand, we have quarterfinals between LFR and Game of Drones, and then Ethics was taken and Cloudy One Fanboys. Ethics was taken, just Ethics, of course, but name was taken on the platform.
Yeah.
And those are going to be some really cool matches. I mean, we've seen all these teams play today, of course, so we have roughly an idea of what they're about. Yeah. Tomorrow we're going to see what they're going to bring against each other.
That's right. And hopefully, given the quality of that last game, as we see our better team in each bracket move forward to the answering better team in the opposite bracket, we should be seeing closer, more hard-fought games with a higher level of gameplay. And I, for one, can't wait. But wait, unfortunately, Classy, is what I'm going to have to do because we are out of here until 5 p.m. CEST. Tomorrow we'll be bringing you the remaining 7 games of the Trovo Titans Apex Legends Arena Finals. Come and join us then for the rest of the action.